Hey guys, Chaos Shinobi here. This is a story where Naruto is born 12 years earlier and has the wood-style bloodline. Also, Hashirama Senju is still alive and trains Naruto in using the legendary bloodline only they have. Anyway, let's begin with this story. Chapter 1. 5 years after Naruto's birth. Hashirama inhaled the steam rising from his tea, a contented sigh escaping his lips as the earthy aroma filled his senses. Age had a curious way of reshaping a man's desires. Where once he chased dreams of peace and the thrill of battle, he now found a profound appreciation for the simple warmth of a ceramic cup against his calloused palms. It's not the same without Mito, though, he thought, the smile fading from his weathered face. The silence of the compound felt heavier than usual. Mito, Tobarama, even Madara. They were all gone, scattered to the winds of the Pure Land, leaving him behind like a single stubborn leaf clinging to an autumn branch. All that remained of them was this village, his dream made manifest in stone and will. Aji-sama! The sliding door was thrown open with characteristic force, shattering his melancholy. Tsunade stood there, vibrant and loud, a whirlwind of energy in the quiet house. Minato is here to see you. Hashirama blinked, the ghosts of the past receding as he looked at her. And then there was Tsunade, his last tether to the family he had lost, the living spark of his brother and wife. He set the cup down gently on the tatami mat. Let him in, Tsuna. Minato stepped into the room, dropping to a knee. Hashirama-sama, Minato intoned, his head bowed low in reverence. Hashirama laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck as a bead of sweat formed on his brow. Oh, come now. At ease, Minato. You make me feel ancient when you're this stiff. Minato didn't smile. He rose, but his posture remained rigid, his blue eyes dark with the weight of his news. Lord First, forgive the intrusion without notice, but this is a matter of utmost urgency. The playfulness vanished from Hashirama's face in an instant. He sat up straighter, the aura of the god of Shinobi suddenly filling the small room, sharp and attentive. What is it, Minato? It is about my son, Minato stated, his voice steady despite the tension in his shoulders. Naruto. Hashirama raised a single eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. The boy who graduated at 5? What about him? I believe, Minato said slowly, that this is something you must see with your own eyes, Hashirama-sama. To think I outlived them all. Perhaps this was the reason why, Hashirama murmured, his gaze fixed on the small redhead meditating in the center of the garden. He was always special, Kushina whispered, moving to stand beside the first. Her voice trembled, a fragile mix of maternal pride and deep-seated worry. But I never imagined it would be this. I always had my suspicions, Minato added, his analytical mind still processing the magnitude of it. As you know, Lord First, Kushina's seal never weakened during the birth. Not even for a second. Now I understand why. His chakra suppressed the nine tails. Hashirama finished the thought, the realization settling heavily in the room. He turned from the window, his dark eyes locking onto the young parents with absolute authority. Minato, Kushina, listen closely. Young Naruto will not be assigned to a Jonin team. I will speak with Sarutobi. He paused, letting the weight of his next words sink in. From this day forward, he will be under my direct and full care. The color drained from both parents' faces, shock rendering them momentous silent. But Hashirama-sama, Kushina finally stammered, her maternal instinct flaring. There is no room for argument, Hashirama cut in. His tone wasn't harsh, but it was absolute. I must teach him everything I know. My time in this world is borrowed. And if the heavens kept me here this long, it must be for him. I cannot waste a single second. He adjusted his robes, his gaze shifting back to the garden with renewed purpose. I will go to him now. Leaving the stunned parents in his wake, the first Hokage stepped out to meet the future. Naruto's brow furrowed in concentration, but his mind refused to settle into the meditative void. He wasn't a fool. He had felt the shift in the air the moment the chakra paper had reacted yesterday. Water and earth. It wasn't an impossible combination. Rare, perhaps, but not alarming. Did Toussaint expect wind? Naruto wondered, the question nagging at him. He's a wind specialist, but simple disappointment doesn't cause a shinobi of his caliber to freeze like that. Naruto. The voice was deep, unfamiliar, and held so much power. Naruto snapped his head around. His eyes widened, landing on the figure standing at the edge of the garden. The statues in the village didn't do him justice. This was the man who had built the shinobi world they lived in. Lord first. Naruto scrambled to his feet, his body moving on instinct. He bowed deeply, his shock instantly replaced by the disciplined steel of a trained shinobi. I am honored, sir. Hashirama chuckled, a warm, earthy sound. At ease, child. I see you were meditating. I didn't mean to interrupt. Yes, Lord first. Naruto straightened, though he kept his posture respectful. Your father came to me, Hashirama said, walking closer, his wooden sandals clicking softly against the stone path. He had some suspicions regarding your growth. I'm here to verify them. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, his sharp mind connecting the dots. He was rattled after he checked my elemental affinities, he stated, testing the waters. Am I right? Hashirama blinked, staring at the boy for a second before throwing his head back in a boisterous laugh. Ha! You're certainly sharper than I was at your age, that's for sure. Naruto stared at the laughing legend, a single bead of sweat sliding down his temple. Is this really the god of shinobi? As quickly as the laughter came, it vanished. Hashirama cleared his throat, and the atmosphere in the garden suddenly grew heavy, the air thick with power. Sit, Naruto, Hashirama said, his voice dropping an octave. I will explain everything. Hiruzen let out a long, weary puff of smoke, his eyes scanning the endless mountain of paperwork on his desk. The village was at peace, but the administration was a war of its own. Sarutobi. The double doors to the office exploded open, slamming against the walls with a violence that nearly rattled the third Hokage out of his chair. Hashirama-sama, Hiruzen gasped, clutching his chest. Please, the door has hinges for a reason. Shut up and listen, Hashirama barked, marching up to the desk with a manic grin. Naruto stays with me. He will not be assigned to a genin team, and he will have no jonin instructor. He operates solo under my direct supervision until I say otherwise. Hiruzen stared at the first Hokage, completely dumbfounded. He set his pipe down slowly. Naruto? Minato's son? Why does a fresh graduate concern you? Hashirama leaned over the desk, his eyes sparkling. The boy has would release. Hiruzen's jaw unhinged. What? Right? Can you imagine it? Hashirama threw his hands up, laughing boisterously. Finally, someone with my bloodline, and from Mito's clan no less. Ashina would have been so proud of this. Hiruzen blinked, his shock momentarily replaced by confusion. Who? Uzumaki Ashina? Hashirama paused, looking at Sarutobi expectantly. The clan head? My contemporary. Hiruzen searched his memory for a moment before shaking his head. Never heard of him. Hashirama's shoulders slumped immediately. Oh! The dinner table was quiet. Usually, Naruto's silence was a staple of the household, a calm center in their daily storm. But tonight, the silence felt heavy because Jiraiya was there, and wherever the Toad Sage went, noise usually followed. Just a year ago, I was training a boy with the Rinnegan, Jiraiya said suddenly, his gaze fixed on Naruto. After that, I thought I'd seen it all. Nothing is impossible to me anymore. Naruto looked up from his bowl. What was he like? A redhead. Like you, Jiraiya noted, a nostalgic smile touching his lips. But he never had the first Hokage as a master. He just had the simple, gallant Jiraiya. He ended with a hearty laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. Naruto set his chopsticks down, his expression conflicted. I always expected to be your student, Jiraiya-sensei. But Hashirama-sama, he's different. He acts a bit silly, but standing next to him, I could feel it, the sheer power rolling off him. This is for the best, Naruto, Jiraiya said, reaching over to clap a heavy, reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. Besides, who said I won't still teach you? You can still have two masters. Minato nodded in agreement. Sensei is right. Hashirama-sama is a man who suffered greatly for the peace we live in today. If anyone has the right to train his heir, it is him. Kushina, however, seemed focused on a different detail. She tapped her chin thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing with a distinctly feminine intensity. Not to mention, the man is 70 years old but looks like he's in his late 40s, she muttered. That must be a phenomenal skin routine. All right, Naruto, Hashirama declared excitedly, slapping his knees as he stood before the redhead. I've never actually had a student of my own before, so we're going to be figuring this out as we go. Naruto blinked, tilting his head. I thought the third was your student, Hashirama-sama. Hashirama waved a hand dismissively. Nah, Sarutobi was Tobirama's headache. I just taught him a trick or two on the side. He grinned broad and bright. And dropped the sama. Call me Hashirama-sensei. Naruto looked hesitant for a moment, the weight of the title feeling strange on his tongue, but he nodded firmly. Hi, Hashirama-sensei. All right, here is how it works. First, focus your chakra into both hands. Earth nature in one, water in the other. Don't just hold them. Knead them until they become one source of life. Hashirama explained, his hands flowing into the snake seal. Like this. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth groaned. A massive tree burst from the soil, spiraling upward and shaking the entire training ground of the Senju compound with the force of its growth. Whoa! Naruto breathed, his blue eyes wide as the shadow of the Titan fell over him. Now you go, Hashirama cheered. Naruto nodded, his expression sharpening into focus. He closed his eyes, centering himself. Earth, water, combine. He took a deep breath and slammed his palms together, mimicking the snake seal perfectly. The ground shuddered, not a quake like Hashirama's, but a heavy vibration. Crack. Soil flew into the air as a tree shot up, twisting and locking into place. It was shorter than Hashirama's ancient oak, but it was thick, sturdy, and undeniably alive. I can't believe it. Naruto stared at his hands, then at the tree. I did it. Naruto, you got it on the first try. Hashirama was practically vibrating with joy. You truly are a prodigy. What on earth is going on here? The roar cut through the celebration like a blade. Tsunade stomped onto the training field, her eyes blazing. The whole compound was shaking. I thought the Ninetales was loose. She stopped, blinking as she spotted the redhead. Naruto, what is Minato and Kushina's brat doing here? Suna, Hashirama pointed excitedly at the fresh wood. Look, Naruto, show Tsuna what you just did. 2 years later. As time passed, Naruto came to a realization. His sensei might have been a goofball who laughed too loud and gambled too much, but when the moment called for it, he was terrifyingly absolute. There were flashes of the Senju Hashirama, moments of gravity that reminded everyone why his name shook the whole ninja world. These scrolls contain the sum of my knowledge, noted down throughout my life, Hashirama said, his voice quiet as he unfurled a heavy, ancient-looking parchment. Tobirama added his own findings in the margins. He was always the intelligent one between us. Naruto offered a small, knowing smile. You are no fool, sensei. You just love to boast about your little brother, calling him a genius so no one forgets him. Hashirama chuckled, a soft, melancholy sound. I guess you saw right through me. He ran a finger over the ink, tracing his brother's sharp, precise handwriting. He died 15 years ago, but I still miss him every day. He was a stoic man, hard as stone to the outside world, but always so gentle on the inside. I never had siblings, Naruto murmured, looking down at his hands. I don't know how that feels. You will, Hashirama reassured him with a warm grin. Minato and Kushina are still young. Give them time. He tapped a specific section of the scroll, changing the subject. This is the methodology for my sage mode. I created it from scratch. Unlike young Jiraiya, who was taught by the toads of Mount Myaboku, or the snakes of Ryuchi. Wow, Naruto muttered, his eyes widening as he looked at the complex diagrams. The sheer scale of chakra control required was dizzying. Maybe when you are a bit older. Your body isn't ready for that kind of nature energy yet, Hashirama mused, rolling the scroll back up. Speaking of readiness, How is the Laughing Buddha jutsu going? Naruto's sweat dropped, his enthusiasm deflating instantly. I mastered it, but sensei, can't we adjust the name? Laughing Buddha sounds really silly. No, Hashirama barked, his face dead serious. Naruto just sighed, his shoulders slumping. Hi, sensei. Keeping a shinobi like Naruto who possessed would release locked inside the village is strategic suicide, Danzo barked, slamming his fist on table. We should be displaying Konoha's power to the other nations, not hiding it in the Senju compound. He was even forbid to use with style in the Chunin exams he won. Hiruzen exhaled a long, weary plume of smoke, rubbing his temples as he looked at his old rival. Danzo, for the last time, this is not a council decision. This is Lord First's direct order. Hiruzen is right. Danzo, Hamura interjected calmly, adjusting her glasses. We cannot argue with Hashirama-sama. He founded this village. His authority supersedes ours. Danzo's visible eye narrowed, his frustration palpable. And how long will this order stand? Until the boy is an old man? While IWA and Kumo deploying their forces, we let our strongest asset play gardener. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, a small, challenging smirk playing on his lips as he gestured toward the door. Why don't you go ask him yourself? The wind atop the Hokage monument was cold, carrying the scent of rain and the distant, metallic tang of iron. Hashirama stood on the edge of his own stone likeness, watching the sun bleed into the horizon. I dreamed of peace, Hashirama whispered, his voice carried away by the gale. I founded this system to stop children from dying in ditches. I caught the tailed beasts and distributed them among the nations. I thought a balance of power would force hands to unclench. He closed his eyes, pain etching deep lines into his face. All of that, and yet, peace was never truly achieved. They say the war has already begun in the borders, Naruto murmured, stepping up beside his sensei. He didn't look like a boy anymore. The training had sharpened him. The tension is snapping. Soon enough, I will be deployed. I know how the higher-ups think. We must show prowess. Everything I have done, was it for nothing? Hashirama asked the empty air, his shoulders slumping under the weight of history. It feels like just yesterday I was standing on this very cliff. With Madara. Naruto's eyes widened. It was the first time he had ever heard his sensei speak that name aloud. Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha leader. Madara, Naruto echoed softly. Yeah. Hashirama let out a dry, humorless chuckle. He was the one who named this village, Kanahagakure, the village hidden in the leaves. He looked down at the village lights flickering on, one by one. In the end, I killed him to protect the village. I killed my best friend, just to live long enough to witness war after war. No matter the era, there is always a fight. The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. Naruto stood there, trying to reconcile the monster from the history books with the man who named their home. Go home, Naruto, Hashirama said finally, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. I want to stay here a little longer. Hi, sensei. Naruto bowed to the broad back of his master and turned to leave. The wind howled across the stone faces, tugging at his flak jacket as he began to walk away. He had taken only a few steps when the deep voice cut through the gale. Naruto. He stopped, freezing in place before looking back over his shoulder. Sensei? Hashirama didn't turn. He stood like a statue, silhouetted against the dying light of the setting sun. If anything happens to me, protect this village. Place it above your life, above your heart. And always do the right thing. Naruto stared at the man who had built their world. He straightened his posture, his expression hardening into a solemn vow. I will, Naruto promised, his voice steady against the wind, because doing what is right is always the right thing. Sensei is depressed, Naruto muttered, staring into the flickering flames of the hearth. He looked up, his blue eyes serious. I mean really depressed. It's not like when he loses at gambling. It's heavy. He sat on the floor rug beside his father, watching his mother's nimble fingers work a needle through the fabric of a blue blouse. I can't blame him, Minato said softly, not looking up from the book in his lap. To live as long as he has, only to see war after war. He turned a page, the sound crisp in the quiet room. Tomorrow you are coming with me, Naruto. You'll meet my new genin team. All right, Tusan. Kushina sighed, the sound trembling slightly as she bit off a thread. She smoothed the blue fabric of Minato's undershirt, her hands lingering on the material. So it really is war. She looked from her husband to her son, her eyes glistening. And now I must send both of you out there. Don't worry, Ka-san. Naruto grinned. Tusan is the yellow flash. And well, me is me. Minato chuckled, the sound warm and grounding. He reached out to ruffle Naruto's red hair. Well, as optimistic as that logic is, Naruto is right. We will be fine, Kushina. Kushina managed a small, brave smile, though her grip on the uniform tightened. I hope so. Team, listen up. Minato gestured to the redhead standing beside him. This is my son, Naruto. Naruto stepped forward, adjusting the green flak jacket that marked his rank as a chunin, a stark contrast to the fresh genin status of two of the team members. Pleased to meet you, Naruto said, offering a short, polite bow. His bright blue eyes locked onto the silver-haired boy instantly. You must be Hatake Kakashi. I've heard a lot about you. Kakashi gave a curt, respectful nod. Hello. Naruto smiled at the masked prodigy before shifting his gaze to the other two. His smile faltered slightly into genuine, blunt confusion. I don't know who you two are. A visible vein throbbed on the boy with the goggles' forehead. The girl stepped in quickly, smiling sheepishly to diffuse the tension. Noera Rin. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. And I am Uchiha Obito. The boy pointed a thumb at his chest, striking a dramatic pose. The future Hokage. Whoa, that's my dream too. Naruto beamed, rubbing the back of his neck in a gesture that was identical to his father's. But I think we'll both have to compete with my dad first, you know? Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lose, Obito declared passionately, shaking a fist at the redhead. Not to you and not to Sensei. While it's refreshing to see such passion, Minato interjected, his voice cutting through the banter. He placed a hand on Obito's shoulder, his expression shifting from amusement to the steel of a wartime commander. We don't have time for this right now. We must meet with Lord Third immediately. The playful atmosphere evaporated instantly. Three heads nodded in unison, their postures snapping into rigid attention. Hi, Sensei. Nice guys, Naruto thought with a smile. Hiruzen waited until the heavy oak door clicked shut behind Kakashi, Obito, and Rin before turning his gaze to the father and son remaining in the room. Naruto, Hiruzen began, his voice dropping to a confidential timbre. I have consulted with Hashirama-sama and Minato regarding your deployment. On this mission, you are to use wood release. The third Hokage leaned back, interlacing his fingers, looking weary. It weighs heavily on me to ask this of a 7-year-old, to make you a target so soon. But with the tensions rising, we must display Konoha's true power to the other nations. We must remind them of the legacy we hold. Naruto didn't flinch. He adjusted his stance, looking every bit the soldier despite his size. I shall serve the village in whatever way keeps it safe, Sandaime-sama. Hiruzen nodded, a flicker of pride in his tired eyes. I know you will. He shifted his gaze to the blonde Jonin. Minato, led them well. Good luck. Father and son straightened simultaneously, snapping into a crisp bow. Hi! Outskirts of Land of Fire. It really is impressive, isn't it? Rin chirped, adjusting her medical pouch as they walked. She looked between the silver-haired prodigy and the redhead who looked like a miniature version of their sensei. Both you and Kakashi are already chunin at such a young age. Naruto scratched his cheek, smiling at the praise. Thanks, Rin. He turned his bright blue eyes toward the Uchiha walking beside him. Hey, Obito? What? Obito grunted, adjusting his goggles. Can I see your Sharingan? I've heard the Uchiha clan is amazing. A sharp, dismissive scoff cut through the air before Obito could answer. Kakashi didn't even look back, but the sound was enough. Obito's face flushed a deep crimson, his fists clenching at his sides. Even Rin had to hide a small, awkward giggle behind her hand. I haven't awakened it yet, Obito stammered, looking down at his feet. Oh! Naruto blinked, realizing his mistake, but quickly grinned, slapping Obito on the back. Well, don't worry about it. You're an Uchiha, right? You'll get those eyes eventually. Obito's posture straightened, the humiliation fading into a grateful grin. You know, you're a really nice guy, Naruto. Unlike a certain gray-haired, mask-wearing jerk I know. HN. Whatever, Kakashi muttered, bored. Naruto chuckled sheepishly at the dynamic, but the laughter died down as Minato stopped abruptly in front of them. The playful atmosphere vanished instantly. All right, team, listen up, Minato said, his voice dropping into professional seriousness. From this point, we split up. I will proceed solo to draw the enemy's attention. He looked at his son and his student, his gaze sharp. Kakashi, Naruto, you two will lead the team to the rendezvous point. Stay sharp and stay safe. Naruto's brow furrowed as the forest around them seemed to darken, not from clouds, but from the sheer wall of bodies blocking out the sun. 50 Cloud Shinobi, the full platoon. There are too many of them. Obito stammered, his goggles fogging up with panic as he backed away. This is bad. We have to retreat, Kakashi barked, his hand already reaching for a smoke bomb. Formation B, move. Wait, Kakashi. Naruto's voice was calm, cutting through the rising panic like a blade. He didn't move, his blue eyes scanning the enemy line. We can't outrun them. Not 50. They'll just pick us off from the trees. Listen to the redhead, brats. The Kyuubi captain sneered, stepping forward with his blade drawn. He signaled his men, the metal of 50 headbands glinting in the dappled light. Surrender the girl or die here. Naruto ignored him. He ignored his team's ragged breathing. He simply stepped forward, bringing his hands together into a single, heavy seal. Tiger. The air suddenly changed. It grew heavy, dense, and suffocating, pressing down on the lungs of every shinobi in the clearing. The ground beneath their feet groaned, a deep, resonant vibration that rattled teeth. What is this chakra? Kakashi thought, his eye widening as he felt the sheer pressure radiating from the redhead. It wasn't the sharp, stinging chakra of a prodigy. It was vast and terrifyingly alive. Humph! Naruto exhaled a short, sharp breath. Crack. What is wrong with this kid? The Kyuubi captain roared, sensing the shift in the earth. Attack! Kill them all now! It was too late. Naruto's fingers shifted, locking the final seal. Snake. Moukton, Jukai Kutten, would release Deep Forest Emergence. The ground exploded. It wasn't just trees growing. It was a tidal wave of timber. Roots as thick as houses erupted from the soil, twisting and lashing out like angered serpents. The Kyuubi shinobi didn't stand a chance. Their battle cries turned into screams of terror as the forest swallowed them whole, binding them, crushing them, and burying them beneath a canopy that hadn't existed seconds ago. The roar of the earth was deafening, shaking the very foundation of the land, and then, just as quickly as it had begun, silence fell. 50 men, gone, replaced by a dense, impassable jungle. Naruto narrowed his eyes, catching sight of a single shadow flickering away through the distant branches. One escaped, he noted, lowering his hands. Good. Someone has to tell the Raikage what happened here. He exhaled slowly, the oppressive aura vanishing, and turned back to his team. They were staring at him, not with relief, but with absolute, unadulterated reverence. And Naruto, Rin breathed, her hands covering her mouth. That was... Would release, Kakashi finished, his voice hollow. He stared at the twisted roots, realizing the legends of the first Hokage weren't just stories. Why you? Obito broke the silence, launching himself forward and grabbing the redhead by the shoulders. You are amazing. Naruto blinked as he was shaken back and forth, a small, sheepish chuckle escaping his lips. I should probably get used to this, he thought, scratching the back of his head. Then Naruto just stood there. The earth started cracking, and then, bam, a whole King jungle appeared out of nowhere. Obito waved his arms wildly, trying to encompass the sheer scale of the destruction to his teacher. Rin drove a sharp elbow into his ribs. Obito! Language! Ow! Right, sorry. Obito yelped, rubbing his side, though his grin didn't falter. He looked at Naruto like he was a shiny new kunai. But seriously, sensei, trees, everywhere. Naruto stood nearby, his face burning a bright crimson. He rubbed the back of his neck, staring intently at his sandals, clearly unused to being the center of such explosive praise. Minato chuckled, the sound warm and grounding amidst the excitement. He looked at his son, his blue eyes softening with a mixture of amusement and unparalleled pride. Well, Minato said, placing a hand on Naruto's head. He is certainly terrifying when he gets serious. Jiraiya-sensei considers him his student. Minato thought, watching the way the sunlight caught the red in his son's hair, so similar to Kushina yet carrying the weight of the first. Could it be? Is he the one? 1 week later. I can't believe I'm dying while the brat is outside the village, Hashirama thought with a surge of genuine annoyance. He coughed, a wet, rattling sound that shook his frail frame against the futon. It had been a week since Naruto left, and his own strength was fading faster than the setting sun. Grandfather! The shoji screen slammed open, nearly flying off its tracks. Tsunade burst into the room, grinning like she'd just won the lottery, clutching an orange book in her hand. What is it, Tsuna? He wheezed, trying to sit up. You have to see this, Tsunade exclaimed, shoving the book into his trembling hands. Page 28. The new international edition just dropped. Hashirama raised a skeptical eyebrow but complied, his fingers fumbling with the pages until he reached the marked spot. He gasped. Bingo book entry, Kanahagakure. Name, Namikaze Naruto. Age 7. Appearance, red hair, small stature. Rank, S-class, flea on sight. Moniker, the boy wonder. Abilities, confirmed user of the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Incident report, single-handedly incapacitated a platoon of 50 Kumojonin within seconds. Current status, extremely dangerous. Ha! Hashirama let out a boisterous laugh that immediately turned into a coughing fit, but his smile was blinding, erasing the years from his face. He slapped the book with pride. That is my heir. I can't believe it. Kushina stared at the page, her violet eyes wide enough to swallow the world. She sat on the engawa, the tea beside her having long gone cold, clutching the orange book like a lifeline. Do you see this, Makoto? Do you actually see this? Beside her, the usually unflappable Uchiha matriarch looked as if she had been hit with a genjutsu. Makoto nodded slowly, her gaze glued to the red S stamped next to the boy's picture, unable to process the text. You never told me, Makoto whispered, finally finding her voice. Kushina, you never told me he could do that. I didn't know, Kushina exclaimed, her face flushing a deep, proud red that matched her hair. She looked ready to detonate with sheer joy. I knew he was talented. I knew Hashirama-sama training him. But this good. He's 7, Makoto. This is my son. Deep within the seal that bound Uzumaki Kushina, a massive shadow stirred in the darkness. The nine-tails groaned, the sound vibrating through the endless water of its cage like distant thunder. It wasn't just annoyance that caused the great beast to shift uneasily. Beneath the hatred, there was a flicker of something else, a memory of wood and suppression, of a power that turned Bijou into pets, that it had hoped never to feel again. The giant red eyes narrowed, glowing in the dark. This freaking kid. Well, Jiraiya? Orochimaru purred, his voice smooth and laced with that characteristic, polite malice. It appears your golden boy Minato has been eclipsed, and by his own 7-year-old son, no less. The snake Sannin stared at the open bingo book, his golden eyes narrowing as he traced the S-rank designation. I must admit, this is terrifying, to think a mere child commands such power. A cold shiver crawled down Orochimaru's spine, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. It was absurd, really, to feel a flicker of primal fear from a photograph and a few lines of text. Yet, the implications of wood release were not lost on him. Jiraiya didn't rise to the bait. He simply took a swig from his sake cup, a soft, proud smile spreading across his face as he looked at the red-haired boy in the photo. Way to go, Naruto. Naruto let out a heavy sigh as the sprawling Senju estate came into view. It wasn't just a compound. It was a monument to history, a place where the village's heart had first started beating. The walk here had been exhausting. Since his return, the village had looked at him differently. There were reverent bows from civilians, whispers of the boy wonder, and awestruck congratulations from Shinobi twice his age. It was too much. Even his mother's hug earlier, a bone-crushing embrace of relief and pride, had felt suffocating because of the dread settling in his gut. As he reached the main gate, he stopped. Tsunade was standing there, leaning against the timber frame. She wasn't wearing her usual confident smirk. Her expression was melancholy, her eyes red-rimmed. "Welcome home, boy wonder," she muttered, the nickname sounding heavy on her tongue. She pulled him into a brief, tight hug, burying her face in his shoulder for a fleeting second. Naruto hugged her back, but his frown deepened as she pulled away. "Tsunade, what is it?" She didn't meet his eyes. She just gestured toward the main house. "He is waiting for you." Naruto's breath hitched. The implication hung in the air like a guillotine blade. He walked to the master bedroom, his steps feeling leaden. His hand trembled as he reached for the sliding door, the wood cool against his sweating palm. Taking a shaky breath, he slid it open. He almost gasped. The god of Shinobi, the man who tamed tailed beasts and built villages, looked small. Hashirama lay beneath heavy quilts, his skin pale and papery. A wet, rattling cough shook his frame as the fresh air hit him. "Oh, the boy wonder returns," Hashirama wheezed, managing a weak, lopsided grin. "Come here, kid." Naruto forced a smile onto his face, fighting the sting in his eyes as he approached the futon and sat on his knees. "Sensei." "Thank the stars you came early," Hashirama whispered, his voice barely a rasp. "Dying before seeing you one last time. That would have been bad form." What are you talking about?" Naruto's voice cracked, the denial rising in his throat. "You're Hashirama Senju. You're not going to." "Naruto." The tone was soft but absolute. Hashirama reached out, his hand trembling as he rested it on Naruto's knee. "This is enough for me. I have already lived too long." He saw the tears welling up in his student's blue eyes and shook his head gently. "Please, do not cry. Crying for an old geezer like me, while our young shinobi are dying out there on the battlefield. It feels humiliating." "Yes, sir," Naruto choked out, wiping his eyes furiously with his sleeve. He straightened his back, trying to be the soldier his sensei needed him to be. Hashirama gazed up at the ceiling, his eyes losing focus as he drifted into memory. "Still, I always believed I would die on the battlefield, clashing with titans, reshaping the map, but dying like this, in a warm bed." He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. "Ha! Madara must be laughing at me right now." The great Hashirama, passing away in his sleep. His expression softened, a profound peace settling over his features. "But maybe now I can finally see him again. And this time, maybe we won't have to fight." "Sensei," Naruto cried out, unable to hold it back anymore, grabbing Hashirama's hand with both of his. Hashirama's grip tightened, a final surge of the strength that had once held the world together, before slowly, gently relaxing. "Good luck, Naruto," Hashirama breathed, his eyes sliding shut, a faint smile gracing his lips. "My dreams, I entrust them all to you." Thinking back then, what were Sensei's dreams after living so long? The peace of world, or just protect his village? Naruto told his companion as he stared at the Hokage momentum. "It feels unreal," Naruto murmured, standing before the fresh grave. The stone was cold, the earth still overturned. "To think he is really gone." Minato placed a comforting hand on his son's shoulder, his presence a warm anchor against the grief. "This is the cycle of life, Naruto. It is a heavy lesson, but one day, you will understand." Tsunade nodded slowly, her eyes lingering on her grandfather's name carved into the granite. She reached out, squeezing Naruto's other shoulder. "You gave him a spark in his final days, Naruto," she said softly, her voice thick with emotion. "Watching you, teaching you, I think he felt like he was back in the old times. You made him feel alive again." Naruto managed a small, sad smile, his gaze never leaving the grave. I only tried to be worthy of him. The death of the first Hokage struck Konoha like a bolt of lightning. Even though he had been retired for decades, his mere presence had been a silent pillar of comfort for the village. A living monument that was now gone, leaving the leaf feeling a little colder, a little more vulnerable. Naruto, I'm so sorry. We just heard, Rin said softly, her eyes filled with genuine sympathy. Naruto managed a strained smile, waving off her concern gently. It's fine, Rin. Hashirama-sama wouldn't want us brooding around his grave. We have a war to fight, after all. Naruto is right. Obito clenched his fist, fire burning in his eyes. Now it's our turn. It is our duty to protect the village in his place. If the village is under your care, we are truly doomed, Kakashi stated blankly, not even looking up. What did you say, Kakashi? Watching the familiar chaotic bickering, both Rin and Naruto let out a small, relieved chuckle. Life, despite the grief, went on. 1 year later, 8 years old Naruto. That golden hair, that teleportation jutsu. Akumo Jonin stumbled back, his voice trembling as he recognized the silhouette. It's the yellow flash. We have to retreat, or we're all dead. Stand your ground, cowards. A massive figure stepped forward, lightning chakra exploding around his body like a living storm, crackling with the deafening sound of 1,000 birds. The future Raikage grinned savagely as his eyes locked onto the redhead. Look closer. The boy wonder is here too. Roared, his muscles tensing. If we kill these two, we don't just win a battle, we end the war right here. Naruto scoffed, standing casually beside his father despite the crushing killing intent washing over them. You uncultured brutes really think you have a chance? Tusan alone is enough to handle the likes of you. Minato didn't boast. He simply pulled a handful of his signature tri-pronged kunai from his pouch, the metal glinting in the sun. Naruto, stay back, Minato ordered calmly, his voice a sharp contrast to the thundering lightning. He threw the blades, scattering them across the battlefield in a seemingly random pattern. I've got this. Flash. In the blink of an eye, Minato was gone. Naruto smirked as he watched the scene unfold in slow motion. Attacked empty air, his lightning-clad fist hitting nothing but the afterimage. Minato had already materialized above him, a Rasengan swirling violently in his hand, poised to drive it into the future Raikage's exposed back. It's over, Naruto thought. But then his blue eyes widened. From behind the strange, rapping shinobi wearing sunglasses, a massive, fleshy tentacle erupted with terrifying speed. It whipped out, intercepting Minato's attack and forcing the yellow flash to teleport away to avoid being crushed. That chakra, Naruto muttered, sensing the dense, malicious energy. Hachibi. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing whistle cut through the chaotic noise of the battlefield. Naruto's head snapped toward the sound. Tusan, that's the signal. We have to pull back. Minato reappeared next to one of his kunai, sliding to a halt. He narrowed his eyes at the Jinchuriki and his brother, calculating the odds in a split second. You go, Naruto, Minato commanded, not taking his eyes off the enemy. I will follow. 9 years old Naruto. The rain fell in sheets, a relentless, gray curtain that soaked the world to the bone. These specific features, the red hair, the chakra signature, Konan murmured, her amber eyes wide as she peered through the downpour. I can't believe it. The boy wonder is actually real. Yeah. A young voice cut through the sound of the rain, sounding amused. Whoever said I wasn't? Konoha's boy wonder. Halt right there and state your business. A boy with spiky orange hair, cloaked in black fabric adorned with red clouds, stepped out from the mist. He stood with an authority that betrayed his age, flanking 2 others. Naruto skid to a stop, his sandals splashing in the mud. He looked at the leader, then at the girl with the paper flower, but his gaze froze on the third figure. The redhead, the eyes. Ripple patterns, purple. Naruto's breath hitched. Those eyes. The Rinnegan? Wait a minute. He pointed an accusatory finger at them, his blue eyes wide. You guys are the orphans Jiraiya-sensei wouldn't shut up about. The tension in the air shattered instantly. The 3 AIM ninja blinked in unison. The hostility drained from the orange-haired leader's face, replaced by a wide, beaming grin. "You know Jiraiya-sensei?" Yahiko exclaimed, stepping closer, completely forgetting his guard. "Yeah." Naruto grinned back, wiping rain from his forehead. "He was my dad's sensei, the Yellow Flash, and he taught me a thing or two as well. He told me about the 3 kids he trained in the rain." "Whoa, that is so cool. So we're like grand students? Brothers?" Yahiko laughed, slapping his knee. "Small world." Behind him, Konan sighed, a visible sweat drop sliding down her temple despite the rain. Nagato offered a sheepish, quiet chuckle. "Yahiko," Nagato murmured softly, "I think you should be a bit more serious. That is the boy wonder standing there. He is an S-rank shinobi." "Oh, right. Cough." Yahiko straightened up, trying to compose his face back into the stoic mask of a leader. "I mean, yes, it is good to meet a student of sensei, but—" His expression hardened, the smile vanishing. "We cannot allow you to bring your war here. Amigakure is no longer a battlefield for the great nations to trample on. We are taking our country back." Naruto blinked, looking around at the desolate landscape. "Well, that sucks. My mission parameters are pretty specific about this sector. Where am I supposed to fight?" Yahiko crossed his arms, his purple-eyed friend stepping up beside him ominously. "Get out of our land. Go fight in your own backyard." Naruto tapped his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "How about you make me leave? I can't exactly explain to the Sandaime that I abandoned my post just because someone asked nicely." He grinned, the excitement of a challenge bubbling up within him. "But don't worry, I won't kill you. Jiraiya-sensei would never let me hear the end of it if I hurt his students." "You arrogant little brat," Yahiko snapped, his hand reaching for the hilt of his blade. "Boy wonder," Nagato began, stepping forward with a warning tone. "I don't think this is a wise choice." He cut himself off. The air suddenly grew heavy, vibrating with a density that made it hard to breathe. The rain seemed to slow down around the small Konohinin. "This chakra," Konan thought, sweat mingling with the rain on her face as she took an instinctive step back. "It's dense. It feels even more vast than Nagato's." Naruto clapped his hands together, the sound cracking like a whip. "Would release. Deep forest bloom." The earth roared. Massive roots tore through the muddy ground, twisting and rising into a gargantuan forest in seconds. The landscape was terraformed in the blink of an eye, and atop the twisting branches, enormous red flowers burst open. "Holy sh**t!" Yahiko yelped, stumbling back. Nothing could have prepared him for this scale. Nagato raised his hand, chakra gathering for a Shinra Tensei to repel the encroaching wood, but he froze. A thick, yellow mist was descending rapidly from the giant flowers. "Pollen? Konan. Yahiko, don't breathe," Nagato gasped, but it was too late. He watched his friends collapse mid-step. His own vision swam, his knees buckling under the weight of the potent neurotoxin. Darkness took him. Silence fell over the rain-soaked clearing. "Crap," Naruto muttered, the blue fading from his eyes as he looked at the 3 unconscious bodies. "I totally overdid it." He slammed his palm onto the ground, commanding the trees to retract, sinking the massive forest back into the earth as if it had never existed. A few minutes later, the 3 AIM orphans groaned, pushing themselves up from the mud, heads spinning and limbs heavy. "Man, I really wanted to see what those eyes could do, but I guess I got carried away," Naruto said, standing over them with a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his neck. "Well, I'm out." He turned to leave, waving a hand lazily. "Wait!" Yahiko shouted, struggling to stand, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're just leaving. You won. You could have killed us. Why didn't you?" Naruto paused, looking back over his shoulder. His blue eyes were serious, lacking the malice of a killer. "I don't go around killing people just because I can," he stated simply. With that, he flickered away, vanishing into the gray curtain of rain. Yahiko stared at the empty spot, then looked at his red-haired brother. "Sorry, Nagato, but that kid is infinitely cooler than you." Nagato just nodded dumbly, still terrifyingly aware of how close they had come to death. Unknown to Naruto, sparing them today would be the greatest mistake of his life. I can't believe it. You actually met them? How are they? Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Jiraiya exclaimed, beaming so hard he nearly knocked over his sake cup. Tell me everything. Naruto chuckled, poking at his grilled fish. They were cool, sensei. Especially Yahiko, he seemed like a genuinely good guy. A bit loud, kind of like you, but a leader also like you. And you really defeated them? With a single jutsu? Jiraiya pressed, his eyes wide. Yeah. Naruto scratched his cheek with his chopsticks. Though, to be fair, calling Deep Forest Bloom just a jutsu feels like an understatement. It's more of a force of nature. Damn. Jiraiya breathed out, a nervous chuckle escaping him as he pictured the devastation. You know, I'm really glad you're on our side, kid. Imagine having to face you and Minato on the battlefield. Geez, I'd just surrender. Minato sweat dropped, serving himself more rice. Sensei, can you stop inventing nightmare scenarios in your head and just eat your dinner? The food is getting cold. My son. Defeating a Rinnegan user before he even hits puberty. Kushina sniffed loudly, wiping a dramatic, fake tear from her eye. She grabbed Naruto's head and pulled him into a headlock of affection. I'm so proud. That's my boy. He's my student too, you know? Jiraiya interjected loudly, pointing a chopstick at the redhead to stake his claim. Which reminds me, pack your gear, Naruto. You're coming on a mission with us tomorrow. Us? Naruto wheezed, finally managing to pry himself loose from his mother's suffocating, affectionate headlock. He rubbed his neck, looking confused. You mean with Dad? No, kid. Jiraiya grinned, his chest puffing out with theatrical pride as he slammed his sake cup down. I mean us, the legendary Sannin. The Sandame has been talking to me lately, Minato said quietly, sitting on the edge of the bed. He looked at the redhead, seeing not just his son, but strangely enough, his best friend. He is thinking about passing the hat to me. Naruto's blue eyes widened, a genuine, beaming smile breaking across his face. That is wonderful, Tusan. After everything you've done, you deserve this. It's your right. Yeah. Minato exhaled, his expression softening into something profoundly serious. He reached out, placing a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder. But listen to me, Naruto. Keep this clearly in your mind. He squeezed gently. No matter what title I hold, or what I achieve out there, you will always be my greatest achievement. Minato leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper of absolute conviction. You are the village itself, Naruto. The legendary Sannin, the White Fang, even the Yellow Flash. We all have our shadows. We can all be stained by this world. But the boy wonder. He smiled, a mixture of hope and melancholy. He must always be Konoha's face, the beacon itself. Naruto stared at his father, the weight of the words settling over him like a heavy cloak. He felt a sudden lump in his throat, not from sadness, but from the sheer, crushing magnitude of his father's love and expectation. He saw the fatigue in Minato's eyes, the stains of war he was trying so desperately to keep off his son. He swallowed hard, his blue eyes burning with a fierce, new resolve. He didn't offer a childish grin or a joke this time. Instead, he placed his own hand over his father's. I will, Naruto promised, his voice steady. I'll be the fire that doesn't extinguish. How nice to finally share a mission with you, Naruto-kun. Naruto had never truly hated anyone. He was too young, too full of his father's light for such dark emotions. But this man, Orochimaru, he made Naruto's skin crawl. He didn't show it, though. Instead, he offered a polite, practiced smile. To be on a mission with the legendary three is the real honor, Orochimaru-san. Naruto replied smoothly. Always so diplomatic, Tsunade snorted, crossing her arms. You're already stronger than the three of us combined, kid. Cut the act. Naruto frowned, shaking his head. It's not about raw strength, Tsunade. It's about merit. I have a long way to go before I achieve what you three have done for this village. Save the speeches, Jiraiya interrupted, his voice dropping an octave. I sensed something. He wasn't wrong. In a flicker of movement, Three figures landed in the clearing ahead. Two boys and a blonde girl roughly Naruto's age, wearing Kumogakure headbands. The Kumo ninja froze as they realized who stood before them. The legendary Sannin. One of the boys, a dark-skinned shinobi with lazy eyes, gasped. Yujito, we have to retreat now. Tsunade blinked, looking between the enemies. What is this? They're just kids. Kids or not, Jiraiya murmured, eyes narrowing. That blonde girl feels off. The girl in question, Yujito, wasn't looking at the Sannin. Her sharp eyes were locked onto the redhead standing calmly in the center. You, she breathed, her stance shifting. You are the boy wonder. Yup. I can't believe it, she muttered, looking him up and down. You're actually real, and you're my age. Naruto sweat dropped, his shoulders slumping. What is with people thinking I'm a myth? This blonde girl. Orochimaru's voice slithered through the air, monotone and dangerous. If I am not mistaken, she is the vessel of the Two Tails. Well, this is interesting, Naruto said, his gaze sharpening as he studied her. She was fierce, he'd give her that, and admittedly kinda cute. They know, Yujito realized with a jolt. She didn't hesitate. She dropped to all fours, a feral growl ripping from her throat. Why Yujito? You're doing that here? The second boy, C, shrieked. Stay back, Darui. C, Yujito commanded, her voice distorting. A burst of blue fire exploded around her, followed by a dense, suffocating cloak of red chakra. Two tails formed behind her, whipping the air violently. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Tsunade exclaimed, looking more annoyed than impressed. She can control her bijou? Kids these days should stay home. Naruto, however, stepped forward, his eyes alight with genuine curiosity. Kumo ninja are surely amazing. First B-san, and now you? To think someone my age can control a tailed beast. He clasped his hands together. But I can't let you do that. Before Yujito could complete her transformation, the earth rumbled. Wooden pillars erupted from the ground, twisting around her limbs and pinning her down. What is this? Yujito panicked, thrashing against the wood. My power. It's fading. She felt the Two Tails chakra being sucked away, suppressed by a force far beyond her. Naruto appeared instantly before her, his palm glowing with the kanji for sit. 10th Edict on Enlightenment. He pressed his palm to her forehead. The red chakra hissed and vanished instantly. Yujito's eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward, unconscious. Yujito, she yelled, his legs shaking. Yujito was their strongest, and this monster had just taken her out like she was nothing. See, calm down, Darui hissed, gripping his sword, though his own knuckles were white. We might die here. Orochimaru stepped forward, a kunai raised, his golden eyes gleaming with malice. Well, what a waste. Here goes. Stop, Orochimaru-san. The command was soft, but it froze the Sannin in his tracks. Don't kill her. Orochimaru hissed, turning his head slowly to look at the boy. What are you talking about, Naruto? She is a Jinchuriki. This is our chance to cripple Kumo permanently. Naruto turned. His blue eyes were cold, devoid of the warmth he usually carried. The killing intent he released was focused, sharp, and terrifyingly heavy. Try doing it, Naruto whispered, and see what happens. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly. For a split second, he didn't see a boy. He saw Hashirama. He took a subtle step back, lowering the kunai. Jiraiya and Tsunade watched in stunned silence, realizing the boy wasn't asking for permission. He was giving an order. Naruto turned his gaze to the two trembling Kumogenin. You too, he barked. Take her, and tell your Raikage that he has already lost this war. All right, she stammered. Darui didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed the unconscious Yujito, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and the three of them vanished into the trees, leaving the leaf ninja alone in the clearing. Damn, I want to see her again, Naruto thought dreamily. After the mission was technically complete, Orochimaru didn't linger. With a vague excuse about things to monitor, he melted into the forest shadows, leaving an uncomfortable silence in his wake. Night had fallen, and the only sound was the crackling of the campfire. To think I would actually have to worry about my oldest friend, Jiraiya murmured, his voice heavy with a sadness that rarely touched his face. He stared into the dancing flames, seeing memories instead of fire. He's just getting darker, colder. He is envious, Jiraiya. Open your eyes, Tsunade snapped, though her voice lacked its usual bite. She flipped a skewered fish over the heat. First it was Minato and now, it's Naruto. He has always been an envious prick, chasing things he can't catch. Naruto said nothing for a long moment. He simply watched the firelight dance on his own grilled fish, his expression unreadable. As long as he remains harmless to the village, Naruto stated calmly, taking a bite, let him be envious. 10 years old Naruto. Shinobi of the stone. I bear a decree from the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto stood alone, a singular flash of red against the gray, rocky landscape. 100 IWNs stared him down, their killing intent heavy in the air. Naruto extended the scroll, his voice cutting through the wind with an authority that defied his age. This is an offer of peace, a chance to end this conflict before more blood is spilled. The IWA commander stepped forward, snatching the scroll from Naruto's hand with a sneer. He didn't even read it. With a maniacal grin, he tore the parchment in two, letting the pieces flutter to the dirt like dead leaves. Naruto closed his eyes, resisting the urge to scream, not in fear, but in sheer, agonizing frustration. We will give you our answer right here, boy, the commander roared, drawing his blade as his men cheered, eager for the kill. Naruto opened his eyes. They were cold. Foolish, he thought, the annoyance bubbling into a dangerous calm, that Tsuchikage already sent 500 men to the Western Front to die against his father. And now, he sends another 100 here to die against him. He looked at the shredded hope for peace lying in the mud. He was done with diplomacy. Very well, Naruto stated softly. The air suddenly stilled. He brought his hands together, fingers locking into a familiar, terrifying shape. Moukton. Naruto's boots skidded to a halt at the village gates, the dust settling around him. He had rushed here the moment he sensed their chakra signatures, a grin ready on his face to welcome his father's team home. But the grin died instantly. The silence that hung over them was heavy, suffocating, and wrong. Minato stood at the front, his usual warm, confident demeanor replaced by a mask of stone. His head was bowed, his uniform stained with dirt and dried blood. Beside him, Rin was trembling, her medical pouch looking untouched. And Kakashi, the silver-haired prodigy, looked like a ghost. He was staring at the ground, his left eye covered by a fresh, blood-soaked bandage. He looked small, broken. Naruto's blue eyes darted between them, counting. 1, 2, 3. His heart stopped. Where is Obito? Naruto demanded, his voice tight, the dread coiling in his stomach like a snake. Minato didn't look up. He couldn't. He simply closed his eyes and gave a slow, agonizing shake of his head. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Naruto took a stumbling step back, the air leaving his lungs. No, he whispered, the word shattering in the quiet morning air. No. 6 months later. I don't deny the will of stone, however. 600 of our forces were decapitated by the Yellow Flash and Boy Wonder. Dragging this war any further will have no value, Inoki stated, feeling humiliated. To think their nation would cripple before mere brats. What should we do, Sandaime? We will just accept Hiruzen's peace offer. Kurenai sighed, the tension of the last few years finally leaving her shoulders as she finished her dango. Finally, the war is really over. You're right, Asuma agreed, blowing the steam off his tea before taking a slow sip. We can finally breathe again. And not just that. Minato-sensei is officially becoming the 4th Hokage, Guy declared passionately, clenching a fist. But where is Kakashi? My eternal rival should be here. We should be celebrating the springtime of our youth together. Naruto frowned, staring at his half-eaten skewer. The sweetness tasted bland today. He's right there, Guy, Naruto said quietly. The group turned to look. Outside the dango shop, walking down the main street, was a lone figure. Kakashi didn't look left or right. His gaze was fixed on the ground, his path unerringly leading toward the cemetery. Guy immediately inhaled to shout a greeting, but Naruto raised a hand, stopping him. "Leave him be, Guy," Naruto murmured, his blue eyes dark. "I'll talk to him later." The table fell silent as they watched their friend walk away. "First Obito, and now Rin," Kurenai whispered, her red eyes filled with pity. "I wonder if he will ever bounce back from this." Naruto said nothing. He just watched Kakashi fade into the distance, a solitary shadow in a village full of celebration. Kakashi. Staring at their names won't bring them back, Kakashi. Naruto's voice was soft but firm as he stepped up behind the kneeling boy. "You have to move on." "You don't get it," Kakashi whispered, his voice cracking. He stared at the fresh stone, his single visible eye hollow. "I was trash to him. I mocked him, called him a nuisance. And yet he died saving me. He gave me his eye." He gritted his teeth, his shoulders shaking. "And then Rin. She's gone too. I couldn't protect either of them. I'm nothing but a failure." Naruto frowned, the pain evident in his own blue eyes. "I don't have a medical jutsu to fix your pain, Kakashi. You were the closest thing I ever had to a team." He looked down at his friend, his hand hovering for a moment before dropping to his side. "But you can't stay here forever. I don't know how you'll find the strength, but you will. You have to." Silence fell between them, heavy and suffocating, as they stood watch over the graves of the friends they couldn't save. Naruto stood among the village's elite, the standard issue green Jonin flak jacket fitting him snugly. To his left stood the Jonin commander, Shikakunara, looking unusually awake. To his right, his mother, Kushina, who was practically vibrating with pride. Naruto couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his face as he watched the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lift the ceremonial hat. The fourth Hokage. The hat changed hands, red and white passing from the old generation to the new. The professor has chosen his successor, Naruto thought, his chest swelling with pride as he watched his father's back. He will be the one. He is the one who will finally bring us peace. "We place our hope in you, Yondaime," Hiruzen said, his voice grave but warm. Minato took the hat, his blue eyes steel. He nodded, the weight of the office settling onto his shoulders. "I shall protect it with my life." Jiraiya-sensei said Orochimaru was absolutely heartbroken over the decision. Naruto chirped, his voice dripping with satisfaction. He stood beside his father atop the newly carved stone face, a monument Naruto himself had sculpted in a single day using earth release as a coronation gift. The wind whipped at their hair, the village spread out below them like a map. Minato chuckled, adjusting the white robes that still felt new on his shoulders. "I'm sure Orochimaru-san will come around eventually." "You're too nice, Too-san," Naruto scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Seriously, the guy is a snake. Just give the order, and I'll finish him off." Minato didn't even dignify the foolish offer with a look, his gaze remaining on the horizon. "There is nothing wrong with being kind, Naruto." "Humph, if you say so." Naruto's gaze lingered on his father's back, admiring the kanji for fourth Hokage emblazoned on the white Haori. "That coat really suits you, by the way. But I actually wanted to talk about Kakashi. He seems off." Minato's smile faded. He nodded slowly, his expression growing somber. "I know. I've been thinking about assigning him to the ANBU. If I keep him close under my direct command, maybe I can help him heal." Naruto snorted softly, a flicker of amusement returning to his face. "ANBU, huh? With that mask and his attitude? He certainly looks the part." 11 years old Naruto. "So, how is ANBU?" Naruto asked, glancing at the silent figure beside him. Kakashi was fully geared in his gray vest and dark undersuit, the porcelain mask resting on his hip. "Guy is worried, He says you don't fight him as much as you used to." Naruto paused to lick his blue popsicle, humming in appreciation. This is actually really good." "Guy overreacts. You know him," Kakashi replied flatly. He held his own popsicle loosely in his hand. Forgotten. A steady stream of melted blue juice dripped down the stick, staining his glove. He hadn't taken a single bite. He's just worried about you, Kakashi. Just like the rest of us. Naruto watched the melting treat, his gaze shifting from his friend's face to his hand. You gonna eat that? Kakashi didn't even look up. He simply sighed, a long, tired sound, and handed the popsicle over. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Ao. You caused quite the ruckus in the village after stealing that Byakugan, Naruto said with a terrifyingly casual amusement. He stood alone in the clearing, facing a squad of Kiri Hunter-nin. Ao was the only one unmasked, his stolen eye hidden behind an eye patch. Boy Wonder, O grunted, his hand hovering over his hilt. We are pursuing a target. Do not interfere with our business. Business? Naruto tilted his head. And what business is that? None of yours. Actually, it is, Naruto replied simply, his smile not quite reaching his cold blue eyes. You have trespassed onto the land of fire. Now you have two choices. Walk away, or I kill every single one of you right here. The air grew heavy with killing intent. Ao looked at the boy, the one who had decimated armies in the last war, and weighed his options. He chose the wisest one. We retreat, Ao barked, signaling his men. They vanished into the mist without a second glance. Naruto sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders as he watched them flee. A young, eager voice piped up from behind a tree. As expected, Naruto-sama, they just left without a fight. Naruto turned, a genuine smile softening his face as he looked at the 7-year-old boy with wild black curls and the Uchiha crest on his back. Well, they are the smart ones, Shursui, Naruto said, ruffling the new graduate's hair. Come on, let's go home. Shursui stared at the redhead's back, his dark eyes wide with absolute reverence. The stories, he realized with a jolt. They are real after all. You're pregnant? Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up like the sun. The shock melted instantly into pure, unadulterated joy. I'm going to be a big brother. He didn't wait for a confirmation, launching himself at his mother and wrapping her in a careful, desperate hug. We still don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, Minato stammered, his usual cool composure completely gone. He was vibrating with a goofy, nervous energy that Naruto had never seen before. I mean, names. We need names. What if it's a girl? What if it's a boy? We need a list. Narumi, Naruto stated firmly, cutting through his father's panic. He grinned, pointing a thumb at himself. Naruto and Narumi. We shall be the Naru siblings. Minato blinked, the name rolling around in his head. Narumi. His smile widened, soft and genuine. Narumi, I like it. It has a nice ring to it. What do you think, Kushina? Kushina looked down at her stomach, her eyes shimmering. It's a beautiful name. 1 year later, Naruto had shot up like a weed. At only 12 years old, he already stood at a towering 175 centimeters, 5 feet 9 inches, easily looming over his mother as he hauled the heavy grocery bags with casual ease. I still can't believe it. You're taller than me now, Kushina sighed, shaking her head as she looked up at him. At this rate, we'll have to stop calling you Boy Wonder. Maybe Man Wonder? She paused, grimacing at her own words. No, that sounds ridiculous. Naruto's sweat dropped, shifting a bag to his other hand. Pregnancy has really ruined your sense of humor, Ka-san. Shut up, brat. Oh, Kushina. Both mother and son turned to the familiar voice. Walking toward them was a beautiful woman with long, dark hair, cradling a toddler in her arms and guiding a quiet young boy by her side. Mikoto, Kushina squealed happily, waddling over to her best friend. Look at that belly. You look ready to pop any second. Mikoto laughed before turning her dark, teasing eyes to the tall redhead. And hello to you, Naruto-kun. Look at you. Getting more handsome every day, aren't we? Naruto felt his cheeks heat up slightly. Thanks, Mikoto-san. He gestured to the bundle in her arms. And this little one must be Sasuke? Yes, and here. Mikoto nudged the boy standing stiffly beside her leg. Come on, say hello. Itachi Uchiha looked up. His usually stoic, mature eyes were wide, filled with an uncharacteristic awe. He wasn't looking at a teenager. He was looking at a living legend. Naruto-sama. Itachi breathed, his voice hushed. He bowed deeply, a perfect 90-degree angle. I am very honored to meet you. Naruto blinked, then smiled warmly. Ah, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Itachi. Itachi straightened up, a faint blush dusting his cheeks. The boy wonder knew his name? Yes, sir. You know, he really looks up to you, Makoto teased, her eyes dancing with amusement as she exposed her son's secret. He keeps pestering Fugaku, asking exactly what you look like and if the stories are true. Keika-san, please, Itachi pleaded, his voice cracking. The stoic mask shattered completely, leaving a flustered boy burning with absolute embarrassment. Naruto laughed, a warm, easy sound that made Itachi's eyes shine even brighter. Well, Itachi, I can assure you most of the stories are right, but not that one. I didn't kill the third Raikage. Trust me, that man was a literal monster of nature. I don't think he can be killed by a human. He still did, though, Kushina murmured. The laughter vanished instantly. The atmosphere turned heavy, almost suffocating, as Kushina rubbed her swollen belly. Her eyes lost their teasing mirth, replaced by a deep, haunting fear. She looked up at her son, so tall, so strong, yet suddenly so fragile in her eyes. Even monsters die, Naruto. You can always get killed. Ka-san. Naruto murmured, his smile faltering at the sudden darkness in her voice. Makoto blinked, sensing the sharp drop in temperature. She let out a strained, awkward laugh, trying to fan away the gloom. Geez, Kushina. The pregnancy hormones are really making you morbid today. Anyway, we should get going. Fugaku is waiting for us. She gave a quick, apologetic wave and hurried Itachi along, escaping the heavy atmosphere. Naruto said nothing. He simply adjusted the heavy grocery bags in his hands and continued the walk home with his mother, the silence between them far louder than before. What was that back there, Ka-san? The question hung heavy in the air, disrupting the quiet clinking of chopsticks. It was just the two of them for dinner. Minato was still buried under a mountain of paperwork at the tower. It was nothing, Kushina murmured, pushing a piece of broccoli around her bowl, avoiding his eyes. Ka-san, Naruto said, his voice soft but insistent. Please, just tell me. Kushina sighed, a shuddering breath that seemed to take the fight out of her. She slowly lowered her chopsticks, the wood clicking against the ceramic bowl. Naruto, normal children don't become S-rank shinobi at 7 years old, she began, her voice trembling. They don't demolish entire armies before they even hit puberty. They don't face monsters like the third Raikage and walk away unscarred. She looked up at him then, her violet eyes swimming with unshed tears. I'm afraid, Naruto, you are growing too fast. You are burning too bright. I fear that. That I'll die young? Naruto finished for her, his voice flat. Yes, Kushina admitted, the first tear slipping down her cheek. I fear that one day, this legend you've built, it will come back to haunt you. Naruto didn't say a word. He simply stood up, walked around the small table, and wrapped his arms around her trembling shoulders, pulling her into a tight embrace. I promise you, Ka-san, he whispered into her red hair, you will never have to live through that. 1 week later, Minato stood protectively behind Kushina's chair, while Naruto sat at the far end of the table. Kushina, for the safety of the village, you will give birth inside a barrier on the outskirts, Hiruzen explained as he took his seat beside his wife. Biwako and Taji from the ANBU will escort you. We are leaving right now, Biwako declared, her voice authoritative and sharp. Minato grasped Kushina's hand tightly, offering a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry, I will get everything ready. He shifted his gaze down the table. Naruto. Sir. As we agreed, you will stay here. If anything happens, you guard the village. Naruto frowned, clearly wanting to be involved, but he nodded respectfully. Yes, father. Before Kushina turned to leave, she surprised Naruto by pulling him into a tight, fierce embrace. I'm so proud of you, she whispered. Naruto sat at his desk, mechanically swapping out scrolls, desperately trying to fix his attention on anything other than his family. But then he froze. A sudden chill settled over the room, not from the cold, but from a pressure that slammed into his senses. It was a dense, suffocating malice, so powerful and ancient that it made his breath hitch. No. The realization hit him just as a deafening roar tore through the night, shaking the very foundations of the house. The Kyuubi was out. Itachi bolted through the chaotic streets, his small lungs burning as he scanned the wreckage for his father. The ground shook violently, and he stumbled, clutching the bundle in his arms tighter. Then the sky went dark. He looked up to see a massive shadow descending rapidly. A colossal slab of stone dislodged from a building, falling directly toward him. He froze. There was no time to run. Accepting his fate, he squeezed his eyes shut and curled his body around the infant in his arms, shielding his brother with his own life. Wham! A deafening impact shattered the air, but the crushing weight never came. Instead, a shock wave of dust blasted over them. Ha! Itachi gasped, opening his eyes. Standing before him was Naruto, his fist still extended. The massive boulder had been reduced to a cloud of fine gravel and dust. Itachi, get your brother and get to the shelter immediately, Naruto ordered, his voice cutting through the panic. Itachi scrambled to his feet, awestruck. Why, yes, sir. With a blur of motion, Naruto vanished, reappearing instantly beside the third Hokage atop a roof overlooking the devastation. Naruto, good, Hiruzen barked, his adamantine staff already in hand. I will push it out of the village walls. You restrain it. Yes, sir. Naruto turned his glare toward the monstrosity before them. The wind howled around him, whipping his hair and coat dramatically as the beast roared. His heart hammered in his chest. He was terrified for his mother, his sister, his father. But when he witnessed the teleportation barrier of relief washed over him, his father was fighting. If he was alive, then his mother was alive. Enma, now, Hiruzen ordered before his staff elongated. Suddenly, the Kyuubi was shoved backward, skidding violently out of the village gates under the force of Hiruzen's assault. The beast recovered instantly, its slit red eyes locking onto the tiny figures daring to oppose it. Now, Naruto. Naruto didn't hesitate. He slammed his hands together in a snake seal, channeling a torrent of chakra into the earth. Wood release. Wooden dragon jutsu. The ground exploded upwards. A colossal wooden dragon burst from the soil, its timber jaws roaring silently as it lunged, coiling its massive body around the nine tails, binding its limbs and muzzling its jaws. Now is our chance. Attack him with all you've got, Hiruzen commanded the gathering forces. This is bad, Sandaime. I can barely hold it, Naruto gritted out through clenched teeth. Sweat poured down his face as he felt the sheer, overwhelming power of the beast straining against his jutsu. To think it would be this strong. Just buy us as much time as possible. Naruto dropped to one knee, his breath hitching in ragged gasps. His hands trembled as he held the snake seal, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. The Kyuubi wasn't just fighting the jutsu, it was tearing through it, the massive wooden dragon splintering under the sheer force of its malice. Suddenly, the beast's mouth fell open, dark chakra condensing rapidly into a terrifyingly dense sphere. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Tailed beast bomb. This bastard, it's doing it again, Hiruzen gritted out, bracing himself. But before the sphere could fully form, the sky seemed to fall. Boom! A colossal toad crashed down from the heavens, landing squarely on the Kyuubi's back and slamming its muzzle into the dirt. Yondaime! The frantic Anbu shouted. Father! Naruto yelled, realizing instantly what was happening. He scrambled to his feet, reaching out, but it was already too late. In a flash of yellow, both Minato and the Kyuubi vanished. The battlefield fell into a stunned, ringing silence. Minato! Hiruzen breathed, staring at the empty crater. He teleported the Kyuubi away. A heartbeat later, the horizon lit up. A catastrophic explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the ground beneath their feet and turning night into day. Sandaime, right there. Naruto pointed urgently toward the rising mushroom cloud. Let's go. Move out, Hiruzen commanded, leaping forward with Naruto right beside him. I can still do it, Minato, Kushina rasped, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. She bit her lip until it bled, forcing her exhausted chakra to flare one last time. Clang! Adamantine chains erupted from her back, shooting through the air to bind the Kyuubi, pinning its massive claws to the earth. The beast roared, thrashing against the golden binds. "Damn," Kushina whispered, her gaze softening as she looked at the crying bundle in Minato's arms. "Looks like I woke up Narumi." She looked back at the fox, her eyes resolute. "I will take the Kyuubi with me. Into death." Minato's eyes widened. "No, Kushina. Don't look at me like that, Minato." She chuckled weakly, blood trickling down her chin. I'm so glad you loved me. You and Naruto and this little lady. If I do this, I can save you all." "No, there is no need for that," Minato interrupted, his voice trembling but his resolve like steel. "I will seal half of the Kyuubi inside myself using the Shiki Fujin, and the other half, I will seal it inside Narumi using the Hack Fuin." Kushina's eyes widened in absolute horror. "No, that jutsu will kill you. Have you forgotten about Naruto? He needs his father. He can't face this world without you." Minato looked at his wife, a sad but trusting smile touching his lips as he thought of their firstborn. "Did you forget who our son is, Kushina?" Kushina paused. The panic in her eyes slowly faded, replaced by a tired, knowing smile. "He is the boy wonder." Naruto stood frozen behind the shimmering barrier, his blood turning to ice as he recognized the hand seals his father was weaving. Snake, boar, ram, hare. It was the Shiki Fujin, the Reaper death seal. Hot tears blurred his vision, spilling down his cheeks as he watched the nightmare unfold. The Kyuubi roared, its massive claw lunging forward to skewer the infant, only to be intercepted by flesh and bone. Crunch. Naruto stopped breathing. He watched, paralyzed by the barrier, as the beast's claw impaled his parents. He watched his mother, blood dripping from her lips, use her final moments to whisper love and warnings to his crying baby sister. "Naruto," Hiruzen murmured nearby, his voice trembling, unable to find words for the tragedy. In the span of a single night, his entire world had been annihilated. Then, a blinding light engulfed the clearing. The Kyuubi vanished, sealed away forever. The golden chains dissolved into sparks, and the barrier flickered and died. Minato and Kushina collapsed. Naruto didn't run. He vanished, reappearing instantly beside their fallen forms. He stood there, his hands shaking violently at his sides. The silence of the forest was louder than the roaring beast had ever been. He stared down at the corpses of his parents, the pool of blood widening beneath them, staining the grass crimson. His legs gave out. He crashed to his knees in the dirt, his head bowing low. "She knew," Naruto whispered, his voice cracking as a sob ripped through his chest. "She felt it coming." He reached out, his trembling fingers hovering over them, afraid to touch the cold reality of death. "I'm so sorry," he choked out, the tears falling freely onto his hands. "If only I was stronger. If only I was older." "Narumi, you poor girl." Naruto's voice was barely a whisper. He stared down at the infant in the crib, his gaze lingering on the complex, spiral seal etched into the soft skin of her stomach. She shifted in her sleep, a tuft of golden hair catching the dim light. "She is blonde, just like father." A sharp pang of grief hit him. He could vividly imagine the beaming smile Minato would have worn holding her, a happiness that had been stolen in an instant. To bear such a heavy burden at such a tender age, Hiruzen murmured, his voice thick with sorrow. He sat in a simple chair across from Naruto, pointedly avoiding the Hokage's desk. That seat felt like a tombstone now. He couldn't bring himself to claim it. "She will handle it," Naruto said softly, tracing the curve of her cheek. "She must. It is the only way to honor father and mother's sacrifice." A melancholic smile touched his lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Naruto," Hiruzen began, but the air in the room suddenly shifted. A swirl of leaves materialized in the center of the office, revealing an ANBU operative kneeling with his head bowed low. "What is it, ANBU?" Naruto demanded, his tone hardening instantly. "Sandaime-sama, Naruto-sama. The operative reported hastily. The counselors and clan heads have convened an emergency session. They are awaiting your presence immediately. Silence hung in the air for a heartbeat, followed by an explosion of killing intent. What do you mean, a meeting? Lord Fourth hasn't even been buried yet. Naruto's roar shook the glass in the window frames. The ANBU flinched visibly, terrified by the sheer ferocity radiating from the boy. I apologize, sir. I am merely relaying orders. Hiruzen remained seated, his expression turning grim. He was more practical than Naruto, but the disrespect of the timing made his blood boil. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Who called for this assembly? The ANBU hesitated for a fraction of a second. Danzo-sama. Naruto moved with the speed of a lightning strike. He thrust the sleeping baby into the arms of the bewildered ANBU guard outside the hall and turned toward the heavy oak doors. Boom! The doors didn't just open. They exploded inward, splintering off their hinges and crashing into the far wall. Hiruzen followed close behind, his face a mask of grim fury. You despicable vultures! How dare you! Naruto's roar shook the very foundations of the tower. He stood in the wreckage of the doorway, his eyes blazing as he surveyed the assembly. The clan heads, Choza, Shikaku, Fugaku, Inoichi, Hayashi, Tsum, Shibi, and the elders, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo. The clan heads shot to their feet, hands instinctively reaching for weapons pouches. For a split second, a terrifying thought crossed their minds. We survived the Nine Tails, only to die here? And Naruto, please calm down, Hamura stammered, raising a trembling hand. His plea died in his throat instantly as the redhead turned his gaze upon him, a look so cold it froze the elder in his seat. Lord Fourth's body isn't even cold yet, and you are already holding meetings to carve up his legacy? Naruto spat, stepping into the room. Danzo, was it you who called this session? Hiruzen stepped forward, his voice dripping with disgust. Have you absolutely no shame? Danzo remained seated, his solitary eye narrowing but his posture rigid. We are here to ensure the stability of the village, Hiruzen. We must discuss the disposition of the asset, the Jinchuriki. The air didn't just get heavy, it crushed them. It wasn't just killing intent anymore, it was raw, tangible chakra. The floorboards groaned and splintered under the invisible weight. The room began to shake violently, dust falling from the ceiling like rain. Naruto took a single step forward, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper that carried more weight than his shouting ever could. What did you just call my sister? Naruto, restrain yourself, Hiruzen shouted, though sweat beaded on his forehead. He had never seen the boy this volatile. Naruto looked ready to burn the entire building to the ground. Danzo's stone face turned into sweating mess. He was no fool. He felt the Reaper's scythe against his neck. He knew with absolute certainty that one wrong syllable would end his life right there. T the Fourth's daughter, Danzo corrected, his voice tight. Naruto held the stare for a terrifying second longer, the air crackling with energy. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep, shuddering breath. The crushing pressure vanished instantly. Around the room, the clan heads slumped, gasping for air they hadn't realized they were holding. My apologies, Naruto stated simply, though his voice was devoid of warmth. You can imagine the depth of my grief today. He swept his gaze across the room, locking eyes with the elders and clan heads. As for my sister, Narumi is not to be discussed. She is not to be approached. And as for anyone who dares to even think of her, the temperature in the room seemed to drop another 10 degrees. I will kill them. He let the words hang in the air, a promise rather than a threat. Now I shall return to mourn in peace. I do not want ANBU popping out of nowhere in my house. Is that clear? Without waiting for an answer, Naruto turned and walked away. The heavy silence of the meeting hall was broken only by the rhythmic, echoing tap, tap, tap of his footsteps fading into the corridor. I knew this was a bad idea, Shikaku exhaled, slumping back into his chair and wiping cold sweat from his brow. We nearly died just now. I have never seen him that angry, Tsum muttered, a rare shiver running down her spine. That wasn't just anger. That was pure bloodlust. His parents just died, Shibi replied, his voice a flat, logical drone as he calmly adjusted the rim of his dark glasses. What exactly did you expect? Hiruzen let out a long, weary sigh. He stared at the splintered remains of the door for a moment before turning his glare toward his shameless old friend. I hope you are satisfied, Danzo? Danzo remained silent. His visible eye lingered on the empty doorway, the cold reality finally settling in. Converting the Jinchuriki into a faceless asset was no longer an option. This meeting is adjourned. We will continue this after the funeral, Hiruzen ordered. 1 week later, Naruto sat alone at the dinner table, his unseeing gaze fixed on the wood grain. The house was silent, save for the faint, rhythmic breathing of his sister sleeping peacefully in the nursery they had prepared for her. The adrenaline of his earlier outburst had faded, leaving a cold pit of guilt in his stomach. Crashing the meeting had been inappropriate. He had let his rage blind him to the reality that the clan heads were suffering too. Their compounds were in ruins. They were desperate for leadership and stability, not threats. He had already sought them out individually to apologize. To his relief, they had brushed it off, their eyes filled with sympathy rather than resentment. They understood his pain even if his delivery had been extreme. After the funeral, a blur of black clothes and rain, he had retreated here. True to his demand, no one had approached the house since. Not neighbors, not friends, not even the ANBU. He was truly alone. Danzo, Naruto thought, burying his face in his palms. He is just like that snake, Orochimaru. I need to be careful around him. A dark, intrusive thought whispered in the back of his mind. Why not just kill him? His fingers tightened against his scalp. He had made the mistake of hesitation with Orochimaru, waiting for proof, waiting for a slip-up, only for the traitor to escape. The cost of that mercy had been high. No, what is happening to me? Naruto froze, horrified by his own train of thought. Since when was murder his first instinct? Since when was he this bloodthirsty? With a heavy, trembling sigh, he pushed himself up from the table. He wandered down the darkened hallway until he reached the one door he had been avoiding. His parents' room. He stood there for a long moment, the silence ringing in his ears. His hand hovered over the doorknob, trembling slightly, but he couldn't bring himself to turn it. He dropped his hand. Turning away from the ghost of their memory, he retreated into Narumi's room and closed the door. 2 weeks had passed since the funeral. The grief was still there, a dull ache in his chest, but Naruto had found a way to silence it. Work. He wasn't just coping, he was rebuilding. Literally. Standing in the center of a devastated residential district, Naruto wiped sweat from his brow and grinned, channeling a massive surge of chakra into his legs. Wood-style, serial pillar houses. He slammed his palm onto the scorched earth. Rumble. The ground didn't just shake, it surged. Thick wooden beams erupted from the soil like growing trees, weaving together with unnatural speed. Walls formed, roofs slanted into place, and intricate porches shaped themselves out of raw timber. In seconds, a row of 20 sturdy, 2-story homes stood where there had been nothing but rubble. Gasps of awe rippled through the gathered crowd of construction workers and homeless villagers, followed by a roar of applause. As expected of Naruto-sama, one of the foremen shouted, throwing his helmet in the air. At this rate, the village will be rebuilt in no time, a woman cried, tears in her eyes as she looked at her potential new home. Of course it will, Naruto exclaimed passionately, his voice booming over the cheers. He felt the familiar rush of adrenaline, the joy of creation rather than destruction. This is Konoha. We must rebuild it in not time. He cracked his knuckles, looking at the next empty lot with burning determination. Now, point me to the next district, Naruto demanded, turning to the logistics officer beside him with a grin, still riding the high of the construction. Oda hesitated, his finger tracing down the clipboard. That would be the Uchiha district, sir. However, there has been a significant change in the zoning plans. Naruto blinked, his grin fading slightly. A change? What do you mean? Their compound has been relocated, Oda explained quietly, lowering the clipboard. To the outskirts of the village, Naruto-sama. Naruto froze. The outskirts? That was practically isolation. Relocated? Naruto repeated, his voice dropping. Where exactly, Oda? Near the Naka River, far from the center. Naruto frowned, a shadow crossing his face as the political implications settled in. He stared at the horizon for a long moment, saying nothing. Finally, he gave a sharp, decisive nod. Let's go. So, Fugaka-san? Naruto asked, looking over the barren plot of land designated for the main house. Do you want the head family's estate larger than the standard? Or perhaps a different architectural style? It matters little, Fugaku grumbled, staring at the dirt with a scowl etched deep into his face. The indignity of the relocation was clearly gnawing at him. Just get it done, Naruto. Fugaku, Makoto scolded sharply, stepping forward. Be more polite. Naruto-kun is here to help us rebuild when he has 1,000 other duties. Fugaku crossed his arms, looking away like a petulant child. I said nothing wrong. Naruto laughed, a warm, disarming sound that cut through the tension. Please, don't worry about it, Makoto-san. I've known Fugaka-san long enough to be used to his unique charm. We are truly in your debt, Naruto-sama, Itachi said softly, bowing his head with perfect, respectful form. Naruto waved a hand dismissively, his expression brightening. Don't thank me, Itachi. I am just doing my job as a shinobi of this village. He cracked his knuckles and turned toward the empty field, his chakra flaring to life. Now stand back. Let's build the Uchiha home. How is my little one? Naruto cooed, tossing the giggling bundle of joy high into the air. I've been busy, Narumi. Sorry for leaving a clone with you all day. Hap, she babbled, drool bubbling at the corner of her mouth as she clutched at the air. You don't even know what a clone is, right? Naruto chuckled, catching her with practiced ease and laying her gently on her back. She kicked her legs, content, allowing him a moment of silence to pick up the heavy medical tome resting on the table. He was already a spectacular medic, his skills forged by the legendary hands of Tsunade and the wisdom of Hashirama, Senju himself. But he wasn't reading to save a life today. He was reading to find inner peace. The intricate diagrams, the flow of chakra, the absolute precision required for high-level medical ninjutsu. It was a meditation. It was the only thing that quieted the noise of the world and the burden of his reputation. He needed to get better, not for war but for himself. He needed this peace. 3 months after Kyuubi attack. I'm leaving, Naruto. Naruto said nothing. He remained seated in the high-backed armchair, his profile illuminated only by the flickering orange glow of the hearth. He stared intently into the fire, as if reading a story in the burning logs. A mission? He asked finally. No. Tsunade hesitated, her grip tightening around the strap of her bag. She looked down, unable to meet his back. I'm leaving the village. Indefinitely. I have nothing left here. Naruto didn't move. He didn't blink. Is the village itself not enough for you? The question hung in the air, heavy and accusing. Tsunade opened her mouth to speak, to explain the suffocating grief, the ghosts on every street corner, but no words came. There was no answer that wouldn't sound selfish. Just leave, Tsunade. It wasn't a command, nor was it permission. It was a dismissal. Tsunade stiffened. She gave a sharp, jerky nod, suppressing the sting in her eyes. She turned on her heel and walked to the entryway. But as her hand touched the cold brass of the doorknob, she froze. Be safe, he whispered, his voice cracking slightly. All right? 2 years after the Kyuubi attack. Oh, come on, Narumi. Listen to your big brother. Naruto sighed in exasperation, brandishing a spoonful of banana pudding like a peace offering. Nah, Nissan, Narumi huffed, crossing her tiny arms and turning her head away with dramatic flair. Naruto blinked, the spoon hovering in midair. Where did you even learn that attitude? Goodness! His battle of wills with the toddler was interrupted by a soft knock at the front door. Setting the bowl down, he wiped his hands and went to answer it. He opened the door to find the Uchiha matriarch standing there with a warm smile, accompanied by her eldest son, Itachi, who was wearing a fresh, gleaming forehead protector. Makoto-san. And young Itachi, too. We were in the neighborhood and thought we'd stop by to check on you, Makoto explained gently. Naruto-sama. Itachi greeted with a respectful bow. You've done well. Please, come in, Naruto said, stepping aside to usher them into the warmth of the home. As soon as they entered the living room, Makoto's eyes lit up. Oh, look who's here. If it isn't little Narumi, she cooed, crouching down to scoop up the blonde bundle of cuteness. Grhhh, Narumi grumbled, narrowing her eyes at the intrusion. Makoto froze, a large sweat drop appearing on her brow. Did she just growl at me? Ignore her. She's a moody one today, Naruto chuckled, gesturing for them to join him at the table. Please sit down. I heard you graduated, Itachi? Itachi nodded as he took a seat, his posture perfect. Yes, sir. Lord Third thought it was suitable. The Sandaime thought correctly, Naruto agreed, pouring tea for his guests. Special talents must be cultivated carefully. Itachi hesitated, his gaze lowering to the steaming cup in his hands. I wanted to ask you something, Naruto-sama. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sensing the boy's seriousness. What is it? I've been hearing rumors that you have barely taken any missions since the Kyuubi attack. Some people are whispering that you have retired. Naruto's eyes widened in genuine surprise. He glanced at Makoto, who was frowning deeply as she bounced a skeptical Narumi on her knee. Retired? Naruto shook his head, a mix of amusement and confusion on his face. I am certainly not retired. I work at the hospital daily. I am the head of the hospital and the best medical ninja in this village. Well, since Tsunade left, anyway. But what about being a shinobi? Itachi pressed, his young eyes searching Naruto's face. A combatant? I am a shinobi, Itachi, but nothing necessitates my presence on the battlefield these days. Besides, sending me to other villages would cause havoc. Naruto replied calmly, leaning back in his chair with a knowing look. We are in peaceful times. I am simply appreciating that peace, just like everyone else should. Itachi looked down, seemingly embarrassed. I apologize if I crossed a line. Naruto smiled gently at the polite genin, his expression softening into one of brotherly warmth. When it comes to you, I would never be offended. Just don't listen to whispers, deal? They call me retired. Can you believe the audacity? Naruto exclaimed, throwing his hands up in amused disbelief. He slumped back into the chair across from the Hokage's desk, crossing his arms with a huff. Those Uchihas, I never liked them. No wonder Tobirama-sama always kept a wary eye on the lot of them, he grumbled. Hiruzen chuckled, puffing on his pipe. Well, you certainly didn't seem to hate them when you personally rebuilt their entire compound from the ground up. Naruto rolled his eyes, waving a dismissive hand. That was duty, nothing more. They are part of the village, and the village must be whole. You know, Hiruzen began, leaning forward slightly, I could assign you a high-profile mission, clear up the doubts once and for all. Naruto shook his head immediately. No need. Rumors are just wind. If something actually requires my attention, I know you will find me. Besides, the hospital needs me. Hiruzen offered a warm, knowing smile. Just make sure you don't get rusty, my boy. You are 14, not 40. Naruto stood up, a confident smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Don't worry when it comes to that, Sandaime. Looks like you haven't found your peace yet, Naruto said softly, his footsteps silent on the grass as he approached the lone Nbu standing guard over the dead. I believe. I am not as strong as you are, the silver-haired ninja replied, his voice muffled behind the porcelain mask. Not as a shinobi, but as a person. Naruto stopped beside him, looking out at the rows of stone. I just bury myself in the work, Kakashi. It helps. Seeing people smile because I was there, it quiets the noise. I bury myself in work, too, Kakashi murmured. Naruto turned his head, his blue eyes piercing. Thrusting your hand through people's chests on a daily basis will never heal you. Kakashi stiffened. He turned slowly, the blank eyes of his mask staring at the redhead. Since when were you this soft? I don't know, Naruto sighed, turning his gaze back to the gray sky. I guess I'm just growing up. 3 years later. Young lady, come here at once. Naruto's would clone stood with his arms crossed, tapping his foot as the little blonde girl trudged toward him, looking thoroughly annoyed. What is it now, Nisan? You didn't wash the dishes. Yeah, maybe because I was busy training? She huffed, blowing a strand of hair out of her face. And, Naruto raised an eyebrow. Can't you just create a shadow clone to handle the chores while you train? Narumi blinked blankly. What? Naruto paused. Right? He would never get used to this. He simply couldn't comprehend that his little sister, or anyone, really, wasn't as instinctively skilled as he was. I was spamming jutsu when I was her age, he thought, a faint, nostalgic smile touching his lips as he remembered his sensei's grueling lessons. Fine, he sighed, crouching down to her level. I will teach you a jutsu. Narumi's annoyance vanished instantly, replaced by beaming, unadulterated joy. Really? Please, Nisan. But then her excitement faltered. She tilted her head, looking at him with genuine confusion. But, wait, Nisan. What is it? Aren't you just a doctor? She squinted at him suspiciously. Do you actually know any real jutsu? Naruto froze. He stood there, utter horror etched onto his face. Somewhere inside the hospital, the original Naruto dropped his teacup. She thinks I'm a loser, Naruto muttered, his voice muffled as he buried his face in his palms, elbows resting heavily on the tea shop table. A loser? Guy slammed his teacup down, staring at Naruto with wide, incredulous eyes. But Naruto, there is literally a statue of you in the center of the village. A monument to your youthful brilliance. How can she possibly think that? There is nothing written on it, Guy, Naruto groaned without looking up. It just says, the boy wonder. To her, that's just some random guy in stone. Asuma scratched his beard, looking thoughtful. Well, maybe show her a jutsu or two. You know, something flashy? Oh God. Naruto dragged his hands down his face, looking utterly defeated. I tried. I showed her would clone and shadow clone. She just laughed. Asuma's sweat dropped. Seriously, Naruto clones? Naruto, look at me, Kurenai said softly, placing a comforting hand on his trembling back. You are arguably the greatest shinobi in the entire elemental nations. The 5 Kage themselves couldn't hold a candle to you. Just relax. She's just a baby. 2 years later. Ha! Now that hit the spot. Naruto sighed contentedly, setting his empty bowl on the counter with a loud, satisfied clack. Beside him, Narumi eyed the greasy, orange remnants of the broth with undisguised suspicion. That doesn't look healthy. It isn't, Naruto corrected cheerfully, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. It is happiness. That is why we consume it in moderation. TSK, you're just a nerd, she scoffed, poking at her own vegetables. Naruto grinned, puffing out his chest with mock indignity. Hey, show some respect. Say, did you ever hear about the legendary Konoha's boy wonder? Narumi gave him an incredulous look, one eyebrow raised perfectly. The boy wonder? Please, that's nothing but a myth. Naruto blinked, his grin faltering slightly. What are you talking about? It was obviously just wartime propaganda created by the village, she stated matter-of-factly, waving her chopsticks. I mean, think about it logically. A 10-year-old child fighting the Third Reikage to a standstill and forcing an entire battalion to retreat? Seriously, it's physically impossible. The smile didn't leave Naruto's face, but the light behind his eyes died instantly. The restaurant noise faded into a dull, distant buzz. You are real. The boy wonder. So you really exist. He's just a demon. How can a mere child terrify me like this? The screaming voices of dead men echoed in his skull, overlapping with the scent of blood and ozone. The impossible things he had done. The childhood he had traded away. Yeah, Naruto muttered, his voice suddenly hollow, staring blankly into the dregs of his soup. Just a myth. Narumi paused. She noticed the sudden shift, the way his shoulders slumped as if under a heavy weight, and the way his eyes seemed to look through the counter rather than at it. Her teasing died in her throat. Is something wrong, Nisan? Naruto blinked, forcing the mask back in place. I'm fine. Narumi narrowed her eyes, studying his face. No, you are not. Naruto walked in silence through the cemetery, the morning mist clinging to his cloak. In his hand, a bouquet of white lilies bloomed into existence, petals unfurling with a quiet pulse of his chakra. Reaching the familiar stone, he knelt, placing the flowers gently against the cold granite. Tusen, Kasen, happy anniversary, he whispered, his voice soft in the quiet air. He traced the names carved into the stone, a faint smile touching his lips. Narumi is growing up so fast. She is splendid, and she is calm, much calmer than I ever was at 7. Can you imagine that? Naruto let out a soft, dry laugh, shaking his head. To think I would grow so soft. His smile faltered slightly as he looked down at his hands that had demolished armies, now used to heal cuts and wash dishes. She actually thinks I'm normal medic who cooks me. The amusement faded, replaced by a heavy, bittersweet silence. Just like the souls that haunts me. She think the boy wonder is a myth. I'm home. Naruto stepped into the Genkan, kicking off his sandals. He blinked, surprised to see a second shade of blonde in the room. A lighter, platinum hue distinct from his sister's sun-kissed hair. Oh, we have a guest. I'm Yamanaka Ino, sir. The girl stood up quickly, having to crane her neck quite a bit to look up at the towering man standing before her. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition, a warm, genuine smile spreading across his face. Inoichi's daughter. Goodness, you were barely a toddler the last time I saw you. He crouched down to eye level, his sudden proximity making the blonde girl blush faintly. I will tell him you said hello, she stammered. Please do, Naruto chuckled, straightening up. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything, Narumi. He gave them a wave before disappearing down the hall. Ino watched him go, her eyes sparkling. You know, Narumi, your brother is actually really nice, Ino gushed, leaning in close to her friend. And he is so tall. He's fine, Narumi replied flatly, clearly not seeing the appeal. I don't know, Narumi, my dad weirdly adores him. He even told me that he is the boy wonder everyone talks about. Narumi froze. She stared at Ino with wide, incredulous eyes, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Ni-san? She sputtered. The boy wonder. Don't be ridiculous. That's exactly what I said. A pink-haired girl sitting beside them finally chimed in, rolling her eyes. Narumi's brother? A legend? Please, he is just a medic. Those fools. That fucking fence-sitter geezer. Anoki. The thought seethed in Naruto's mind, cold and sharp. How could a man his age be so foolish as to break the peace now? Naruto stood in the doorway of his living room, his blue eyes sweeping over the 3 IWA Jonin standing in his home. His sister, Narumi, was backed against the wall, a kunai shaking violently in her hand. She was sweating, hyperventilating, terror written in every line of her body. Ni-san, run away! She screamed, her voice cracking. She wasn't scared for herself. She was terrified for her gentle, medic brother. Get out of here! But Naruto didn't move. He didn't even blink. Narumi's eyes widened in confusion as the room suddenly went deathly silent. The IWA Jonin, seasoned killers who had been ready to slaughter her a moment ago, were backing away, their weapons lowered, their knees knocked together. It was as if they had seen a ghost. That red hair, the leader whispered, the color draining from his face until he was sheet white. The boy wonder? It's him. The screams of dying men from the last war echoed in their minds, drowning out their orders. Naruto simply closed the door behind him, locking it with a soft, final click. Let me guess, Naruto said, his voice a low, terrifying rumble that vibrated through the floorboards. Here to finish off the Yellow Flash's offspring? Why, you are alive, one ninja stammered, dropping his sword. Look, we don't want trouble. We were just following orders, the leader begged, raising his hands in surrender, sweat pouring down his mask. Please, we didn't even touch her. I swear on my family, we didn't touch her. What is happening here? Narumi's mind raced, her gaze darting frantically between her harmless big brother and the three trembling assassins. One moment, she was staring death in the face. The next, the executioners looked like they were the ones praying for mercy. "I really don't want to slaughter you in front of my little sister," Naruto stated, his voice devoid of emotion, as if he were discussing the weather rather than a massacre. "She is young, impressionable. I'm sure you understand." "Why, yes," the leader yelped, clutching at the lifeline. "Oh, of course. She is just a child. A lot of blood wouldn't be good for her. We understand perfectly." Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Now, leave." They didn't need to be told twice. In a blur of desperate speed, they vanished through the window, leaving the shutters rattling in their wake. They were always so fast at running away," Naruto muttered softly to the empty window, amusement coloring his tone. "Brings back memories." He turned, the cold killer vanishing instantly as he crouched before his sister. Narumi was still pressed against the wall, her kunai slipping from numb fingers as she gaped at him in total bewilderment. "They didn't touch you?" She managed a shaky, terrified shake of her head. Naruto let out a heavy sigh of relief, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. "Good." He pulled her into a firm, protective hug, shielding her from the lingering fear in the room. "Ni-san," she whispered, trembling against his chest. What just happened?" "Nothing," Naruto murmured, stroking her hair calmly. "They just had some flashbacks, that's all. Go to sleep, Narumi." The very next morning, the heavy doors of the Konoha Barrier Division were nearly kicked off their hinges. "Where is Kakoi?" Naruto demanded, his voice thundering through the quiet hall. A Chunin with a bandage across the bridge of his nose immediately stepped into his path, blocking the way. "Sir, you can't just bust in here like this. This is a restricted area." "Ha!" Naruto stopped, looking down at the Chunin with disbelief. "Who the hell are you? Out of my way." "I said stop." Kotetsu reached for his weapon, ready to retaliate, but he was suddenly yanked back by his terrified partner. "Why, you fool? Stop!" Izumo hissed, his face pale as he gripped Kotetsu's vest. "Do you want to die? That is Namikaze Naruto." Kotetsu froze, his eyes widening as he looked up at the redhead. What? You mean, the boy wonder?" "Naruto-sama, what is wrong?" Kakoi, the captain of the barrier team, came sprinting out of his office, sweating profusely at the sheer density of the killing intent flooding his headquarters. Naruto turned his glare on the man, who gulped audibly. "You," Naruto snarled, stepping into Kakoi's personal space. "Three IWA Jonin infiltrated my house yesterday. My little sister was a hair's breadth away from death. What the hell is this barrier for if it can't even detect enemy chakra?" I apologize, sir," Kakoi stammered, trembling. I was on vacation yesterday. The shift change must have." "Show me the barrier seal," Naruto commanded, cutting off the excuses. "Maybe it needs fixing." But sir," Kotetsu interjected, trying to regain some authority. "You don't have the clearance to." Naruto didn't even look at him. He kept his eyes locked on the captain, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. "Kakoi, I'm hearing someone talking. Do you hear it too?" Kakoi turned to his subordinates. "Izumo, Kotetsu, go back to your posts immediately." Narumi held her breath, pressing herself flat against the alcove wall until the heavy iron door clicked shut. She waited 10 agonizing seconds for the guard's footsteps to fade down the corridor before she slipped out of the shadows. With shaking hands, she pulled 2 metal hairpins from her bun. Click, scrape, click. The lock to the restricted archives, a room meant only for the Hokage's eyes, yielded. Inside, the air smelled of dust and old secrets. Narumi clicked on a small flashlight, holding it between her teeth as she rifled through the cabinets. "Nisan's history has to be here," she thought, her heart hammering against her ribs. She scanned the labels alphabetically. Nah. She smirked. "Namikaze Naruto. Gotcha." She pulled the thick folder free and flipped it open. But as her eyes scanned the summary page, her smirk vanished. She gasped, the flashlight trembling in her mouth. Asterisk Academy graduation, age 5. Asterisk Chunin promotion. Age 6. Asterisk Jonin promotion. Age 8. Asterisk abilities. Would release. Asterisk mentor. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama. J Jonin at 8. And trained by the first. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend the words on the page. She frantically flipped to the mission logs, hoping for an explanation. What she found were not reports but autopsies of battlefields. Mission log 284. Intelligence confirmed 100 IWA Shinobi supported by 200 Kumo ninja en route to Amigakure. The battle was projected to devastate the Rain Village. I chose to intercept. I cut off their route and ambushed the coalition solo. Result: total elimination. This can't be real. Mission log 312. Assessment: Allied forces possessed insufficient capability to engage the Kyuubi battalion. I advanced beyond the front lines alone to resolve the conflict. Enemy count: 500 units. Status: neutralized. 500. Mission log 405. Engagement with the 4th Kazekage, Raza. He required a lesson in hierarchy. I provided it. Suna shall never dare raise a finger against Konoha again. The folder slipped from Narumi's numb fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud that echoed in the silent room. She stared at the scattered papers, feeling like her mind was fracturing. He wasn't just a doctor. He wasn't even just a ninja. What is he? The oppressive weight of Naruto's chakra vanished as quickly as it had arrived. There, Naruto murmured, wiping a smudge of ink from his thumb as the barrier seal hummed with a renewed, steady rhythm. The sensory detection frequency was slightly off-sync. It won't happen again. He turned around, the terrifying boy wonder gone, replaced by a sheepish, slightly embarrassed man. He looked at the Chunin with the bandage across his nose, who was still stiff with adrenaline. I apologize for my outburst earlier, Naruto said, bowing his head slightly, a gesture that shocked the room. My sister's safety, it clouded my judgment. I shouldn't have taken it out on you. Kotetsu blinked, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. No, sir. It's understandable. And you? Naruto continued, stepping closer and placing a firm hand on Kotetsu's shoulder. Standing your ground against me? Apparently because of protocol? That takes guts. Most people would have folded. Kotetsu is committed shinobi, Sir Kokai added with smile. Naruto grinned, his blue eyes crinkling warmly. You're a good shinobi. Come on, grab your partner. Lunch is on me today. I hear the barbecue place has a discount. Naruto hummed a soft, peaceful tune as he stirred the stew, the savory aroma of herbs and root vegetables filling the warm kitchen. He found himself enjoying these quiet moments more and more lately. He suspected he had inherited this love for cooking from his mother. Click. The sound of the front lock tumbling interrupted his musings. I'm home, a voice called out from the hallway, sounding smaller than usual. In the kitchen, Naruto replied cheerfully, tapping the wooden spoon against the pot in a rhythmic beat. Narumi walked down the hall, her footsteps unusually heavy. She stopped at the kitchen doorway, her hand gripping the frame until her knuckles turned white. She stared at the scene before her. There he was, cooking dinner, humming. How is this possible? She gazed at his broad back. He looked so utterly normal. Well, aside from the cascading fiery red hair and his ridiculous height, he looked like any other big brother. A little goofy, a little strict, completely harmless. But the file, and what happened yesterday, ambushed 500 soldiers alone. Taught the Kazekage a lesson. Konoha's boy wonder. She shook her head violently, trying to banish the words from the archive. No, that monster isn't real. Nisan is just a nerdy doctor who likes gardening and scolding me about dishes. Is something wrong, Narumi? Naruto didn't turn around. He didn't stop stirring. His voice was calm, casual, yet it cut through her thoughts like a kunai thrown in the dark. Narumi froze, her heart skipping a beat. He saw through me. Without even looking? I am fine, Nisan, she stammered, forcing her voice to remain steady. Well, if you're fine, get the table ready? Naruto said, finally glancing over his shoulder with a warm, unsuspecting smile that made her stomach twist. Stew's done. Narumi nodded stiffly. She moved robotically to the cupboard, grabbing the plates with trembling hands. As they sat down to eat, the usual banter was absent. Narumi stared at her reflection in the soup, silent and terrified, wondering just who exactly was sitting across from her. "How is it?" Naruto asked, breaking the silence as he munched on his rice. "It's fine," Narumi muttered, pushing the carrots around her plate with her chopsticks. "You've barely touched it." "I said it's fine." Naruto blinked, surprised by the sudden outburst. He set his bowl down slowly, deciding to pivot to safer territory. "Next week you start the academy," he said, forcing a cheerful tone. "The first step to becoming a ninja. Do you want any tips?" Narumi didn't answer immediately. She stabbed a piece of broccoli, her eyes narrowed. "Hey, Nisan, why don't you ever go on missions? Why do you spend your whole day safely in the hospital?" Naruto smiled. "Because I'm a medic, Narumi. What is wrong?" Narumi looked up, her gaze piercing. "Were you healing people when you were my age?" The smile faltered. "No." "Why?" "Because." "At what age did you graduate?" she demanded, her voice rising. Naruto looked away. 5. "And when did you become a jonin?" "Why are you asking so many questions?" Naruto snapped, his patience fraying. "I'm not a fool. You think I didn't notice how the assassins escaped just by looking at you?" Narumi yelled, slamming her hands on the table. "Enough." The word didn't just leave his mouth. It exploded out of him. For a split second, his control slipped. The air in the kitchen grew instantly heavy, crushing, and hot, suffocatingly dense with chakra. Crack boom. The solid oak dining table didn't just break. It disintegrated. Splinters and sawdust exploded outward, raining down onto the floor like confetti. What is this?" Narumi gasped, shielding her face from the debris. She lowered her arms slowly, staring at the pile of wood chips that used to be their dinner. She looked up at her brother, her eyes wide with a primal, instinctual fear she had never felt before. Naruto froze. The red flush of anger drained from his face, replaced by absolute horror as he saw the terror in his little sister's eyes. "Narumi, I'm so sorry," he stammered, reaching out a trembling hand. "I didn't mean to." Narumi took a step back. She stared at him, the pieces finally clicking together. The rumors, the inexplicable respect from the clan heads, the darkness that sometimes flickered in his eyes. "Holy shit," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You represent the myth, the boy wonder." Naruto sighed, leaning back in his chair, or where the table used to be. "I never claimed to be a myth, and that name wasn't Konoha's propaganda. It was Kyuumo's." Naruto's chest heaved as he spoke, his voice rough with the memory of war. He looked at his sister across the ruin. The terror he had seen in her earlier was gone, replaced by a burning, unyielding need for the truth. "They lied to their own shinobi," Naruto said, his eyes darkening. "They sent them to the slaughter again and again, telling them I wasn't real, because the alternative, that a single child was wiping out their battalions, was too terrifying for them to accept." He saw the look in her eyes, the realization. "You." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You broke into the archives." Narumi gave a small, guilty nod. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temples aggressively. "Why are you like this, Narumi?" he lamented. "Why couldn't you just be a normal, simple girl who likes playing with dolls or chasing boys?" "Goodness." He looked up at her, genuinely baffled. "How did you even get in there? The security seals are top tier." Narumi fidgeted with her sleeve. I picked the lock." "With what?" "My hairpins." Naruto froze. He stared at her, his expression shifting from exhaustion to sheer, baffled incredulity. "You picked a chakra-reinforced adamantine lock? With hairpins?" Narumi tilted her head, catching the slip. "So, you know about the door's security? Will you stop asking questions?" Naruto roared, throwing his hands up in defeat. "Of course I know about the door. I'm the one who designed it. I built that security specifically to keep that disgusting snake Orochimaru out. not to be picked by a 7-year-old with a fashion accessory. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I had to know. Narumi cried, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. That day at Ichiraku when you talked about the boy wonder, you looked so haunted. I just wanted to prove it was all a lie. I wanted to prove that my brother is just a nerdy doctor who likes gardening. Naruto didn't yell. He didn't even move. His voice dropped, becoming cold and precise. What did you read? Narumi swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she recited the words that had burned themselves into her memory. That you slaughtered 100 IWA Shinobi and 200 Kumo ninja before they could even reach Amigakure. Naruto closed his eyes. He didn't need to look at a file. The words were etched into his soul. This happened after he defeated Jiraiya-sensei's students. The battle was projected to devastate the Rain Village. I chose to intercept. I cut off their route and ambushed the coalition solo. Result? Total elimination. He opened his eyes, looking at her with a soft expression. That is the line, isn't it? Narumi could only nod, paralyzed by the accuracy of his recitation. I see. Naruto sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders, replaced by a heavy, crushing exhaustion. I will have to change the seals on the archive tomorrow. He knelt down, pressing his palm flat against the floorboards. A pulse of green chakra rippled through the room. The pile of splinters and sawdust from the ruined dinner table groaned, the wood twisting and knitting itself back together until a pristine, polished oak table stood in its place, as if it had never been broken. You clean up the kitchen, then go to sleep. He turned toward the stairs, his hand lingering on the banister for a moment. I cooked tonight because I wanted us to have a nice time. Like a family, he said softly, not looking back. But I suppose, just like with father and mother, being a normal family was never in our blood. With that, Naruto walked up the stairs into the darkness, leaving her alone in the silence. She couldn't sleep. She squeezed her eyes shut, tried to count sheep, tried to recite shinobi prohibitions. Anything to quiet her mind, but sleep refused to come. Every time she drifted off, the image of her brother destroying the table with mere chakra flashed behind her eyelids. Creak. The door to her room opened slowly, casting a long, thin slice of hallway light across her bedspread. Narumi stiffened, instantly shutting her eyes tight and forcing her breathing to slow, mimicking deep sleep. I know you are awake, Narumi. His voice was soft, but it carried that undeniable weight of certainty. There was no point in pretending. She opened her eyes, blinking against the sudden light. Her brother stood in the doorway, still fully dressed, his silhouette framed by the darkness of the hall. What is it, Ni-san? She whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Naruto didn't step inside. He just looked at her, his expression unreadable in the shadows. Get up. I want to show you something. Can I ask you something, Ni-san? Please don't get mad, Narumi asked, her voice hushed as they walked through the empty village streets. It's a little late for that, isn't it? Naruto sighed, though his tone wasn't angry. Go on. Narumi hesitated, kicking a pebble across the cobblestones. How exactly did you teach the fourth Kazekage a lesson? Naruto stopped walking. His eyes widened slightly. You read that file too? Seeing her nod, he let out a long, weary breath, rubbing the back of his neck. A look of genuine shame crossed his face, not for the mission's success, but for what he'd done. I wrapped his wife in a suffocating embrace of wooden branches, he admitted quietly, staring at the ground. And I told him that if his sand ever spilled a drop of Konoha blood again, I would crush them both. Narumi gasped, stopping in her tracks. Why you did that? Naruto looked up at the moon, his expression distant. Yeah, I was 10, Naruto corrected himself, his gaze drifting up toward the stone face of the fourth Hokage on the mountain. Father had just taken the hat. I thought I needed to make an example, to show the world that the yellow flash wasn't the only thing they had to fear. Narumi stared at him, unable to comprehend that level of ruthlessness in a child. How did father and mother react to that? Naruto let out a dry, nostalgic chuckle, shaking his head. Father never liked Raza personally, but he still grounded me for a month for dragging a non-combatant, his wife, into the conflict. It was unbecoming, he said. Naruto's smile faded slightly, his expression turning somber. But mother, she didn't scold me. She was just worried. She feared I was growing up too fast, losing the part of me that was still her little boy. Did you? Naruto blinked, looking down at her. Lose myself? Of course not. It was a wartime decision. She likely forgave it, or maybe she didn't. I suppose I'll never know. He stopped walking, gesturing to the open space before them. We are here. Narumi looked around at the overgrown, silent forest clearing. A training ground? The Senju training ground, Naruto corrected, his voice tinged with reverence. Narumi's eyes widened as she pieced it together. Where you used to train with the first Hokage? Smart girl, Naruto murmured. He turned to face her fully, the moonlight casting long shadows across his face. You broke into the archives because you wanted the truth, right? You wanted to know if the stories were real. Yes, Narumi answered without hesitation. Very well. Naruto simply brought his hands together in a single, fluid motion. Snake. The air didn't just vibrate, it screamed. The earth beneath their feet groaned as if a sleeping giant were waking up. Massive roots erupted from the soil, twisting and braiding together with terrifying speed. In seconds, the ground fell away as a colossal wooden construct rose into the night sky, blotting out the moon. Naruto stood atop the head of the entity, a wooden golem the size of a mountain, rivaling the Ninetales itself in sheer scale. What is this? Narumi gasped, craning her neck back until it hurt, her eyes reflecting the monstrous wooden titan looming over the village. This is amazing. The wood golem, Naruto announced simply. He dropped from the colossal wooden head, landing beside Narumi with the lightness of a feather, a stark contrast to the titanic monster looming behind him. This is a power capable of rivaling even the Uchiha's ultimate defense, the Susanoo. Narumi blinked, tearing her eyes away from the wooden giant. What? Naruto paused, realizing he was getting too technical. He shrugged. Let's just say, it rivals a tailed beast, like the one inside you. Narumi went still, her hand instinctively moving to her stomach. The Ninetales. Yeah, Naruto muttered, glancing back at the wooden construct with a grim smile. That fox really hates me. And this technique is exactly why. Why, Nisan? Why did you never tell me any of this? Narumi asked, her voice small against the backdrop of the wooden titan. Because you are 7, Narumi, Naruto replied gently. You are a genius, yes, but you are still just 7 years old. You were 7 when you became whatever is this, she countered, pointing an accusing finger at the golem. Naruto's expression hardened for a fleeting second. I was an anomaly. Also, I couldn't do this at 7. He turned away, the conversation effectively over. Now let's go. Swish, swish, swish. The air around them rippled. In the blink of an eye, 20 ANBU Black Ops materialized, forming a tight perimeter around the siblings, tantos drawn. Nisan, Umbu, Narumi gasped, clutching Naruto's sleeve, terrified that they were about to be arrested for treason. She looked up at her brother, expecting fear. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. You are afraid of the ANBU? Goodness, Narumi, get a grip. Before Narumi could process his reaction, the lead ANBU, a kunoichi with distinctive purple hair, dropped to one knee. Behind her, the other 19 operatives immediately followed suit, bowing their heads in unison. Naruto-sama, the captain groaned, her voice a mix of deep reverence and utter exasperation. What exactly are you doing? Whoa, easy there, Yugao. Naruto grinned, waving a hand dismissively. Sorry about the noise. Just showing my little sister some tricks. Sir, please do not use my real name while I am in mask, Yugao sighed, looking up at the colossal wooden construct that was blocking out the stars. And with all due respect, that trick is the same size as the Ninetales. You have sent the entire village into a panic. I suppose I should have used a weaker jutsu to make my point, Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. My bad. Narumi didn't hear him. She was too busy staring, mouth agape, at the surreal sight before her. 20 of Konoha's most elite killers, the terrifying ANBU Black Ops who were rumored to have no emotions, were currently kneeling in the dirt, heads bowed in absolute submission. To her brother. The same brother who wore a silly apron while cooking stew. The same brother who got excited about new gardening shears. The same brother she had called a nonsense medic just days ago. She looked from the bowed heads of the assassins up to the titanic wooden golem blocking out the stars, and finally back to Naruto's casual, smiling face. The boy wonder wasn't a myth. He was standing right next to her, complaining about causing a scene. Naruto walked beside his sister, wearing the simple Jonin black outfit without the flak jacket. "Well, Naru, I wish I had some sage wisdom for you," he admitted, scratching the back of his neck as they approached the bustling crowd of parents and children. "But I never really had an academy life. I graduated in 2 months, so I have absolutely nothing to tell you." He grinned down at her. "Just try to have fun?" Narumi nodded silently, gripping her backpack straps as the academy gates loomed ahead. "Naruto." The familiar voice cut through the chatter. Naruto paused, turning to see a man with a scarred face and a pineapple ponytail lazily approaching them. "Shikaku-san," Naruto greeted, his smile widening. He looked down at the boy standing beside the Jonin commander. A boy with the exact same droopy eyes and bored expression. "Damn, this is your son? You didn't even try, did you? He's a walking shadow clone." Shikaku let out a bark of laughter, clapping a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is Shikamaru, and you have no room to talk. That's exactly what we used to say about you and Minato," Shikaku teased, his eyes crinkling with nostalgia. The only difference was that bright red Uzumaki hair. Naruto smiled, placing a hand on his sister's shoulder to nudge her forward gently. "Nice to meet you, Shikamaru. And this is Narumi." "Hello," Narumi mumbled, dipping her head slightly. Shikamaru blinked, his gaze drifting from the girl to the tall redhead. He let out a small puff of air, scratching his head. "Hi, you're Namikaze Naruto, aren't you?" the boy asked, his tone bordering on a complaint. "My mom won't stop nagging me about you. She keeps going on about how she fought by your side in the war. Be like Boy Wonder, she says. He was more accomplished than all of us at your age, she says. What a drag." Naruto laughed sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck as a bead of sweat formed. He remembered Yoshino well. Terrifying woman. Beside him, Shikaku let out a long, suffering sigh, clearly sharing the burden of living with said woman. "Please," Naruto chuckled, "tell Yoshino-san I said hi." How did I never notice this before? Narumi stood frozen, clutching her backpack straps as she watched the scene unfold. Parents weren't just waving at him. They were swarming him. They were practically lining up, pushing their flushed, nervous sons and daughters forward. "This is my boy, Naruto-sama. He wants to be a hero just like you. Please, just one word of advice for him." They looked at him with such reverence, such desperate hope that a fraction of his brilliance might rub off on their children. And Naruto, he didn't look surprised. He smiled, bowed, and shook hands with the practiced ease. "I'm such a fool," she realized, the weight of her ignorance settling in her stomach. 6 months later. "Now, students, listen up." Irika's voice cut through the chatter of the academy courtyard. He stood before a weathered stone monument, his ponytail swaying as he gestured grandly. "This is the statue of the Boy Wonder." The class looked up. Carved into the rock was the likeness of a young boy, no older than they were now, standing casually with one hand resting on a massive scroll that stood taller than him. "Boy Wonder," Kiba scoffed, crossing his arms behind his head. "Seriously? Is this guy even real? Sounds like a bedtime story for babies." A murmur of agreement rippled through the class. To them, he was just a myth parents used to scare them into behaving. Irika's eye twitched violently. A vein popped on his forehead. "You disrespectful brats," he roared, startling the front row. "Of course he is real. That is Namikaze Naruto-sama, the son of the 4th Hokage and the personal student of the 1st Hokage. This statue was commissioned by the daimyo himself when Naruto-sama was only 10 years old." The yelling died down, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. "Namikaze," Sakura whispered, her eyes widening. She turned slowly. "Wait, like Narumi?" In an instant, 30 pairs of eyes snapped toward the back of the group. Narumi, the top student of her year, froze as the weight of their collective gaze hit her. She shifted on her feet, clutching her bag strap. He is. She started, her voice quiet. She looked at the statue, at the stone face of the brother she thought was just a gardener. He is my elder brother. The courtyard exploded. What? The tall redhead? No way. He looks so normal. I don't know, he's hot though. Narumi tuned them out. The noise of her classmates faded into a dull buzz. She stepped forward, ignoring the whispers, and looked up at the statue. It was real. The scroll, the confidence, the legend carved in stone. A warmth spread through her chest, chasing away the confusion. She squared her shoulders, a small, secret smile touching her lips as she gazed at the monument. Ni-san, she thought, her heart swelling with a newfound, overwhelming pride. You are amazing. The Uchiha lunch table was a sanctuary of silence, broken only by the rhythmic clinking of porcelain and chopsticks. It was a heavy, disciplined quiet that Sasuke usually respected, but today, his curiosity won out. They showed us the Boy Wonder statue today, Sasuke whispered, glancing between his father and brother, hoping for a flicker of interest. That is nice, Sasuke, Makoto said warmly, offering him a smile. What did they tell you about him? They said he is Namikaze Naruto, the chief of medicine at the hospital, Sasuke said, his brow furrowing in confusion. But, can a simple medic really be that powerful? The Boy Wonder is very real, Sasuke, Itachi interjected smoothly, his voice filled with that rare, unwavering respect. And I can assure you, it is Naruto-sama. But Ni-san, Sasuke protested, his voice rising slightly. They said he was an S-rank shinobi at my age. How is that even physically possible? I never understood it either. The table froze. Fugaku Uchiha, the man who rarely spoke during meals and never indulged in idle gossip, had set his chopsticks down. His dark eyes were distant, looking at something far beyond the dining room walls. He was 8 years old when we fought side by side, Fugaku murmured, his voice low and grave. I watched grown men, veterans, flee in terror at the sight of a child. Those who didn't run simply ceased to exist. Such brute strength, such cold efficiency at such a tender age. Fugaku looked at his son, his expression stark. He terrified me. Oh, hush, Makoto scolded lightly, waving her hand dismissively at her husband's grim tone. Naruto is a perfectly nice young man, Fugaku. Stop being so dramatic. You never saw him out there, Makoto, Fugaku said, his voice dropping to a whisper that seemed to suck the warmth right out of the room. He didn't look at her. He stared into his tea, watching the steam rise like the smoke of a battlefield. Sometimes, I genuinely wondered if he was even human. The silence that followed was deafening. Sasuke's eyes went wide, his fork hovering halfway to his mouth. Even Itachi, usually unshakable, paused, his gaze flickering to his father with a new intensity. Makoto's smile faltered, her hand freezing on the teapot. But no one said a word. Slowly, mechanically, the Uchiha family picked up their chopsticks and resumed their dinner. ANBU captain, at 13? Impressive, Naruto murmured, his eyes scanning the confidential file as he sat across from the third Hokage. He is an exceptional child, Hiruzen agreed, puffing on his pipe. The smoke curled around his weary face. Mature beyond his years. Efficient. Perhaps too efficient. Naruto smiled softly at the attached photograph of the young Uchiha. I know. A gentle soul. I can sense it. The Uchiha are indeed impressive. First Shisui, and now Itachi. Hiruzen sighed, setting his pipe down with a heavy clatter. He looked at the redhead across from him, not as a subordinate, but as a savior he was waiting for. Naruto, it has been years since you last accepted a field mission. You bury yourself in the hospital wards or vanish into the Shikatsu forest for training. The old man leaned forward, his voice cracking with vulnerability. Why won't you take this hat from me? This weight. It is becoming too heavy for my old shoulders. Naruto looked up, his expression unreadable. You think I am ready? Hiruzen let out a dry, humorless chuckle. You already act more like a Kage than I do. I feel my grip slipping, Naruto. Every decision feels like a mistake lately. Naruto frowned, his voice firm and commanding. Do not say that. We are all your students, Hiruzen-sama. If you are referring to the Hyuga incident, it was a tragedy, yes, but Hisashi made a choice to protect the village. He gave his life for Konoha, just as any of us would. Hiruzen closed his eyes, accepting the comfort, even if he didn't fully believe it. I will speak to the daimyo, though. In truth, there is little to discuss. The decision was made long ago. The day Minato took this office, it was already decided. Naruto froze. What do you mean? Hiruzen smiled, a sad, nostalgic look entering his eyes. The very day your father became Hokage, he spoke privately with me and the Fire Daimyo. He named you his successor then and there. Unofficially, of course. But his intent was clear. Tusan. Did that? Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. He didn't just see you as a son, Naruto, Hiruzen said softly. He saw you as a friend, comrade, perhaps because the age gap between you was so small. You two shared a bond one have never seen before or since. Naruto said nothing. He couldn't. He simply turned his head, his vision blurring as he gazed up at the portrait on the wall. The fourth Hokage stared back, so cold in paint, so calm in expression, yet so utterly gentle in memory. Talk to the daimyo. I'm ready. 1 week later. Look at you. First in every single subject. As expected from Dad's girl. Naruto beamed, his chest swelling with pride as he aggressively ruffled his sister's hair. Narumi swatted his hand away, blushing faintly. It was easy anyway. There is only one first place, Narumi. That means it wasn't easy. Naruto corrected gently, his pride undimmed. Narumi nodded, fiddling with her report card. She looked up at him with sudden curiosity. You always call me that Dad's girl. Why? Naruto's expression softened. He looked at her, really looked at her, seeing the ghost of the yellow flash in her stance. Because you are exactly like him, he said softly. The calculating mind, the natural talent for deception, the speed, even that golden hair. You are his legacy through and through. Narumi blinked, absorbing the heavy words. Then, what about you, Nisan? What was your style? Naruto chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck as he remembered the craters he used to leave behind. Me? I just punched through walls and rearranged the landscape. Narumi stared at him flatly. Oh. Before Narumi could ask another question, a heavy, frantic banging on the door echoed through the house, shattering the warm atmosphere instantly. Naruto's smile vanished. He was at the door in a blink, yanking it open before the wood could splinter. Kakashi stood on the porch, his ANBU mask in his hand, his face pale and glistening with sweat. He wasn't injured, but he looked broken. Kakashi? Naruto scanned him for injuries, his medic instincts flaring. What is it? Kakashi looked up, his visible eye wide, shaking with a horror that refused to settle. The Uchiha. Kakashi rasped, his voice hollow. They are all gone, Naruto. Gone? What do you mean gone? Naruto walked calmly through the nightmare that was once the Uchiha district. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft, wet sounds of ANBU operatives moving the dead. They worked with grim efficiency, lining up bodies in rows, covering the proud fan symbols on their backs with white sheets. The air was thick, heavy with the metallic tang of fresh blood that coated the back of his throat. Not even one survivor? Naruto asked, his voice low, cutting through the quiet. Only Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto-sama. The ANBU beside him reported, his voice tight behind the mask. Fugaku's younger son. I know. Naruto didn't stop. He walked past the rows of white sheets until he reached the main house. He stopped, slowly kneeling before two bodies that lay side by side. Fugaku and Makoto. What a disaster, Naruto muttered, closing his eyes against the sight. That night. To pass the hat to you in such a dark hour. Hiruzen's voice was heavy with age and regret as he looked at the back of the tall redhead standing by the window. It feels even worse than the day I passed it to your father. Naruto didn't turn. He kept his gaze fixed on the village below. The smell of the Uchiha's blood was still in his nose. We must observe the proper protocols, Hamura began, adjusting his glasses. We will wait for the mourning period to end, and then, I am taking it now. Naruto cut him off, his voice sharp and leaving no room for argument. But the ceremony. There will be no ceremony. Naruto turned finally, his blue eyes burning with a fierce, terrifying resolve. The village is bleeding. They don't need a parade. Just spread the word. Hamura opened his mouth to object, but Koharu placed a hand on his arm, silencing him. She looked at the young man. No, the leader, standing before them, and let out a breath of relief. Very well. As you wish, Godame. This is perfect decision, Naruto. I will deliver the news to the Jonin, Shikaku said. Please, Shikaku. Next day. The antiseptic air of the hospital corridors felt heavier today. Naruto walked through the halls, the pristine white fabric of the Hokage Heiori trailing behind him. He stopped at room 304. Taking a breath to compose himself, he pushed the door open. Naruto frowned, a deep sadness settling in his chest. Sasuke was sitting up in the bed, but he wasn't really there. He was just staring at his lap, his small hands gripping the white sheets until his knuckles were white. Hello, Sasuke. The boy didn't move at first. When he finally raised his head, his onyx eyes were dull, like extinguished coals. For a fleeting second, recognition flickered, but it vanished as quickly as it came, swallowed by the hollow stare of a survivor. I suspect you know who I am. I'm Namikaze Naruto. He paused, the title tasting strange on his tongue. The 5th Hokage, as of this morning. Sasuke gave a small, stiff nod. I took the liberty of preparing a new apartment for you, Naruto continued gently. It's simple, clean, and it is far away from the compound. Do you mind? Sasuke shook his head slowly. Naruto offered a faint, strained smile. I'm glad you're awake. I'll sign your discharge papers for tomorrow. He turned to leave, his hand reaching for the door handle. Go dame. Naruto froze. The voice was quiet, brittle like dry leaves, and it made his heart ache. He turned back to face the boy. Where are my parents? Naruto didn't look away. He didn't offer empty platitudes. He looked the boy in the eye with a profound, shared sorrow. The funeral is tomorrow, Naruto said softly. It will be private. Just you. Sasuke blinked, a crack appearing in his mask. I didn't allow a public ceremony, Naruto explained, his voice lowering. I didn't want the village staring. I hated it when they stared at me during my parents' funeral. I thought you might want the peace I never got. Sasuke looked down, his trembling hands tightening on the sheets. Thank you. Naruto reached out, resting a warm, firm hand on the boy's small shoulder, squeezing it reassuringly. He let the silence speak for him, then turned and walked away, leaving the door slightly ajar to let the light in. Narumi frowned, her golden ponytail swaying as she flicked her wrist in a blur of motion. 10 shuriken embedded themselves into the center of 10 different targets in a single sweeping arc perfect score. Again. She walked to the targets to retrieve her weapons, her mind far away from the academy training grounds. The house had been suffocatingly quiet since yesterday evening. Ever since that gray-haired NBU had nearly broken down their door, her brother had left and hadn't come back. Is it about the Uchiha? Narumi. She blinked, snapping out of her daze as a familiar, loud voice cut through the air. She turned to see Kiba Inuzuka sprinting toward her, Akamaru barking wildly at his heels. What is it, Kiba? Narumi asked calmly, sliding a kunai from her pouch and burying it in the bullseye without even looking. You're making a scene. Kiba skidded to a halt, panting heavily, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and excitement. You don't know what happened? What happened? Ino asked, stepping up beside Narumi, looking equally confused. Are you girls living under a rock? They just posted the official announcement in front of the administration tower, Kiba yelled, throwing his hands in the air. Announcement? Narumi wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead. About the Uchiha? No. Well, yes, but no. Kiba took a deep breath, pointing a shaking finger at Narumi. It's your brother. He was named the 5th Hokage. The training ground went dead silent. Narumi's kunai slipped from her fingers, clattering onto the stone floor. What? Flashback. 10 years old Naruto. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, poking the dying embers of the campfire with a stick. The desert night was freezing, a sharp contrast to the scorching day, and the silence was deafening. I absolutely despise this wasteland, Naruto muttered, his voice dripping with annoyance. Sand in my boots, sand in my food. And for what? To babysit a village that can't win a single skirmish on their own. Shiho chuckled softly, adjusting her glasses as she looked up from her scroll. They are our allies, Naruto-sama. Diplomacy requires patience. Diplomacy requires competence, Naruto grumbled, tossing the stick into the fire. He looked across the flames at the third member of their squad. What about you, Erasure? You've been staring at that fire for an hour. What's on your mind? Erasure blinked, snapping out of his daze. Sir. You seem off, Naruto said, his tone softening from annoyance to concern. Something wrong. Erasure shook his head, a small, nervous smile touching his lips. No. Well, yes. It's my wife, sir. She's due any day now. I have this fear that I won't make it back in time to hear his first cry. Naruto's eyes widened, the irritation vanishing instantly as a genuine, beaming smile plastered his face. That is wonderful. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do not worry. As soon as we wrap this up, you are heading back immediately. I'll cover your shift. It's an easy job anyway. Erasure looked at him, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, Naruto-sama. Actually, I wanted to ask something of you. What is it? You need an advance on your pay? Diapers are expensive, I hear. No, sir. Erasure laughed nervously, then took a deep breath. I want to name my son after you. It would be the greatest honor for our family. Shiho gasped softly, her hand covering her mouth. Naruto gaped, his mouth hanging open. The boy wonder, the monster of the battlefield, looked completely floored. Me? Naruto stammered, pointing at himself. You want to name a baby after me? He rubbed the back of his neck, his face flushing red in the firelight. Damn, Erasure. That is too much. I might actually cry. Naruto was boiling. The heat of the desert morning was nothing compared to the magma coursing through his veins. His vision swam in a haze of red, his senses overwhelmed not by the smell of iron or the dry wind, but by a suffocating, blinding rage. He stood amidst the ruin of 3 Suna Shinobi. They weren't just dead. They were erased. Twisted limbs and shattered armor lay scattered across the sand. The price for their arrogance. The price for daring to stand before him, smirking, and delivering the message. Lord Kazekage sends his regards to the corpses of your friends. The words echoed in his skull, louder than his own heartbeat. Erasure, who just wanted to hold his son. Shiho, who had trusted their allies. Both gone, butchered by Raza, that scumbag, that traitorous filth. Naruto's chakra flared, a visible, terrifying aura that cracked the solid rock beneath his feet. He threw his head back, the cords of his neck straining as a roar tore from his throat, shattering the desert silence. Raza! Raza! Flashback ended. Naruto frowned deeply, the crinkled paper feeling heavy in his hands. It was the suicide note of Uchiha Shursui, recovered from the now empty evidence lockers of the Uchiha military police force. This was found in the archives, Kakashi reported, his voice devoid of its usual lethargy. The police force had it filed as a confirmed suicide, closed case. Naruto stared at the handwriting, his eyes narrowing as he sat behind the Hokage's desk. What do you think, Kakashi? Naruto asked, tossing the letter onto the wood. Did Shursui actually take his own life? I have no idea, go dame, Kakashi muttered, looking at the paper with his lone eye. However, for a Sharingan user of Itachi's caliber, copying handwriting is effortless. Naruto leaned back, the leather chair creaking in the silence. So Itachi killed his best friend and forged a note to cover his tracks? That is the most likely scenario, Kakashi agreed grimly. He likely eliminated Shisui first. Shisui was the only one with the power, and the will, to stop him from slaughtering the clan. Naruto cursed under his breath, rubbing his face with his hands. Itachi, how? He was a kind kid. I knew him. He was gentle. He was treated harshly by his father, pushed through the ranks too rapidly, Kakashi said quietly. The expectations broke him. Naruto fell silent, his gaze drifting to the window where the village lay under the sunlight. Tobirama always believed the Uchiha were a clan possessed by evil. Hashirama's voice echoed in his mind, a memory from years ago during their training in the forest. The first Hokage had looked sad that day, his eyes distant. He told me that the Uchiha don't just feel love, Naruto. They feel it more deeply than anyone else. And when they lose that love, it turns into an even stronger hatred. That is their curse. Naruto closed his eyes, the old warning settling in his gut like lead. You were right, sensei, and so was Tobirama-sama. He sighed, a long, exhausted sound that seemed to scrape the bottom of his lungs. He stood up, his joints popping, pushing the memory away. I'm going home, he announced. Narumi must be worried sick. Kakashi blinked, realizing the timeline. Come to think of it, you haven't returned home since the massacre. Yeah, Naruto murmured, his hand pausing on the doorknob. It's been a long day. Narumi frowned, her eyes scanning the lines of the scroll without actually reading them. The academy had been suspended indefinitely, and every student had been ordered to return home. The village was locked down, suffocated by a heavy, eerie silence. And through it all, her brother hadn't come home. Click. The sound of the front lock snapping open made her jump. She scrambled up from the table, rushing into the hallway before the door even fully opened. Ni-san. She froze. There he stood, but he wasn't wearing his usual clothes. He was draped in a pristine white robes, the red flames licking the hem, and the heavy kanji for 5th Hokage swaying against his calves. Ni-san, she breathed, her voice trembling. Hey Naru, Naruto said, his voice raspy with exhaustion. He stepped inside, towing off his sandals with a heavy sigh. Sorry I didn't come back last night. As you can see, things got busy. Narumi pointed a shaking finger at him, her eyes wide. You are actually the 5th Hokage. Yeah, Naruto chuckled softly, a tired but accepting smile touching his lips as he adjusted the collar of the robe. It was inevitable, I suppose. He walked over, ignoring her stunned paralysis, and wrapped a warm, heavy arm around her shoulders, guiding her back toward the living room. Come on, sit down. We need to talk. I mean, you're really going to have your face carved into the mountain? Narumi asked, her eyes sparkling with an unusual, bubbling excitement. She pointed out the window toward the iconic cliffside. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a tired smile tugging at his lips. Well, yes. Eventually. I suppose it will take some time, though. How long? A week, maybe? 2. Naruto shrugged, leaning back into the cushions. I carved father's face using earth release, so it was done in seconds. I have no idea how long the stonemasons take to do it the normal way. Narumi's jaw dropped. Wait, you did that? Yeah. Naruto's smile softened, turning melancholic. He looked past her, his gaze drifting toward the monument visible through the window. It was my inauguration gift to him. That is so cool. She bounced slightly on the sofa, unable to contain herself. Do you realize what this means? I'm the daughter and the sister of a Hokage. Naruto laughed, the sound rumbling in his chest, chasing away some of the shadows from yesterday. You're certainly chirpy today, aren't you? 1 week later, Kyuubi. I let out a low, rumbling groan that vibrated through his massive chest. He stared at the mountain of paperwork on his desk with more hatred than he had ever felt for an enemy ninja. Yo, Aniki. I didn't even look up. A vein pulsed dangerously on his temple. I don't have time for your rhyming nonsense, B. Get out. I think you'll make time for this, Aniki. The pen froze in ice hand. The rhythm was gone. The slang was gone. I blinked, looking up slowly. He stared at his younger brother, unsettled by the sudden, grim seriousness etched onto B's usually carefree face. "What is it, B?" he asked, his voice dropping an octave. "Intel just came in from Konoha," B said quietly. He raised his hand, splaying all 5 fingers. The boy wondered. He just took the hat. He's the 5th Hokage. The room went dead silent. Ice eyes widened a fraction. He didn't flinch, he was the Raikage after all. But a cold, phantom chill raced down his spine. The memory of a battlefield, of red hair and terrified screams, flashed behind his eyes. He exhaled slowly, the tension leaving his shoulders not out of relief, but out of resignation. "Well," I leaned back, the heavy leather chair creaking under his weight. "I'm not surprised." He looked out the window toward the south, his expression grim. "Monster or not, he is the strongest shinobi in the 5 nations. Iwagakure." Flashback, 3rd Great Ninja War. Kitsuchi choked on a curse, the sound wet and rattling deep in his chest. He looked around the clearing, or what used to be a barren, rocky wasteland. Now it was a twisted, chaotic forest. Roots as thick as houses coiled around the crushed bodies of his men like eager serpents, drinking their fill. 150 elite stone shinobi, gone, swallowed by the earth in a heartbeat. He was the only one left. He knelt in the blood-soaked mud, his vision swimming as he clutched his shattered arms to his chest, the pain nearly blinding him. "You are Kitsuchi, son of the 3rd Tsuchikage." The voice was light, almost melodic, completely out of place in this slaughterhouse. Kitsuchi forced his head up, dread pooling in his stomach like lead. Perched casually on a massive, blood-stained root sat a boy. No, a monster wearing a boy's skin. He couldn't have been more than 9 years old, his vibrant red hair mocking the gray devastation around them. Kitsuchi grit his teeth, forcing his trembling body to still. He scraped together the last shards of his pride, refusing to die begging. "Yes, I am," he spat, glaring defiantly into those cold, blue eyes. "So finish it. Kill me." "Nah." Naruto waved his hand dismissively, a childish pout on his face as if declining a vegetable he didn't like. "I don't really feel like it." He hopped down, landing silently on the moss. "Just go home, and tell your dad that this," he gestured vaguely to the forest of corpses, "is never going to work." Present day. Kitsuchi snapped his eyes open, the phantom pain in his arms fading as reality settled back in, but the fear remained. "Father, I told you we shouldn't have provoked them. Now look, he's taken the hat." Kitsuchi's voice was low, unusually thick with worry. He paced before the Tsuchikage's desk, his massive frame hunched as if under a great weight. Inoki floated a few inches above his chair, arms crossed over his chest. He scoffed, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. "So the boy wonder is the 5th Hokage. Humph, I'm not surprised. Damned brat. We need to send an envoy," Kitsuchi urged, stopping his pacing to slam a hand on the desk. "Immediately. A formal congratulation. A gift. We need to smooth things over before he looks our way." Inoki's face turned red, his pride stinging. "Kitsuchi, have you no spine? You want the stone to crawl on its belly? You want us to lick Konoha's boots just because a child put on a hat?" "You stubborn old fool," Kitsuchi roared back, his fear overriding his filial piety. "You sat safely in this office during the last war. You didn't see the bodies. You didn't see him." The room went deadly silent. From behind the heavy oak desk, a small head popped up. 8-year-old Kuratsuchi, who had been boredly stacking rocks on the floor, blinked up at the shouting adults, her brow furrowed. "Wait, the boy wonder?" she asked, tilting her head to the side, looking purely confused. "Grandpa, isn't he just a myth? Like a ghost story the older shinobi tell around the campfire to scare the rookies?" Kitsuchi froze. He looked down at his daughter, so small, so skeptical. She looked at them like they were arguing over a fairy tale. It hit him, Kuratsuchi was just as old as him. He dropped to one knee, grabbing her shoulders with trembling hands. "No, Kuratsuchi," he whispered, his voice shaking with a terror that made no sense to her innocence. "He is very real, and you better pray to God that you never, ever have to meet him." Sunagakure. Flashback. 10 years ago. Raza? Are you certain this was wise? Karura asked, her voice trembling as she unconsciously stroked her swollen belly. That envoy. They were under the direct protection of the boy wonder. Raza scoffed, not even looking up from his desk. That brat? You fear a child, Karura? How dare they demand reparations from me? If not for Suna's intervention, Konoha would be nothing but ash. They were just two nobodies. Konoha wouldn't dare escalate over. The heavy oak doors didn't just open, they exploded inward. A sand chunin flew through the splintered wood, crashing into the far wall with a sickening crunch. He slid down, leaving a smear of red against the sandstone, his warning dying in his throat. Raza! A calamity stepped through the debris. Naruto stood there, his red hair floating as if underwater, animated by a chakra so dense it made the air in the office heavy and suffocating. You filthy traitor! How dare you kill Shiho and Arashi? Raza moved to weave signs, to summon his gold dust, but the floor beneath him erupted. Thick, gnarled roots shot up, piercing the stone and binding his arms and legs before he could even twitch. My chakra! Raza's eyes bulged in panic. I can't mold it. It's being drained. Raza! Karura screamed, rushing forward, but a massive wooden hand sprouted from the wall, pinning her gently but firmly against the stone, rendering her immobile. No, Karura! Naruto walked forward, the wood tightening around Raza's neck, lifting the Kazekage off the ground. You scumbag, say goodbye to your wife. Say goodbye to this village. By sunrise, the map will only show 4 great nations. No, please. Raza gagged, his arrogance evaporated, replaced by the primal fear of death. I made a mistake. My wife. She has nothing to do with this. Punish me. Erasure had a wife too. Naruto roared as tears fell of his eyes, the sound shaking the foundation of the tower. She is waiting for him right now. She is pregnant. What about his wife? Please. Karura sobbed, unable to move against the wood, tears streaming down her cheeks. I am pregnant too. Please, don't kill our child. Naruto froze. The killing intent that had filled the room stalled. He looked at Karura, then at her stomach, and the image of Arashi's face, filled with hope for his unborn son, flashed before his eyes. I will pay the reparations. Raza stammered, sensing the hesitation. Triple the amount. Just leave Karura. I was the one who gave the order. Kill me if you must, but spare them. Naruto's eyes narrowed, the logical, cold part of his mind whirred to life. Killing a Kage would be catastrophic. It starts a war. But if I erase the village entirely, then there is no one left to declare war. He looked at the weeping mother. He looked at the pathetic Kage dangling in his vines. Slowly, the roots loosened, dropping Raza to his knees. You will pay every single Ryo, Naruto said, his voice dropping from a shout to a terrifyingly cold whisper. And Raza, listen to me closely. He leaned down, his face inches from the Kazekage's. If I ever hear that a sand headband has come within 10 miles of the land of fire, I will be back, and next time I won't stop. I'm not my father. Do you hear me, you pathetic excuse for a Kage? Why yes, Raza gasped, clutching his bruised throat. I understand. Back to present. Raza's eyes snapped open, his breath hitching in his throat with a ragged gasp. Clatter. His spoon fell from his numb fingers, splashing hot stew onto the table, but he didn't even flinch. Cold, clammy sweat beaded on his forehead, dripping down his nose and landing in the bowl, contrasting sharply with the dry heat of Suna. Across the table, Kankuro froze with a piece of bread halfway to his mouth. Beside him, Temari stared at her father, her teal eyes wide with concern and confusion. Lord Kazekage? Is something wrong? Baki stepped forward from the shadows, his voice low and laced with genuine worry. He didn't need to ask what had happened. He had seen the report on the dinner table, the announcement from Konoha. And he remembered. Baki had been just a chunin back then. He remembered the day the sun was blocked out not by clouds, but by a sudden, violent canopy of green. He remembered the screams as roots thick as leviathans burst through the sandstone of the Kazakage Tower, crushing the council room like it was made of paper. I'm fine, Baki, Raza muttered, though his voice lacked its usual iron. He reached for his water glass, but his left hand, the one that had been crushed against the wall by the wood release, trembled uncontrollably. He set the hand down flat on the table, forcing it to still. So, he is the fifth Hokage now, Raza whispered, staring into the dark liquid of his stew as if it were an abyss. Congratulations. To him. The table was silent for a long, uncomfortable moment. Father, Kankuro spoke up, his voice small. The boy wonder, isn't that just a legend? A ghost story the Jonin tell to scare genin? Raza flinched. The phantom sensation of wood tightening around his throat returned, choking him. Eat, Raza commanded, his voice cracking before hardening into a brittle shell of authority. He didn't look at him. He couldn't. Just eat your food. Raza gripped his spoon until his knuckles turned white. That monster, I don't dare imagine what he has become. Hokage office. Naruto sneezed faintly, the sound cutting through the quiet scratching of his shears. He sniffed, wiping his nose with the back of his hand as he returned to pruning the delicate bonsai on his desk. Someone is definitely talking about me. Probably cursing my name. I never understood this hobby of yours. A gruff, familiar voice rumbled from the doorway. You can literally grow forests with a wave of your hand, yet you spend hours cutting tiny leaves with scissors. Naruto froze. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face. A smile that hadn't been there since years. He looked up to see Jiraiya leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking at him with a mixture of immense pride and amusement. Sensei. Naruto was out of his chair in a blur, closing the distance and pulling the Sannin into a bone-crushing hug. Jiraiya laughed, a hearty, booming sound, and slapped his student's back. Holy shit, look at you. Jiraiya pulled back, gripping Naruto's shoulders and looking him up and down. You're at eye level with me. When did you get so big? Last time you saw me, I was 15, you perv. Naruto grinned. Ka-san always said I'd end up taller than you. I dropped everything the second I got your message, Jiraiya said, his gaze softening. He reached out, dusting Naruto's shoulders. Congratulations, kid. I can't say it was unexpected, but I'm proud of you. Thanks, sensei. Naruto wrapped an arm around the older man's shoulders, steering him toward the door. Come on, it's time you met the female Minato. Narumi. Jiraiya mused, a nostalgic look in his eyes. She was barely 3 when I left. How is she? Like I said, a miniature father in every way. It's terrifying. As they walked out, Jiraiya didn't notice the floorboards behind the desk shift. A wood clone silently rose from the wood, picked up the shears, and resumed pruning the bonsai without missing a beat. I'm home, Nisan, Narumi called out, the familiar routine of kicking off her sandals at the Genken grounding her after a long day. Narumi, get in here. Quick. She paused, her hand hovering over the wall. Her brother's voice wasn't just loud. It was vibrating with an energy she hadn't heard in her life. It wasn't the commanding tone of her big brother. Rounding the corner into the living room, she froze. Standing next to Naruto was a mountain of a man. He was huge, easily matching her brother in height, with a wild mane of white hair that seemed to have a life of its own and a presence that made the room feel suddenly small. Look who decided to finally show up. Naruto grinned, gesturing grandly. It's Jiraiya-sensei. Narumi blinked, her bag sliding down her shoulder. Who? Jiraiya slumped dramatically, clutching his chest as if an arrow had pierced his heart. Gah, struck down by the youth. You wound me, kid. You really wound me. He was father's teacher, Naru. And mine, Naruto explained, rolling his eyes at the theatrics but unable to stop smiling. He is family. Oh, her eyes widened. She spun toward the mantelpiece, pointing a shaking finger at the framed photo, the one of her brother, her father, her pregnant mother, and the grinning white-haired man standing behind them. That Jiraiya-sensei, the one in the picture. The theatrics vanished from Jiraiya's face instantly. He stepped forward, the wooden floorboards creaking under his weight, and dropped to one knee so he could look her in the eye. He stared at her for a long, quiet moment, his expression softening into something painfully nostalgic. He reached out, his large hand hesitating before gently gripping her shoulder. Naruto wasn't lying. He murmured, his voice thick. It's like looking at a ghost. Narumi tilted her head, a small, proud smile touching her lips. My father. Jiraiya chuckled, a wet, rough sound. Yeah, you're the spitting image of Minato. It's decided. She will be your new student, Naruto declared, crossing his arms with an air of finality that earned him an identical, incredulous stare from both of them. Enni-san? Narumi sputtered, her eyes going wide. Oi, Naruto, wait a second. Jiraiya held up his hands defensively, taking a step back. I don't think she's quite ready for my kind of training. Nonsense. I am the Hokage. Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at the Sannin. You either become her master, or I officially use my power to confine you to the village limits for the rest of your life. No more research trips. Jiraiya gulped loudly. The threat hung heavy in the air. He knew the kid was completely serious. He was trapped. He quickly cleared his throat, suddenly standing very straight and puffing out his chest. Well, I can't lie, Jiraiya boomed, masking his defeat with a forced laugh. There is absolutely nothing I love more than passing on my vast wisdom to the next generation. Narumi just stood there, blinking dumbly between her beaming brother and the sweating legendary Sannin, wondering what the hell had just happened to her life. The house had finally settled into a quiet, comfortable rhythm. Narumi had retreated to her room for the night, leaving the two men alone in the dim light of the dining table. Jiraiya swirled the warm sake in his cup, a soft, nostalgic smile on his weathered face. She's a smart one, calm, and easy to talk to. Naruto nodded, taking a slow, contented sip of his tea. She's splendid. You raised her well, Naruto. Naruto's smile deepened at the praise, but the Hokage in him soon took over. Any news from the outside world? Jiraiya's expression shifted, the warmth bleeding out of his eyes as he set his cup down. Nothing too unusual. Though you remember the Ichibi? The funky tanuki? Naruto lowered his tea, raising an eyebrow. What about it? Raza had it sealed into his youngest son. Naruto frowned, though he didn't look entirely surprised. Well, keeping the Jinchuriki within the Kage family is standard practice to maintain control. He had it sealed while the boy was still in the womb. Naruto? Jiraiya interrupted, his voice dead flat. Naruto froze, his blood running ice cold. The memory of a weeping Karura, pinned against the wall and begging for the life of her unborn child, slammed into him with the force of a physical blow. Are you serious? Naruto choked out, horror dawning on his face. Yes, Jiraiya nodded grimly, picking his sake back up. Elder Chio performed the jutsu. His poor wife died right after giving birth. The strain of the sealing was too much. Naruto's grip on his teacup tightened until the porcelain groaned in his hand, his knuckles turning stark white. The rage he had buried years ago in the Kazekage's office clawed its way violently back up his throat. That scumbag! Naruto hissed, his voice vibrating with a lethal, barely contained fury as he glared into his green tea. Him and that disgusting snake, Orochimaru. I don't think I have ever hated anyone the way I hate those two. Jiraiya sighed heavily, downing his drink to wash away the bitter taste of the shinobi world. Let's not ruin our first night back talking about human garbage, Jiraiya muttered, tapping his empty cup on the wood to break the tension. So, how's the new job treating you? 1 week later. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Naruto mumbled around a mouthful of sweet dango. He sat casually at an outdoor tea stall, taking a break with Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai. The Hokage hat rested on the bench beside him. He swallowed, staring thoughtfully at the empty wooden skewer. It's time to pull him out of the shadows. I'm giving him a genin team. Why not? Guy's eyes widened, practically sparkling with sudden, fiery enthusiasm. He slammed a fist onto the table, rattling their teacups. Yes, absolutely. The bright flames of youth will surely burn away the lingering darkness in my eternal rival's heart. Kurenai sighed softly, her red eyes filled with quiet, melancholic concern. After spending so many years buried in ANBU, I just hope he can adapt to being around children again. The things he's done in the dark, Naruto, it changes a person. Asuma exhaled a long, thin plume of smoke, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed, knowing smirk. Well, you're the Hokage now. If you gave the order, it's not like the guy has a choice, does he? Naruto smiled deeply, the wind whipping his white robes around his legs as he stood at the edge of the Hokage tower. His bright blue eyes traced the jagged lines of the Hokage monument carved into the mountain above. His sensei, his father, and right next to them, him. God bless nepotism, Naruto whispered to the wind, a wry chuckle escaping his lips. The air shifted faintly behind him. Naruto didn't need to turn around to recognize the chakra signature of the man who had known him since he was a child. You asked for me, go dame, Kakashi said, dropping to a knee on the rooftop. Naruto turned around, his expression shifting from amused to dead serious. He stepped forward and held out an expectant hand. Yes, Kakashi, give me your mask. Kakashi froze. His lone visible eye widened in shock, hesitating for a fraction of a second before years of ingrained loyalty took over. He reached up, unfastening the painted porcelain ANBU mask, and placed it silently into Naruto's waiting palm. Kakashi looked up, his expression unreadable beneath his cloth mask. May I ask why? Naruto looked down at the porcelain face, running a thumb over its painted markings before meeting Kakashi's eye. Because as of this moment, you are officially relieved of your ANBU duties. From now on, you will function as a regular jonin. Naruto let the words hang in the air, his lips twitching upward as he paused for dramatic effect. And starting next year, you will be a jonin instructor. Kakashi stared at him, completely and utterly blindsided. His stoic demeanor shattered in an instant. Excuse me? 1 year after Naruto became Hokage, 21 years old Naruto. The sheer volume of incoming missions is really getting out of hand, Naruto murmured softly, his eyes scanning the thick scroll in his hands. To think Konoha is actually facing a manpower shortage. I suppose peace has its drawbacks, after all. He sat cross-legged on a plush cushion at the head of the room, surrounded by the village's most elite jonin, who knelt respectfully before him. With all due respect, go dame, Anko spoke. Your strict policy forbidding early academy graduation has severely bottlenecked the number of active genin teams. Naruto lowered the scroll, his blue eyes meeting hers. You aren't wrong, Anko, but I refuse to throw children into the field just because our village is successful enough to drown in mission requests. Genma shifted the sanbon in his mouth, his expression serious. Then what do you propose we do about the backlog, sir? Naruto sighed, tossing the scroll onto the low wooden table. It can't be helped. I'll just have to go out and clear some of them myself. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Even Kakashi, who had been slouching near the back, stiffened in absolute surprise. My lord, you can't just leave the village, Aoba protested immediately, leaning forward in a panic. If you would just allow us to form additional platoons. No, Aoba, Naruto interrupted, holding up a hand to silence the room. A mischievous, restless grin broke across his face. Besides, I'm only 21. My knees are gonna lock up if I stay chained to that desk any longer. There's an S-rank assignment near the land of water border. I'll take it, and I'm bringing 2 jonin with me. Naruto waited until the heavy doors clicked shut behind the departing jonin. Only Kakashi and Anko remained, kneeling silently on the tatami mats. Naruto leaned forward, his elbows resting on the low table, and fixed his former ANBU captain with a flat stare. Kakashi, are you mocking me? Kakashi's visible eye widened slightly in genuine confusion. Sir. Naruto didn't look away from him. Anko, do you think Kakashi is mocking me? The purple-haired Kunoichi blinked, startled at suddenly being dragged into the crossfire. She glanced sideways at Kakashi before looking back at the Hokage. I think he means the graduation reports, Kakashi, Anko offered carefully. Hokage-sama is talking about you sending every single genin team assigned to you straight back to the academy. I love you, Anko, Naruto declared, throwing his hands up in sheer exasperation. Do you know why I love Anko, Kakashi? Because she actually does her job without making me pull my hair out. Thank you, sir, Anko replied smoothly, a highly amused, thoroughly professional smirk pulling at the corners of her mouth. Kakashi frowned, the fabric of his mask shifting over his jaw. I sent them back because they weren't ready, go dame. They lacked teamwork. I won't lead a squad of selfish children into the field just to watch them get killed. Naruto slapped a hand onto the table, the sharp smack echoing in the quiet room. I ordered you to become a Jonin instructor, so you are going to be a Jonin instructor. You're supposed to teach them how to not be selfish. Naruto dragged a hand down his face, groaning. Good grief, Kakashi. Even Jiraiya-sensei follows my orders now. Do not make me assign you a team of toddlers. Kakashi sighed, his shoulders slumping as the fight drained out of him under the weight of his Hokage's glare. I will try my best, go dame. Good. Then you can start trying your best right now, Naruto declared, his annoyance melting into a triumphant grin. Because you two are coming with me on that S-rank mission. Anko's eyes widened, quickly lighting up with a fierce, joyful pride. She bowed her head sharply. It will be an honor, Hokage-sama. Sir, Kakashi acknowledged simply, his posture becoming rigid. Naruto stood up, grabbing his white Hokage robes from the chair. He tossed a wicked smirk over his shoulder as he slipped it on. I expect a full, detailed report on my teamwork when we get back, Kakashi. Try not to send me back to the academy. All right? A desperate, long-suffering sigh escaped Kakashi's mask, perfectly harmonizing with Anko's poorly stifled giggle. This is highly dangerous, Naruto, Hamura warned, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. You are not just the boy wonder anymore. You are the fifth Hokage. We understand your reluctance to push for early graduations after what happened with Itachi, Koharu added, her wrinkled face pinched with genuine worry. But taking on an S-rank mission yourself? Leaving the village? Naruto sighed, adjusting the straps of his flak jacket. He had already swapped his heavy Hokage robes for his standard Jonin uniform, looking far more in his element. No Hokage has ever been as young as me. I can't just sit behind a desk while our mission backlog piles up. Drastic situations require drastic measures. Besides, I'm not going alone. I'm taking Kakashi and Anko with me. Kakashi and Anko? Good choices, Hamura noted as he rubbed his chin. Still, quite dangerous, Koharu insisted. Don't you old geezers ever get tired? Naruto shot back, a playful smirk breaking through his serious facade. Even Hiruzen-sama finally retired. Go home and play with your grandchildren or something. We are here to advise the village, Naruto. Not to rule it, Hamura replied smoothly. Well, my wood clone will be sitting right at that desk until I get back, Naruto said, tossing the two elders a cheeky wink as he opened the heavy oak door. Advise it well. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving the office in silence. Humph, always been charming lad, Koharu muttered, shaking her head. Beside her, Hamura simply chuckled. An S-rank. Nisan, are you sure about this? Narumi asked, her brow furrowed with worry as she looked up at him. Naruto gave her a flat, deadpan stare. I really don't want to tell you the kind of things I was doing when I was your age, Narumi. Just be safe, she mumbled, ignoring his comment and throwing her arms around his neck as he knelt to her eye level. Of course I will, he promised softly, hugging her back tightly. After a moment, he pulled away, a playful, challenging glint returning to his blue eyes. By the way, did you master that jutsu sensei gave you? Narumi beamed, her worry instantly replaced by a fierce, confident pride. Of course I did. I'm going to show Jiraiya-sensei the second he gets back. Well, don't keep me in suspense, Naruto smirked, crossing his arms over his flak jacket. Show your big brother what you've got. Narumi's smirk mirrored his own perfectly. Without a hint of hesitation, she brought her thumb to her mouth and bit down hard, a bright bead of crimson blood welling to the surface. Summoning jutsu. Few hours later. This is my first time actually running a field mission with you, Naruto-sama. Anko grinned, the adrenaline clear in her voice as she leaped gracefully through the dense forest canopy alongside Kakashi. So, what are the actual details, anyway? Naruto kept his eyes fixed on the horizon, his flak jacket rustling in the wind. A woman named Mei Terumi submitted a formal request. She wants our help to kill someone. Kakashi landed softly on a thick branch beside them, his visible eye narrowing. Someone? Did she specify who? No idea, Naruto replied, a slight frown marring his features. But the whole situation reeks. She requested my involvement, specifically by name. Anko's eager grin vanished, replaced by a sharp, lethal scowl. That's incredibly fishy, sir. It sounds like a trap. Kakashi nodded in silent agreement, his hand drifting subconsciously toward his kunai pouch. Naruto nodded, his blue eyes hardening into something cold and incredibly dangerous. Exactly. That's why I'm here instead of a regular squad. He clenched his fist. If it turns out to be a trap, we crush it. Mei released a heavy, exhausted sigh, the sound muffled by her mask as she slipped out of the dingy inn. Her heavy cloak swallowed her figure, a necessary shield in a life spent entirely in the shadows. Running, hiding, constantly looking over her shoulder. It was getting her nowhere. It was just slowly eroding her soul. Gods, how she wished she could just abandon this cursed land. Her father had been slaughtered 2 years ago. His only crime was the blood in his veins, the Kekkei Genkai they both shared. When whispers of a rebellion first began to circulate in the shadows, she had simply ignored them. She had no desire to fight a grueling civil war for a place she had never loved to begin with. Why shed her own blood to save a village that had only ever taken from her? She just wanted her revenge against the Mizukage, and then she wanted out. If only I had been born a Konoha shinobi. I heard they are nice, she mused bitterly, tilting her head back. Even now, any promise of a blue sky was choked out by the eternal, oppressive fog of the village hidden in the mist. Her vibrant green eyes narrowed, the wistfulness hardening into cold resolve. The boy wonder, if he's real, if he is truly the monster the stories claim, then he can kill Yagura. I'll finally get my father's revenge. Her shoulders relaxed slightly as a different, much softer fantasy took over. And then I can leave this blood-soaked island forever. Maybe I'll finally settle down and find a good husband. Yes, that would be wonderful. With a silent flicker of chakra, she vanished into the fog, blurring through the damp trees toward the designated rendezvous point. The legends say he has vibrant red hair. Mei thought, a faint, amused smirk playing on her lips behind the mask. Redhead. Well, if he was real anyway. 2 days later. This campsite definitely brings back memories, Naruto murmured softly, staring into the dancing flames. He sat comfortably beside his oldest friend while Anko was out gathering firewood. Yu Tusan, Obito, and Rin. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in a faint, bittersweet smile as he gave a slow nod. Now it's just you and me, Naruto. Naruto let out a soft, humorless snort, a shadow of quiet grief crossing his features. They always say the talented ones die first. Looks like we're the exception to the rule. Calling you merely talented is a massive understatement, Kakashi replied dryly, poking the embers with a stick. I still haven't forgotten our first real mission. The day you wiped out those 50 Kumojonin. Yeah. Naruto sighed, a heavy, nostalgic warmth bleeding into his voice despite the grim subject. Good times. Well, aside from all the killing anyway. Well, we are technically sitting in the bloody mist, Kakashi noted with a dry, muffled chuckle. Talking about mass murder seems perfectly suited to the local climate. Naruto groaned, letting his head drop back against the log behind him. I really hate this village. It's just damp, cold, and depressing. Now, Kumo is nice. I always appreciated their architecture. Those massive buildings reaching up into the clouds. Very scenic. I like IWA. You always been boring. Next morning. This has to be the rendezvous point for our mysterious Mei, Anko murmured, her eyes tracing the topography on the unrolled map. Behind her, Naruto sat casually on a thick, fallen tree trunk, looking completely unimpressed by the oppressive, damp fog of the land of water. I really hate waiting around, Naruto groaned, leaning back on his hands with a heavy sigh. Infiltration missions, too. I've always been terrible at the whole hiding thing. Kakashi offered a muffled hum of agreement, knowing full well his Hokage's preferred method of stealth usually involved leveling the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Naruto's relaxed posture shifted just a fraction. His blue eyes sharpened, piercing through the thick white mist. "Someone's coming," he stated, his voice dropping its bored drawl. Instantly, the casual atmosphere vanished. Anko and Kakashi moved in perfect, lethal sync, dropping into defensive stances directly in front of him to shield their Hokage. Naruto, however, didn't even twitch, remaining comfortably seated on his log as a solitary shadow began to form in the fog. "Show yourself," Naruto demanded. That was when a cloaked figure appeared out of the fog wearing mask. "Go dame that mask," Kakashi muttered, his hand instinctively drifting to her kunai pouch as the shadow fully materialized from the fog. "A Kiri hunter nin," Naruto noted dryly, addressing the cloaked figure. "I've always hated you guys. I remember one of you tracking me down back in the day, claiming he was going to collect my bounty." "And what happened to him?" the masked figure asked. The three Konoha shinobi blinked in unison. The voice that echoed from behind the porcelain mask wasn't the cold, raspy threat of a hardened assassin. It was melodic, sweet, and undeniably feminine. "I killed him," Naruto answered flatly, quickly recovering his composure. "Now, are you Mei Terumi? Are you the boy wonder?" she countered smoothly. Naruto sighed as he stood up, gesturing vaguely to his tall, broad frame. "As you can plainly see, I'm not exactly a boy anymore." "I can see that," the woman purred, tilting her masked head slightly. "Your looks are quite pleasing, just like the legends say." "Is this really happening right now?" Anko whispered, a giant sweat drop forming on her brow. Beside her, Kakashi merely watched the bizarre exchange with his usual, infinitely bored eye. Naruto's eye twitched, his patience wearing thin with the damp cold. "Listen, lady, just take off the mask and tell us about the mission. I want to get this over with. I hate this miserable country." "So do I," she replied softly. Reaching up, she unfastened the porcelain mask and pulled back the heavy hood of her cloak, letting it fall to her shoulders. Even Anko took a startled breath at the sight of the woman standing before them. Kakashi's posture instantly shifted from relaxed to fully alert, his eye analyzing the sudden, striking threat. Naruto, however, simply blushed. Thick, auburn hair cascaded down her back, framing a pale, elegant face with vibrant green eyes and soft, captivating lips. "Are you kidding me?" Naruto thought, his previous annoyance evaporating completely into the mist. "I never knew Kiri was hiding this kind of—" "Well," Naruto cleared his throat, a thoroughly amused, charming smirk replacing his scowl as he relaxed back onto his log. "It looks like the trip was worth it after all." Once they finally recovered from the shock of the Kiri Kunoichi's stunning beauty, she sat before them on the damp forest floor to lay out the mission details. "I'm still not convinced," Mei admitted, her vibrant green eyes narrowing as she studied the handsome redhead with blatant suspicion. She certainly appreciated an attractive man, but she had absolutely no time for games. "I apologize, but it's hard to believe that you are the monster from the stories. You look far too relaxed to be him." Anko instantly bristled, glaring fiercely at her fellow kunoichi. "Know your place, beauty. You are speaking to Godame-sama." Naruto simply waved the purple-haired woman down with a calm, easygoing smile. "It's fine, Anko. Let her speak." Mei didn't even spare Anko a glance, her gaze locked squarely on the Hokage. "I always found the legends hard to believe," Mei continued smoothly, "especially since the boy wonder suddenly disappeared right after the Third War." "The boy wonder doesn't concern you?" Naruto replied simply, his voice remaining calm but leaving absolutely no room for argument. "What should concern you is that I can fulfill your mission." "Who is the target?" Kakashi asked, his tone cutting straight through the tension to the practical matter at hand. Mei hesitated. Her green eyes darted between the three Konoha shinobi before she finally forced the words out. "It is the fourth Mizukage." A heavy, stunned silence blanketed the clearing. Naruto stared at her, the easygoing confidence vanishing from his face, replaced by a sharp, incredulous frown. "You want me to kill Yagura?" he demanded, his voice dangerously flat. "You realize I can't just go around assassinating Kages, right?" Mei tensed under the sudden anger radiating from the redhead, but her own grief fueled her retaliation. That scumbag is no Kage, she fired back. He purged every Kekkei Genkai user in the mist. Yeah, I know what the Sanbai's Jinchuriki has been doing. Naruto shot back, crossing his arms firmly. But what do you think I am? The savior of the world? You expect me to just start offing Kages because they're oppressing their own nations? He killed my father, Mei screamed, her voice cracking as her composure completely shattered. She grabbed fistfuls of the damp grass, hot tears finally spilling over her lashes and tracing tracks down her pale cheeks. Naruto stared down at the weeping woman for a long, impassive moment. Then, with a heavy sigh, he stood up and casually dusted off his pants. I'm out of here. Jigo dame? Enko stammered, caught completely off guard. Mei's tear-filled eyes widened in sheer, absolute panic. No! Why you can't leave? She pleaded, scrambling to her feet. Naruto blinked, looking over his shoulder with a completely deadpan expression. Yes, I can. I hate fighting Bijou. They're annoying. But I gave him this rendezvous point, Mei blurted out desperately. The three Konoha shinobi froze. Slowly, their eyes widened in synchronized, dawning horror. You did what? Naruto roared. Mei shrank back, suddenly realizing the magnitude of the trap she had just dragged them into. He's been hunting me for 2 years. This was my last maneuver, she stammered, offering a weak, trembling smile. But you can defeat him, right? I knew it was a trap, Kakashi snarled, his lone eye blazing with lethal intent as he glared at the auburn-haired Kunoichi, his hand already dropping to his weapon pouch. Mei took a frantic step backward, raising her hands defensively as the killing intent washed over her. And no, I swear to you, it isn't a trap, she pleaded, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and desperation. But I didn't have a choice. Before Mei could defend herself further, the temperature in the clearing plummeted. Too late, Naruto muttered. In a blur of motion, the surrounding trees were suddenly occupied. 20 masked Kiri Hunter-nin materialized from the heavy mist, dropping into perfectly synchronized, lethal crouches along the damp branches, completely surrounding the small clearing. And standing at the very front, looking down at them with hollow magenta eyes, was their leader. Yagura, Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck with a sudden, bone-deep exhaustion. This is the fourth Mizukage? Anko muttered, her eyes narrowing as she took in the small, unassuming figure gripping a green-flowered staff. He looks like a literal child. Don't let the height fool you, Naruto warned softly, his blue eyes locking onto the Kage. He has perfect control over his bijou. Yagura's gaze flickered to the terrified Kiri Kunoichi trembling behind the Konoha shinobi. Mei, to think a pathetic traitor like you would manage to drag him into this of all people. The Mizukage then slowly shifted his attention to the towering redhead. Despite his emotionless facade, a microscopic, almost imperceptible tremor of fear slipped into his cold voice. The boy wonder, you grew up. Naruto let out a dry, breathy chuckle, casually sliding his hands into his pockets as he looked down at the tiny Kage. Yeah, well, you didn't. Why yandame? This is your end, Mei managed to exclaim, her voice shaking but defiant as she glared at the child-sized Kage. Naruto slowly turned his head, staring at her with a look of utter, deadpan incredulity. I'm not fighting Yagura, Naruto declared flatly. I already fought him years ago, and spared him. Killing him now will be not cool. The blunt statement visibly relieved the tension radiating from the Mizukage, but it sent Mei into a spiraling, wide-eyed panic. What? Mei shrieked frantically. But you're him. You can surely beat him. An intelligent choice, Naruto, Yagura praised, a cold, hollow smirk finally tugging at his lips. He lowered his staff slightly. Now, hand over the traitor, and I will generously forget this little incident ever happened. Naruto sighed as he looked back up at the fourth Mizukage. Sorry, Yagura. How about we try this instead? Naruto offered, his voice completely casual but carrying an unmistakable underlying threat. You leave us and Mei alone. Take your Hunter-nin back home, and I will graciously forget this incident. Yagura's cold smirk instantly vanished, twisting into a furious snarl. That is not going to happen. Naruto's expression darkened into a heavy frown. You've changed, Yagura. You've completely strayed from the right path. I'm sorry, but I can't let you kill this girl. In the next fraction of a second, his chakra exploded. The sheer, suffocating density of it violently cracked the damp earth beneath his sandals, sending a visible shockwave tearing through the dense fog. Oh boy, I almost forgot what this felt like, Kakashi muttered, a single bead of sweat rolling down his temple despite his casual stance. Beside him, Anko simply gaped, completely paralyzed by the monstrous pressure suddenly crushing the air out of her lungs. Impossible. The legends were real, May thought, staring dumbly at the towering redhead as the terrifying reality of the boy wonder finally set in. Yagura groaned, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead as the oppressive, heavy chakra bore down on him. Kill him, the Mizukage roared, his voice cracking slightly under the strain. Kakashi, Anko, grab May and step back, Naruto ordered calmly, his hands snapping together to form a single, precise snake seal. As the 20 Hunter-nin leaped simultaneously from the branches, weapons drawn to strike him down from all sides, Naruto merely whispered, Moukton, Jukai Kuten. The ground violently ruptured. Massive, thick wooden roots and colossal trees erupted from the earth with a deafening roar, instantly birthing an entirely new, vicious forest in the middle of the clearing. The rapidly expanding timber swatted the airborne Kiri assassins out of the sky, crushing them mercilessly like flies against the canopy. Without slowing down, the relentless, surging sea of wood barreled straight toward a wide-eyed, utterly terrified Mizukage. He just created an entire jungle, May stammered in pure, unadulterated shock, her vibrant green eyes wide as she stared at the cataclysmic landscape unfolding before her. How is that even possible? Shut up and watch, Anko hissed back, her face split into a massive, manic grin with literal stars shining in her eyes. She had grown up hearing the terrifying legends of the boy wonder's power. Now she was finally witnessing it in the flesh. Amidst the crushing destruction of his newly born forest, Naruto narrowed his eyes. A familiar, deeply annoying sensation prickled at his senses. Boy wonder, you will pay for this, Yagura roared. The child-sized Kage was now entirely swallowed by a violently bubbling, blood-red chakra cloak. But it wasn't the demonic shroud that bothered Naruto. It was the suffocating, dense sphere of black and purple energy rapidly condensing in the air before the Mizukage's mouth. A tailed beast bomb. Like I said, you bijou are also annoying. Well, except for Kasan and Narumi, Naruto grumbled under his breath. With a bored sigh, he brought his hands together, holding the snake seal once more. With a deafening shriek, Yagura fired the devastating sphere of condensed destruction straight at him. Just before it could annihilate the area, the earth split open and a colossal, timber hand violently sprouted from the ground, catching the apocalyptic attack right in its giant palm. Moukton, Hote no Jutsu, Naruto stated flatly. With a casual pulse of his chakra, the massive wooden hand surged forward, violently slamming the roaring Bijudama straight back into Yagura's chest as if palming a giant raisingan. Knowing full well the scale of the impending blast, Naruto vanished in a blur. He reappeared instantly in front of his stunned team. Just as the earth-shattering explosion detonated, a massive wooden dragon head erupted from the soil, curling protectively over them to completely absorb the apocalyptic shockwave. A minute later, the deafening rumble of the blast finally subsided. With a casual pulse of chakra, Naruto commanded the massive wooden dragon head to open, letting the pale sunlight and clearing smoke filter back into their shelter. He blinked, suddenly looking down. Somewhere during the earth-shattering explosion, May had tightly latched onto his arm, pressing herself flush against his side in pure, instinctual terror. My God! What am I thinking? Naruto thought, a massive sweat drop forming on the back of his head along with a faint, uncharacteristic blush as he became acutely aware of her proximity. TSK. She just wants an excuse to cling to Lord Fifth, Anko thought, her eyes narrowing into a fiercely jealous glare at the beautiful Kiri Kunoichi. Behind them, Kakashi slowly wiped a fake, dramatic tear from his visible eye. Jiraiya-sama. Where are you when it truly matters? Did you kill him? The woman asked, her voice breathless with hope as she stared up at the handsome redhead, her grip on his arm not loosening in the slightest. Gently but firmly prying her fingers from his sleeve, Naruto shot her a stern, exasperated glare. "I will deal with you later, lady," he warned. Leaving her blinking in surprise, he leaped out of the wooden defense and landed on the edge of the devastation. He surveyed the massive, smoking crater his countered attack had left behind, but to his mild shock, the ruined earth was completely empty. Naruto muttered, his blue eyes scanning the shattered remnants of the forest. He escaped. Miles away, hidden safely within the dense canopy of an ancient tree, 3 figures observed the smoking, newly formed forest. "Watching that boy fight always terrifies me. It's been years and he's only gotten scarier." The white half of Zetsu hissed, shivering visibly against the bark. Madara-sama always delighted in watching his battles before he died. The black half of Zetsu rumbled, his deep voice dripping with grim certainty. "Now, at his current age, I can only imagine his power truly rivals Hashirama himself." Obito remained silent for a long moment, his visible Sharingan narrowing as he processed the sheer, cataclysmic scale of the Moukton jutsu. With a heavy sigh, he effortlessly adjusted the battered, unconscious body of the 4th Mizukage slung over his shoulder. Having him around is going to cause massive complications, Obito finally murmured from behind his spiraled mask. "Let's postpone the plans. I refuse to have the entire Akatsuki slaughtered just because we were hasty. You dragged us all the way out here into this massive mess, and now you can't even pay for the mission. Am I right?" Naruto demanded, crossing his arms with an exasperated glare. "How much does assassinating a Kage even cost these days, anyway?" "Well, you didn't actually kill him, Hokage-sama," Mei pointed out, a slow, utterly unapologetic smirk spreading across her soft lips. "So why should I have to pay?" "Kakashi, let go of me. I'm going to kill her," Anko shrieked, thrashing wildly as the copy ninja calmly held her back by the collar of her flak jacket, looking completely unfazed by his teammates' murderous rage. Naruto just stared at the Kiri Kunoichi, his jaw practically hitting the forest floor in pure, dumbfounded disbelief. Just how shameless can you possibly be? Mei didn't look the least bit guilty. Instead, she tilted her head and offered him a playful, entirely unapologetic wink. "Doesn't my deepest appreciation for saving my life count as payment?" she asked sweetly. "Kakashi, Anko, we're leaving," Naruto announced, completely ignoring the annoying Kunoichi's wink as he turned his back to her. "Sir," his subordinates chorused, instantly preparing to move out. Mei's playful demeanor vanished in a flash as the gravity of her situation finally crashed down on her. Wait. Naruto stopped, dropping his head with a long, suffering sigh. "What now?" "I can't stay here," she pleaded, taking a desperate step forward. "What do you want me to do? I can drop you off in the Land of Waves on our way back," Naruto offered dryly. "There are no shinobi there. Try taking up fishing." I don't know," Mei whispered, her shoulders slumping as the fight finally drained out of her. "I have nowhere else to go." The comedic tension in the clearing completely evaporated. Kakashi frowned behind his mask, and even Anko's fierce, jealous glare softened into something resembling pity. Naruto, however, remained stubbornly unmoved. "Well, we do, so we're leaving." "Jigo dame," Anko protested, actually stepping into his path. "We can't just leave her here. The hunter Nin will slaughter her." "I'm sorry, sir, but Anko is right," Kakashi added quietly, stepping up beside his teammate. "I hate to say it, but at the end of the day, she is still our client." Naruto paused. He turned his head slightly, his blue eyes locking onto Mei. All of her earlier shameless confidence was gone, replaced by a deep, hollow sadness that he recognized all too well. He let out one final, heavy sigh, rubbing his temples as he resigned himself to the massive headache this was going to cause him with the village elders. "All right," Naruto muttered. "How do you feel about Konoha?" "Konoha," Mei breathed out, her vibrant green eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a long-buried memory echoed clearly in her mind. "I went there once, Mei," her father's gentle voice whispered through her thoughts. "It's the most beautiful place I've ever seen. So warm and full of life. while we just live in fear in this shithole. The memory brought a sudden, overwhelming warmth to her chest, chasing away the damp chill of the blood mist. Her lips trembled before curving into a wide, beautifully genuine smile. Yes, she answered eagerly. Please. Meanwhile in Konoha. Jiraiya, where are you hiding? A massive, rumbling voice demanded. The colossal toad dwarfed the surrounding trees, making the very ground of the forest quake with every heavy step he took. Standing triumphantly atop his massive, warty head was Narumi, practically vibrating with excitement. She leaned over the edge, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout down at him. Excuse me, sir, but I'm the one who summoned you. Gamabunta paused. His giant, yellow eyes rolled upward to squint at the tiny speck standing on his head. For a moment, there was pure, stunned silence. Then, the chief toad burst into a booming, earth-rattling laugh that instantly wiped the proud, beaming smile right off Narumi's face. Wahahaha, you expect me to believe a little girl summoned me? The great Gamabunta? He roared, his massive belly shaking with amusement. Narumi's face flushed red with indignation, her fists clenching tightly at her sides. What did you just call me? You overgrown, stinky frog? Gamabunta's booming laughter stopped dead. His massive eyes narrowed dangerously as a puff of smoke escaped his pipe. What did you just say to me, you little brat? Naruto gazed deeply into the crackling fire, his blue eyes distant as if looking at something far beyond the flames. This land you call miserable, I shall become its Mizukage and change it. The memory of a young, determined voice echoed clearly in his mind. Is something wrong, Godame? Kakashi asked, his visible eye narrowing with sudden worry. Naruto blinked, snapping out of his trance to find both his subordinate and their Kiri companions staring at him intently. It's Yagura, Naruto murmured, his brow furrowing in deep thought. Something about him today just seemed off. Off? What do you mean? Mei interjected, leaning forward slightly, the warmth of the fire momentarily forgotten. Naruto let out a slow breath, his gaze returning to the dancing embers. I was 9 years old. Flashback. Kirigakure. Mist, and more mist. Is this seriously all this village has? A young Naruto grumbled from beneath his heavy travel cloak, trudging blindly through the dense fog. I can't believe that goofy geezer actually gave these guys 2 bijou. Suddenly, Naruto's finely tuned instincts flared. He skidded sharply to the side, barely dodging a lethal barrage of shuriken that sank into the damp earth right where he had just been standing. Through the thick, swirling fog, a team of 5 Kiri Shinobi materialized, dropping into combat stances. They were led by a short, unassuming figure holding a staff. Naruto blinked in surprise. What is this? Are there other children running around here like me? I am not a child, the short ninja snapped back, his magenta eyes narrowing dangerously. But that doesn't matter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my village? Naruto let out a heavy sigh and reached up, slowly pulling back the hood of his cloak. As his bright, crimson-red hair caught the dull light, the surrounding Kiri Shinobi gasped, several of them instinctively taking a step back in sheer terror. Yagura Taicho, one of the masked men hissed, pure panic bleeding completely into his voice as he took a trembling step back. The red hair, the age, it's the boy wonder. Naruto blinked, his previous annoyance instantly vanishing as a look of genuine realization crossed his face. Wait, Yagura? Naruto echoed, raising a hand to point directly at the short ninja. You're Yagura, the Sanbai's Jinchuriki. Yagura cursed under his breath. He had never believed the ridiculous legends, especially since Kumo had so fiercely denied the rumors of a single child decimating their forces. But now, standing right in front of him, was a boy who perfectly matched every single terrifying description. Hold your ground, Yagura barked at his trembling men, gripping his staff tighter. The boy wonder is just a myth. Naruto immediately scowled, glaring fiercely at the short Kiri ninja. Hey, I am not a myth. You must leave this village immediately, Yagura demanded, his grip tightening defensively on his staff. Believe me, I want to leave this miserable place just as badly as you want me gone, Naruto replied, blinking lazily at the glaring, short adult. But I have a job to do here. It is not miserable. Yagura snapped indignantly, genuine fire flashing in his magenta eyes. This land you so casually insult. I shall become its Mizukage and change it for the better. Naruto's expression softened into a small, appreciative smile. That's a nice dream, but still, I can't just abandon my mission. I see we can't resolve this with words. Then, Yagura declared grimly, his hands already blurring through a series of rapid seals alongside his team. Suetun, Mizurappa! The 5 Kiri Shinobi shouted in perfect unison. They unleashed 5 violent torrents of water that quickly merged into a massive, crashing wave aimed straight at the redhead. Naruto simply stood his ground, his hands coming together in a single familiar seal. Moukton, Mokujihiki. A thick, interlocking dome of wooden pillars erupted from the damp earth, effortlessly absorbing the crushing impact of the water. Wood style? Yagura thought, pure panic suddenly flaring in his chest as the torrent harmlessly washed away. Those Kumo bastards lied. The boy is real. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice echoed urgently within Yagura's mind. Yagura, get out of here immediately. Aisabu? Yagura thought back, startled by the Sanbai's sudden, uncharacteristic fear. Just escape, the beast roared. But it was too late. The earth violently ruptured beneath them as a colossal wooden dragon erupted from the ground. The Kiri Shinobi froze in absolute terror as the massive construct roared, diving straight toward them to crush them into the mud. Shit! As the wooden dome retracted, Naruto stepped out, dusting off his cloak, but his blue eyes immediately narrowed at the sight before him. The wood dragon had been violently obliterated. In its place stood Yagura, his small frame now completely swallowed by a dense, bubbling cloak of dark red chakra. He had thrown himself directly in the path of the attack, acting as a physical shield for his terrified subordinates. The sheer, explosive shockwave of his bijou transformation had blasted the heavy timber to splinters. You people from other villages are amazing, Naruto marveled, tilting his head with genuine, relaxed curiosity as he studied the demonic cloak. I mean, how does this even work? Does the monster inside just willingly give you its power? Or what? Escape! I will fight him. Yagura commanded his men, his voice now a distorted, echoing growl heavily laced with the Sanbai's chakra. Taicho, we can't leave you, one of the men protested frantically. Just do it, Yagura roared, his red chakra flaring wildly. Reluctantly, the 4 Kiri ninja gritted their teeth and vanished into the thick mist. Naruto watched them retreat, making absolutely no move to stop them. He turned his attention back to the bubbling red beast before him, his casual stance shifting into something slightly more focused. That was honorable. I like you, Yagura, Naruto said calmly, raising his hands to slowly weave a new set of signs. But sadly for you, I'm your absolute worst matchup. Flashback end. That day, I believed I made the right choice in sparing him after I restrained the beast, Naruto murmured, his voice heavy with a profound, lingering sadness as he gazed into the crackling fire. I chose to follow my gut. My instincts told me not to kill a defenseless man lying unconscious on the ground. A man who had just been ready to sacrifice his own life to save his subordinates. He let out a bitter, self-deprecating breath, the dancing orange light casting long shadows over his face. But I was wrong. I was young and I was arrogant. When the Sannin, the Yellow Flash, and Hiruzen Sarutobi all look at you in absolute awe when you're just a kid, you start to believe your judgment is infallible. You start to think you can never be wrong. That wasn't your fault, Kakashi reassured him quietly from the other side of the fire. Having known the redhead since he was just a child, Kakashi understood all too well the crushing weight of the expectations that had been placed on the boy's shoulders. You couldn't have known what he would become. Naruto slowly lifted his gaze from the flames, his piercing blue eyes locking onto Mei. She was sitting perfectly still, hanging onto his every word with wide, empathetic eyes. Maybe if I had just ended him that day, your father wouldn't have died, Naruto told her, the raw honesty in his voice carrying a heavy burden of guilt. Maybe this village wouldn't have turned into such a bloody nightmare. He looked back down at his hands, his fingers curling into tight fists. I just wish, Naruto trailed off, his jaw tightening. I wish I had wisdom back then instead of just the raw power. If I had been born earlier, If I had just been wiser, maybe this world wouldn't be such a mess right now. You're going back? Naruto asked in pure disbelief, the sudden shift catching him completely off guard. Anko groaned loudly, throwing her hands up in exasperation. You drag us all the way out here, almost get us blown up by a Bijudama, and now you're just going back? May steadied herself. The terror and vulnerability from earlier had completely vanished, replaced by a new, fiery resolve burning in her vibrant green eyes as she gave a firm nod. I'm going back, she declared. I'll join the rebel forces. They've been trying to recruit me for a while anyway, so I know I'll be welcomed with open arms. I thought you hated this place, Naruto pointed out, his brow furrowing in confusion. I do, May admitted softly. Her gaze dropped to the damp earth for a fraction of a second before lifting to meet his bright blue eyes with absolute certainty. But your story woke something up inside me. You sit here carrying all this heavy regret for not doing enough to save a village that isn't even yours, while I was just planning to run away from it. This is my home. I have to be better than that. Naruto's surprised expression slowly melted. The heavy guilt that had been clouding his features lifted, replaced by a warm, genuinely proud smile. I wish you the best of luck, May, he said softly. May took a step back and offered the young Hokage a deep, profoundly respectful bow, a beautiful and sincere smile gracing her lips. The honor was entirely mine, Naruto-sama. She really was gorgeous. What a terrible pity, Kakashi sighed with exaggerated, dramatic sadness as they bounded effortlessly through the dense forest canopy. Naruto shot the silver-haired jounin a spectacular deadpan glare, while Anko aggressively elbowed her fellow teammate in the ribs. Shut up, you pervert, Anko barked, though her scowl quickly melted into a blissfully dramatic groan. Ah, I just want to get back to Konoha. I could easily demolish 30 skewers of dango right now. Naruto let out a bright, genuine laugh, the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of the blood mist finally washing away from his shoulders. Yeah, I miss home too. The dango is on me, Anko. A superior should always treat their subordinates, right? Really? Anko gasped, her eyes practically sparkling as she pumped a triumphant fist into the rushing wind. Now that's my Hokage. Flashback. Konoha, 11 years old Naruto. Naruto stood absolutely frozen, a furious blush spreading across his cheeks that completely rivaled the vibrant crimson of his own hair. It was the Rinne festival, and with his growing reputation, he was somewhat used to receiving the occasional gift from admiring girls. But getting something from her completely short-circuited his brain. Shizune was beautiful. It wasn't that overwhelming, once-in-a-generation kind of beauty that demanded everyone's attention, but rather a soft, gentle warmth. Her mere presence had always been incredibly soothing to him, and he had to admit, he especially loved the way she styled her short, dark hair. It suited her perfectly. Please, accept this scarf, Shizune suddenly exclaimed, bowing deeply as she thrust the meticulously knitted red fabric toward him, her hands trembling slightly with nerves. I put a lot of effort into it. Shizune. I mean, of course, Naruto stammered, gingerly accepting the soft wool as he nervously cleared his throat, trying to regain his cool. I'm so sorry I didn't get you anything in return. How about I treat you to lunch to make up for it? Takikomi Gohan, right? Your favorite. Shizune's dark eyes instantly beamed. Her face flushed a beautiful matching shade of pink as a wide, radiant smile broke across her features. I would love that, Naruto. Watching from the safety of a nearby alleyway, a purple-haired girl and her crimson-eyed companion stood with their jaws practically hitting the pavement. Damn, Shizune. She is aiming high, Anko whispered fiercely, her eyes wide with a mix of utter shock and sheer respect. Beside her, Kurenai could only offer a dumbfounded nod, her striking red eyes locked onto the blushing pair across the street. I have to admit, she is incredibly brave to just walk up and face him like that. Shizune rested her chin in the palm of her hand, releasing a long, dreamy sigh as she sat across from her sensei. He really is so charming, handsome, and so tall too. Yeah, the brat is definitely a catch, but you'd better be careful, Tsunade warned, taking a leisurely sip from her cup with a knowing, teasing smirk. Aiming for high-profile Shinobi is a dangerous game. For all you know, he could be sitting at Ichiraku right now with some other girl. Tsunade finished her teasing with a light-hearted giggle, fully expecting the young girl to pout. Instead, she blinked in genuine surprise at her student's immediate, fierce reaction. Shizun bolted upright, slamming her hands down on the table as her cheeks flushed with absolute indignation. Naruto is not like that, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade held up both hands in mock surrender, leaning back in her chair with an amused, slightly startled grin. Okay, alright, geez, defend your precious Naruto all you want. She's nice, Naruto stated simply. He calmly took another bite of his dinner, though a faint, telltale blush dusted his cheeks as he sat across from his visibly vibrating, heavily excited mother and his thoroughly amused father. She's nice, Kushina repeated incredulously, throwing her hands up in exasperation. That's it. You get a beautiful handmade scarf from a sweet girl at the festival, and all you can give me is she's nice? Naruto blinked, genuinely struggling to articulate the completely foreign flutter in his chest. He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, looking anywhere but at his mother's intense stare. Well, her chakra is really soothing? Minato completely lost his composure, bursting into a warm, ringing fit of laughter, while Kushina let out a long-suffering groan and flatly smacked a hand against her forehead. 1 year later, Shizun stood completely frozen, her dark eyes wide with absolute terror, as she watched a colossal wooden dragon fiercely coil around the thrashing Kyuubi, struggling to pin the monstrous, raging fox. Shizun! Her master's desperate, commanding roar violently shattered her trance. Don't just stand there, Tsunade shouted over the deafening roar of the beast. Get over here and help me. Jolting back to reality, Shizun tore her gaze away from the apocalyptic battle in the distance. She scrambled over to her sensei, who was already kneeling in the debris, her hands glowing with frantic green chakra as she desperately tried to stabilize the critically injured shinobi scattered around them. Why yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizun stammered, quickly dropping to her knees beside the blonde Sannin and igniting her own healing chakra. 1 week later, she watched him kneeling silently before the freshly carved stone. Him, of all people, the boy wonder, so impossibly powerful, so untouchable on the battlefield. Yet here, in the quiet grief of the cemetery, he looked agonizingly small and vulnerable. She approached slowly, her footsteps barely making a sound on the grass, but she froze the moment his voice broke the heavy silence. What is it, Shizun? His voice was completely hollow, exhausted and entirely broken. It physically hurt her to see him like this. She hated feeling so utterly helpless, hating that she didn't know how to piece back together the person she loved. Tsunade-sama is watching over Narumi-chan, she said softly, hoping the news of his newborn sister would offer some small comfort. I just wanted to let you know. Good, he whispered numbly. Shizun hesitated, her heart aching for him as the silence stretched out again. May I join you? Naruto didn't answer with words. Instead, he simply shifted his weight, leaning slightly to the right to make room. Understanding the silent invitation, Shizun immediately dropped to her knees right beside him. The yondaime shouldn't have died, Naruto mumbled, his voice trembling on the jagged edge of a sob as he stared at his parents' graves. He was the one Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. The one what, Naruto? She asked gently. Nothing, he choked out, his shoulders beginning to shake. Shizun swallowed hard, her own eyes burning. I don't know what to do to make you feel better, she confessed, her voice thick with raw emotion. The only thing I can offer right now is my presence. Naruto's breath hitched, his wide, tear-filled eyes finally closing as the last of his formidable walls completely crumbled. Giving up the fight to stay strong, the 12-year-old slumped sideways, leaning his head helplessly against her chest as an agonizing sob finally tore from his throat. Shizun didn't say another word. She just wrapped her arms tightly around him, pulling him close as she buried her face in his bright red hair, holding the broken boy together as her own tears fell freely. 1 week later. This is Konoha. Of course we will rebuild it in no time, Naruto roared passionately, his youthful voice echoing with absolute authority across the ruined landscape. With a fierce slam of his hands against the torn earth, massive pillars of timber erupted from the ground. In a matter of seconds, the thick wood rapidly wove and shaped itself, seamlessly constructing 20 brand new houses side by side. A deafening wave of cheers and relieved roars erupted from the exhausted shinobi and battered civilians as they watched Naruto's miracle. Standing a bit far from the crowd, Shizun watched the redhead with a deeply warm, affectionate smile. Seeing his fiery, indomitable spirit reignite so soon after such a devastating personal loss made her chest swell with immense pride. Suddenly, a sharp nudge to her ribs broke her completely out of her daze. "Are you just going to stand there drooling at him forever?" Anko teased with a wicked, entirely unapologetic smirk as she leaned in close. Anko!" Shizun hissed, a furious blush immediately painting her cheeks as she frantically looked around. "Be appropriate. You too. Get back to work immediately," a passing jonin barked, pointing a stern, commanding finger at the young kunoichi. "You should feel ashamed slacking off while Naruto-sama is working this hard for our village." Both girls stiffened, immediately snapping to attention with sharp, synchronized nods. "Hi! 2 months after Kyuubi attack. I heard you aren't taking missions lately, that you've been spending all your days at the hospital or out in Shikatsu Forest." Shizun called out gently to the lone figure standing high atop the yandame's freshly carved stone face. "How do you know about Shikatsu?" Naruto asked. He kept his gaze firmly fixed on the sprawling, recovering village below, but his voice was laced with unmistakable amusement. "Katsuyu-sama told Tsunade-sama," Shizun admitted, stepping a little closer to the edge of the monument. "That snitch of a slug," Naruto murmured with a fond, huffing laugh. "It's just weird of you not to be taking missions," Shizun pressed, her tone filled with quiet concern as the high winds whipped around them. Naruto finally closed his eyes, his shoulders slumping just a fraction. "I'm tired, Shizun," he confessed, his voice dropping to a heavy, honest murmur. "I'm tired of all this killing. I'm tired of war. I just need a break." "Well, you usually know what's best," Shizun said softly. Closing the remaining distance between them, she gently wrapped her hands around his arm and rested her head against his shoulder, offering him the quiet, steadfast comfort he so desperately needed. "I don't, Shizun," he whispered back, his voice thick with a profound vulnerability he only ever showed her. "I really don't." 1 month later. "I will not leave you, Naruto," Shizun declared as she looked up at him, her voice ringing out with a steady, fierce determination that desperately tried to mask her breaking heart. Naruto looked at her, offering a small, incredibly sad smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yes, you will. That's exactly why you came up here to see me. You wanted me to be the one to tell you to go." Shizun's dark eyes widened, absolute shock morphing instantly into a furious, deeply wounded glare. "How dare you? How dare you even think that?" "Good luck out there, Shizun," Naruto said simply, his voice returning to that maddening, detached calm. He reached out, giving her a gentle but terribly final pat on the shoulder before turning his back to her. "Why you asshole," Shizun screamed after him, hot tears finally spilling over her lashes as her hands clenched into shaking fists at her sides. "A pat on the shoulder? After everything? Back to present." Her dark eyes snapped open, the morning light filtering into the room as her little ninja pig nudged frantically at her side. Sitting up with a heavy, exhausted sigh, she stretched her arms high above her head, trying to chase away the lingering, painful ache of the dream. "Oink, oink. Yes, yes, Tantan, I'm awake," Shizun murmured softly, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Naruto," she thought, a bittersweet pang echoing deeply in her chest. "It's been 9 years. Do you even miss me at all?" A sudden, sharp knot formed in the pit of her stomach. Her anxious mind cruelly conjured up a vivid, painful image of him standing proudly in the Hokage office beside a beautiful, faceless wife, surrounded by a loud, energetic brood of small red-headed children. Or worse, what if he had just completely moved on and forgotten their bond entirely? What if they crossed paths now, and he just gave her that same detached look from all those years ago and casually said, "Ah, you're Shizun, right? How are you doing? High-profile shinobi are hard to catch, eh?" Shizun whispered miserably to the empty room. She let herself flop right back down onto the mattress, Tsunade-sama's old, teasing warning suddenly echoing like a painful prophecy in her ears. "Oink, oink. Yeah, he is Lord Fifth now. Naruto released a long, heavy sigh of relief as he finally sank into the soft cushions of his sofa. It had been an exhausting, deeply annoying mission. Despite the light-hearted banter on the way home, his mood had inevitably drifted back into melancholy the moment he was alone, haunted by the twisted, unrecognizable thing Yagura had become. Is it the hat that does it? Naruto wondered silently. He rested his elbows on his knees, staring down at the Crimson Hokage hat resting loosely in his hands, wondering if the sheer weight of the title was what eventually broke a person. He was suddenly pulled from his dark thoughts by the soft click of the front door unlocking. Instantly, the heavy gloom vanished from his shoulders, replaced by a warm, genuine smile. "Ni-san, you're back." Narumi's voice drifted into the room, calm and laced with joy. She walked into the living room with a bright, gentle smile, stepping over to the sofa to wrap her arms around her seated older brother in a warm, affectionate hug. "I missed you too," Naruto chuckled softly, gently rubbing her back as he fully relaxed into the embrace. "How was the academy today?" "Boring," Narumi admitted with a soft sigh, pulling back just enough to meet his eyes with a serene look. "How was your mission?" "Fine," Naruto replied easily, flashing her a reassuring, lazy grin that completely hid the sheer scale of the Kage-level chaos he had just caused in the blood mist. "It was just nice to actually stretch my legs and move a bit. It's been a while." Sarutobi household. "I still remember that official mission report of yours regarding Yagura," Hiruzen remarked, a warm, grandfatherly chuckle escaping him as he gently set his steaming teacup down on the low table. "The shorty blew up my wooden dragon." Naruto let out a soft, amused snort. "If writing mission reports had been left entirely up to me back then, the village archives would be an absolute mess. I'm just glad Dad and Mom used to help me translate my rants into actual shinobi reports." "Indeed, though you always had a very unique way of getting straight to the point," the retired third Hokage mused, his aged eyes crinkling with fond amusement before his expression softened into something more reflective. "Well, growing up in a brutal place like the Bloody Mist can easily turn a human into a monster. What was it you used to call them again?" "Uncultured brutes," Naruto replied flatly, without missing a single beat. "Ah yes, that was it," Hiruzen laughed, shaking his head at the memory. "Gigi, I'm home." The door suddenly swung open as a short boy wearing an oversized aviator helmet and a long blue scarf barged into the room. He froze mid-step, his dark eyes blinking in rapid surprise at the red-headed man sitting comfortably across from his grandfather. "Gigi," Naruto echoed, arching an amused eyebrow at the highly informal address. "And here I expected an Aji-sama out of the professor's grandson." Hiruzen let out a fond, exasperated scoff, gesturing toward the boy with the stem of his pipe. "Konohamaru, mind your manners and say hello to the fifth Hokage." Konohamaru's jaw practically unhinged, literal stars forming in his wide eyes as he pointed a shaking finger directly at Naruto. "Whoa, you're the woodman Jiji always talks about." Naruto blinked, a prominent sweat drop forming on the back of his head. "The woodman?" he repeated flatly. He slowly turned a deadpan stare toward the retired Hokage. "Is that really how you describe me to him?" Hiruzen merely coughed into his hand, looking entirely too amused behind his pipe. "It gets the point across to a child." 1 week later. This scarf really is nice," Naruto mused into the quiet of the room. He ran his thumb gently over the soft, flawlessly knitted red fabric. Knowing how meticulously she does everything, it's no wonder it's held up so well all these years. Draping it carefully over his shoulders, his warm gaze drifted until it landed on the sturdy, beautifully crafted wooden desk sitting in the corner of the room. It was a magnificent piece of his wood style, though it was covered in a thin, quiet layer of dust now. He stepped closer, resting his palm flat against the smooth timber as a sad, wistful smile touched his lips. "And Naruto, this study, it's completely wonderful. I love you, son." "To-san," Naruto whispered to the empty room, the painful but loving memory of his father's beaming face echoing perfectly in his mind. "I love you too." Sitting behind the massive mahogany desk in the Hokage office, Naruto was meticulously trimming a small bonsai tree. He cursed softly under his breath as the shears slipped, snapping off a perfectly good branch. "Damn it! Looking up, he frowned slightly at the sudden appearance of the ANBU commander kneeling respectfully before him. "Kenji, what is it?" Naruto asked, his attention already returning to his ruined handiwork. "Intel just arrived, Lord Fifth." The masked shinobi began hesitantly. "I am sure you are well aware of Tsunade-sama's gambling habits." Naruto blinked, then let out a sudden, genuine laugh. "Well, you can't really blame her for that. Lord First is the one who passed it down to her. Honestly, Hashirama-sensei was even worse." The commander stiffened, his porcelain mask hiding his shock at the casual mention of God of Shinobi. "I see. However, Lady Tsunade has overdone it this time. She gambled with the lightning daimyo." "And?" Naruto asked, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as the shears froze completely in his hand. "She escaped before paying her debts. And now," Kenji trailed off, offering a sealed scroll forward. "I believe you need to see this." Snatching the scroll, Naruto unfurled it rapidly. As his eyes darted across the ink, his pupils dilated in disbelief, his knuckles turning stark white as he gripped the parchment. "That kleptomaniac fool!" Naruto roared, violently hurling the scroll across the spacious office where it slammed against the far wall. "How could she do something so stupid?" The ANBU remained perfectly unfazed. "The lightning daimyo has dispatched the Reikage himself after her. He has officially demanded her head." An oppressive, terrifying wave of chakra instantly exploded through the room. "Who dares demand the head of the first Hokage's granddaughter?" Naruto thundered, his eyes flashing with lethal fury. He slammed his hands down on the desk. "Kenji, I do not want a single soul to hear about this. Is that understood? I will deal with this personally." But, sir?" "No buts. You are dismissed." The ANBU bowed sharply, vanishing in a blur of motion without another word. Left alone in the crushing silence of the office, Naruto stood up. He braced his hands against the desk, trying desperately to steady his ragged breathing. A sudden, sharp spike of absolute terror pierced his gut, causing him to double over slightly as he clutched his stomach. "Shizune." I frowned heavily as he blurred through the dense forest canopy, closing in on the coordinates where Tsunade and her assistant had been spotted. "Damned noble bastards," the fourth Reikage thought, his jaw set in a hard, angry line. "He actually expects me to kill Senju Tsunade?" "Boss, you sure this is fine?" Darui asked, his usual lazy drawl tight with a rare, underlying tension as he leaped onto a branch just behind the Reikage. "No, Darui," I grunted, his gaze fixed forward. "It's not fine. The fifth Hokage. He was taught by her." She suddenly spoke up from the rear of the formation. I froze. His massive boots skidded to a heavy halt atop a thick branch, forcing his two bodyguards to quickly break behind him. He turned his imposing frame slightly to look back at his sensor. "She. What are you talking about?" Darui demanded. A sudden, phantom coldness gripped his stomach. "Intel says that she was the one who personally taught him medical ninjutsu," she explained grimly, meeting his Reikage stare. "Now that I think about it, he was Senju Hashirama's student, Tsunade's grandfather." I elaborated, his deep voice heavy with the grim realization. "Boss," Darui sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he looked away. "I know the daimyo outranks you, but I'm not angering that man over some stupid gambling debt. He already spared my life once. I am not killing his sensei." "Darui is right," she agreed immediately, his tone strained. "This is getting completely out of hand." "You cowards," I barked, his thunderous glare darting between his two most trusted subordinates. "You're just afraid of him." Darui didn't even flinch, meeting his Kage's furious gaze with a completely deadpan stare. "Saying no to that would just sound dumb, boss." "Summoning jutsu," Naruto roared, slamming his palm violently against the floor of his Hokage office. A small white and blue slug appeared in a thick puff of smoke. "Naruto-sama?" Katsuyu asked, her soft voice laced with immediate concern as she noticed the unflappable fifth Hokage was actually sweating. "What is wrong?" "Tsunade. Can you summon Tsunade?" he demanded, his breath coming out slightly ragged. "Tsunade-sama? What hap?" "Just do it, Katsuyu," Naruto barked, sheer panic bleeding through his usually unshakable composure. "Why yes, sir," Katsuyu replied. Shizun stared blankly into her small ceramic saucer of sake, sitting quietly beside her master. Something wrong, Shizun?" Tsunade asked, downing the rest of her drink in one smooth gulp. "Just bad dreams, milady," Shizun replied simply, taking a slow, steady sip of her own drink. "I've been thinking about him a lot lately." Lord Fifth? "Yeah, I wonder what he looks like now." "What do you think?" Tsunade asked. "I'm sure the Hokage hat looks absolutely magnificent on him," Shizun said, a wistful, melancholic smile touching her lips. Tsunade frowned sadly, her gaze softening. "I told you, you can always go back." Shizun gently shook her head, staring back down at her reflection in the sake. "I'm not even sure if he loves me anymore. And sometimes, I fear that he never really did." Tsunade opened her mouth to argue, but before a single word could leave her lips, she abruptly vanished in a thick, startling puff of white smoke. Shizun violently recoiled, her saucer clattering against the table. "Reverse summoning." Tsunade blinked as she abruptly reappeared in a place that looked incredibly familiar. The Hokage office. "Tsunade!" She froze, her breath hitching at the sheer, suffocating killing intent directed entirely at her. Turning around, her wide eyes landed on a very tall man with bright red hair. "And Naruto?" Before she could even finish his name, Naruto crossed the room in a blur, grabbing her by the collar and slamming her forcefully against the wall. "And Naruto, what are you doing?" "You kleptomaniac fool," he roared. "Why would you gamble with the lightning daimyo?" Tsunade's eyes widened in absolute horror. "How did you know?" "Answer my question." He cheated," she stammered defensively. "That is why I didn't pay him." "You dumbass woman. The man ordered your death. He ordered the Raikage to kill you and Shizun." Seeing the stark terror finally dawn in her eyes, his grip tightened. "Where is Shizun?" "We were in a bar together." "Where?" "Tanzaka Gai." He released her instantly, letting her drop to the floor in a panicked heap. "You stay right here, Tsunade," Naruto ordered sharply, already turning away. "I am going to get Shizun." Naruto's clone strode through the halls of the daimyo's palace, receiving respectful bows from the guards as he passed. "Hokage-sama, the daimyo will see you now," an attendant announced, sliding the heavy doors open. Nodding, Naruto entered the lavish room and found the middle-aged ruler sitting comfortably, cheerfully waving a brightly painted folding fan. "Ah, the boy wonder," the daimyo exclaimed with a wide, welcoming smile. "How wonderful of you to visit." "Daimyo-sama," Naruto said, offering a short, respectful bow. "I have a favor to ask of you, sir." The daimyo paused his fanning, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. "Oh, a favor. How good is your relationship with the lightning daimyo?" Naruto asked calmly. Naruto tore through the forest as fast as his legs could carry him. He was afraid. For the very first time in his 21 years of life, he was truly afraid. He was terrified that he would arrive only to find her as a corpse. "The only thing I can offer you is my presence. A pat on the shoulder. After everything, please accept it." The sudden, vivid image of her younger self holding out the red scarf to him made his eyes widen even further in absolute panic. "No, no." It was the dead of night. In the middle of the dirt road, 3 imposing figures stood before a tall, dark-haired woman. "You must be Kato Shizun. Where is Tsunade?" I demanded, his thunderous voice cutting through the silence. Shizun looked visibly nervous, but she held her ground. "What is the Raikage of Kyuubi doing all the way out here?" Shizun demanded right back. "And what business do you have with Tsunade-sama? You two gambled with the lightning daimyo, and instead of paying your debts, you stole his money and ran away." She stepped forward, his tone cold as he listed their crimes. "He has ordered us to execute the both of you." Shizun looked terrified for a brief moment before her shock gave way to sheer indignation. He cheated, and then he demanded Tsunade-sama as his bride. The 3 Kyuubi shinobi blinked in unison, completely thrown off guard. "He did what?" I asked, genuinely startled. Just like I said. I groaned in annoyance. But maybe he didn't need to kill Tsunade. If they just killed this assistant and reported that Tsunade had escaped after a massive battle, surely the daimyo would be satisfied? Yes, that was a perfect compromise. It would fulfill the contract while severely lessening the chances of angering the Hokage. Orders are orders. You are to be executed, I declared, his massive body suddenly erupting in a crackling aura of lightning chakra. We will find Tsunade our own way. And no, wait, Shizen stammered, stumbling backward in absolute terror. I will make it ka. I never finished his sentence. Suddenly, a heavy weight dropped from the sky and slammed into the dirt right behind them, violently cracking the earth and sending a sharp shockwave through the street. Oh no, she thought, his blood running entirely cold as a paralyzing heat flushed through his body. He didn't dare look behind him. He didn't need to. It was the exact same suffocating chakra from 12 years ago. I barely had a fraction of a second to react. Before he could even turn his head, a devastating fist slammed directly into his ribs, launching the massive rakeage completely off his feet and sending him crashing straight through the wall of a nearby store in an explosive shower of splintered wood and debris. Sorry, Shizen. A deeply familiar voice spoke from the settling dust. I barely made it in time. Both Kumo-jonin leaped backward instinctively. Holy shit, where did he come from? Darui exclaimed, his signature board facade completely shattering into sheer panic. Shizen didn't even need to see his face. She would recognize his presence anywhere, even if decades had passed. He was fully grown now, towering impressively over her, his commanding aura feeling absolutely immense. His fiery red hair was exactly as she remembered it, contrasting fiercely with the white Hokage robes billowing around his shoulders, the bold kanji for Fifth Hokage painted across his back. Naruto, she breathed, her voice trembling. You've grown up, Shizen, and you look beautiful, he said softly, his deep voice carrying a reassuring warmth without him even turning around. We will catch up tonight. Just let me deal with these fools first. Shizen nodded shakily. The paralyzing terror that had just gripped her chest completely melted away, instantly replaced by an overwhelming, profound sense of safety. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the two jonin, scrutinizing their tense forms. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed his features, and his eyes widened slightly. You two were with the Nibi girl. Yes, Darui answered, swallowing hard as the terrifying memory washed over him. And your tattoo, Naruto continued, his icy gaze locking onto Darui's shoulder. That is Sandame's tattoo. He was personally taught by my father, I growled, shoving aside the shattered timbers as his massive frame emerged from the settling dust of the destroyed storefront. Naruto, your father didn't hunt down women. Naruto interrupted, his voice dropping to a lethally cold register. He was a truly formidable shinobi, a man I actually considered as a superior. I glared at the redhead. This is a direct order from the daimyo. You touch Shizun, and you will meet your father tonight. I was brash, unruly, and certainly had his anger issues, but he was not stupid. Fighting this man right here and now would result in nothing but his own death, along with the death of Darui, the man he was quietly grooming for the Reikage position. And all of this for what? A cheating daimyo? I closed his eyes, an old memory echoing clearly in his mind. Nah, you were super cool. Especially with that black lightning. I hate killing cool people. Opening his eyes, the Reikage let out a heavy, conceding sigh. I shall never forget the day you spared my father's life. I owe you, Hokage. I will speak with the lightning daimyo about this misunderstanding. Please do, Naruto replied calmly. I have spoken with my daimyo as well, and he will intervene. I shall personally pay every ryo Tsunade owes. Well, my job is done here then. Darui. We're out, I ordered, immediately turning and leaping away into the night. Both jonin let out massive, simultaneous sighs of profound relief before nodding and quickly following their leader into the darkness. Naruto. Naruto finally turned around, finding Shizun absolutely gaping at him. A deep, profoundly relieved smile broke across his face. Without a single word, He closed the distance between them and pulled her into a tight, desperate hug, drawing a startled yelp from her lips. "And Naruto," she barely muttered. A fierce blush rushed to her cheeks as she suddenly realized just how ridiculously tall he had become, his broad frame completely enveloping hers. "God, I missed you so much," Naruto whispered fervently, tightening his arms securely around her. "I was young and I was a fool. Please, forgive me, Shizun." Shizun's eyes widened in surprise for a fleeting moment. Then, the last of her lingering doubts finally melted away. A gentle, loving smile graced her features as she wrapped her own arms tightly around him, resting her cheek comfortably against his chest as she closed her eyes. "I missed you too." Flashback, 10 years old Naruto. It was nearing the bloody end of the Third Shinobi World War. The devastated battlefield was littered with the overwhelmed forces of Kyuubi and IWA, all utterly decimated by a single, terrifying duo, a blonde man and a red-haired boy. "Bring it on, assholes!" Naruto roared passionately, slamming his fist into the earth and violently shattering the ground beneath his feet. "Naruto! Language!" Minato reprimanded sharply, even as he vanished in a yellow flash, seamlessly slicing through the throats of 3 more enemy shinobi. "Yeah, sorry, Tusan," Naruto called back. He blinked, his eyes suddenly widening as he caught sight of Killer Bee roaring, a bubbling red chakra cloak violently erupting around his form. "TOUSAN. I'm on it," Minato shouted, a confident smirk touching his lips. In a split second, he teleported directly in front of the Jinchuriki, slamming a massive Rasengan right into his gut. "Now, Naruto." "Right." Slapping his hands together in a sharp, echoing clap, Naruto channeled his chakra. Instantly, massive wooden pillars erupted from the shattered earth, violently coiling and locking into place to completely restrain B. "Shit, the boy wonder is restraining us. B." The Eight Tails cursed in his host's mind. B grunted under his breath. He still wasn't fully adapted to controlling this level of power, and now he was completely pinned down by the legendary wood style. "B." Naruto blinked at the furious roar. Turning his head, he saw I rocketing toward him, cloaked in blinding lightning. Unfazed, Naruto calmly formed a one-handed ram seal. In a heartbeat, thick, extending which shot out from his arm, swiftly wrapping around the brash Kumo shinobi and violently halting his charge mid-air. "Sleep," Naruto commanded, stepping up and firmly placing his palm on B's head. A powerful suppression jutsu washed over the Jinchuriki, instantly forcing the volatile red chakra to recede. Within moments, B slumped over, completely unconscious, while I remained fiercely struggling against his unbreakable wooden bindings. "I am so sick of you two. AB combo my ass. You guys are just annoying," Naruto muttered in pure exasperation, glaring down at the restrained siblings. Beside him, B was already starting to stir and groan against the heavy timber. "Arg! Yellow flash! Boy wonder!" I bellowed, thrashing furiously against the wood. "Kill me, but let my brother go." Naruto let out a loud, relieved sigh, raising a hand. "Well, if you insist, I don't mind." "Stop, Naruto," Minato ordered immediately, landing gracefully beside his son. "We are not killing anyone." Naruto blinked, looking up at his father in genuine bewilderment. "Why? They are incredibly annoying. Now, the third Raikage, he is actually cool. I really wish we were fighting him right now instead of this brash brute and his wannabe rapper brother." Minato could only let out a long, profound sigh of defeat at his son's casual antics, completely ignoring the absolutely murderous glare I was currently shooting them both. 11 years old Naruto. "Maybe you are the child of prophecy," Jiraiya said, his gaze fixed seriously on Minato as they sat together at the table. "Child of prophecy? What is that?" Naruto asked, looking between the two older men in genuine curiosity. "Legend says that when the shinobi world plunges into unprecedented darkness, the child of prophecy will be the one to save it," Jiraiya explained, a confident, proud smile pulling at his lips. "I truly believe it is you, Minato." Naruto's eyes widened in awe before a massive, beaming grin broke across his face. He turned eagerly toward his quietly frowning father. "Well, if such a thing really exists, then it definitely has to be you, Tusan." I don't know," Minato muttered hesitantly. Deep down, Minato was almost certain it wasn't him. It had to be Naruto. All of this terrifying, unprecedented power his son held so naturally. It couldn't possibly be for nothing. Then it's settled, Naruto declared, excitedly slamming his fist down onto the wooden table. You are the child of prophecy. Jiraiya burst into a loud, hearty laugh, while Minato could only manage a small, deeply conflicted smile. A Kage summit. What is the meeting for? Naruto asked as he sat before his father. To finalize the last steps toward true peace. Also, the leadership has changed, the Reikage, the Mizukage, and now me. It is time we officially meet, Minato explained to his son. Well, if you say so, Tusan. When are we leaving? Are you sure taking Naruto is the right choice? They really hate him, Kushina asked, her voice laced with worry for her son. Minato chuckled softly. Well, I hate to be like this, but intimidating them a little bit might actually help. Naruto grinned sharply. Leave it to me, Yandame. I'll scare the shit out of them. A swift whack to the back of his head from his mother instantly silenced him. Language. Kage summit. Yagura, Raza I, Kitsuchi, B. Naruto stared across the summit table at the assembled leaders and their bodyguards with an utterly deadpan expression. What is this? A reunion of the almost killed by me club? Naruto asked, his voice dripping with dry amusement. Are you sure you guys are actually cut out for these positions? Why, you arrogant brat. What did you just say? I howled in outrage, though the nervous sweat beading on his forehead made his outburst far less intimidating than he intended. Raza remained completely silent, his entire focus dedicated to hiding his hands under the table to stop their violent trembling. Bringing the boy Wonder with you to discuss peace does not exactly send a reassuring message, Minato, Inoki grunted, narrowing his eyes at the fourth Hokage. You will address him as Lord Hokage, you old geezer, Naruto snapped, turning a sudden, lethal glare onto the Tsuchikage. How dare you? Inoki bristled, his temper flaring. Naruto, silence, Minato commanded, his sharp, authoritative tone instantly shutting his son down. As you wish, father, Naruto grumbled. He stood back behind his father and lazily shifted his piercing gaze toward Kitsuchi, who desperately fought the urge to gulp down the heavy lump of dread lodged in his bone-dry throat. Naruto is my son, and he shall stand by my side in every meeting. We are here to discuss peace, not to throw tantrums, Minato declared, his voice cutting through the heavy tension with the absolute authority of the fourth Hokage. He offered a short, commanding nod. Naruto read the decree. Naruto pulled a heavy scroll from his robes, unfurling it with a sharp, echoing snap. He straightened his posture, his deep voice completely devoid of its earlier snark as he read the formal edict. I, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, have determined that following the unfortunate war inflicted upon our village, the very same war we decisively won, Konoha will officially cancel all reparations previously demanded of your nations. In exchange, we mandate an absolute, unbroken 10-year peace. Humph! Such a foolish maneuver, Inoki scoffed. I have lived long enough to realize peace pacts are merely papers. But, since you are canceling the reparations, I certainly don't mind it. The old Tsuchikage finished with a raspy chuckle. That is acceptable, Lord Hokage, Yagura stated simply, while I gave a stiff, begrudging nod of agreement. I know you are a good man, and I truly admire you for it, Tusan. But those uncultured brutes do not deserve your mercy, Naruto told his father as they walked the dirt road back to Konoha. They will just break the pact the second we lower our guard. Minato remained perfectly calm, his blue eyes focused steadily on the path ahead. I must do what I can, Naruto. Even a small chance of peace is worth it, if it means giving our people a generation without war. Naruto frowned deeply, shoving his hands into his pockets. You know, that prophecy might not even be true. Half the time, they say that old Toad has dementia. Minato chuckled softly, a warm, knowing sound. We will see, Naruto. We will see. 12 years old Naruto. Naruto stared in absolute silence at his father. The man he admired more than anyone, the person he loved most in the world, was lying dead on the cold metal table, a small, peaceful smile forever etched onto his face. When Geritora appeared before me, I came immediately. Naruto slowly turned his head toward the morgue's doorway, his hollow gaze landing on Jiraiya. Tears were freely streaming down the Sanin's cheeks. I'm glad you are here, sensei, Naruto muttered, his eyes drifting painfully back to his father's still form. This shouldn't have happened. The prophecy. Naruto. The prophecy. Father was the one. You kept talking about a fake prophecy this whole time, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto suddenly snapped, his voice cracking under the crushing weight of his grief. Jiraiya squeezed his eyes shut, his own voice trembling. It is not fake. But it was not Minato. Naruto said absolutely nothing, moving with a numbed slowness. He leaned over and pressed a lingering kiss to his father's cold forehead, and then stepped over to do the exact same to his mother. Without another look, he turned and walked right past Jiraiya, pausing only for a fraction of a second at the doorway. The child of prophecy is dead, Naruto stated, his voice entirely devoid of warmth. Tell that senile toad to stop spitting bullshit. Flashback end. Sometimes, I see him sitting alone before the fire, just holding father's tri-pronged kunai. He just sits there, crying silently, Narumi muttered, staring blankly at the rippling water before her sensei. Jiraiya frowned, a deep, heavy sadness settling over his aged features. He loved his father so much, he would have gladly burned the whole world down for him. I have never seen such fierce, absolute admiration and love from anyone in my entire life. Really? Narumi asked softly, leaning in slightly, desperate to know more. Jiraiya nodded, a wistful, melancholic smile touching his lips. When Minato first became Hokage, Naruto essentially took control of the shadows. Every single thing passed through him before it ever reached Minato's desk. He completely disbanded the entire ANBU Black Ops force and meticulously reformulated it from the ground up, just to ensure absolute, unquestionable loyalty to your father. Wow. Narumi breathed, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. But he was only 10 years old. Jiraiya let out a long, heavy sigh, his gaze drifting out over the water. When someone possesses the power to crush you in a single moment, you tend to forget about his age. I never expected all this. He always seemed so soft to me, Narumi murmured, still trying to process it all. He became soft, Jiraiya corrected, his voice tinged with heavy nostalgia. Back then, he was still a nice guy, but he was utterly terrifying. He paused, glancing down at her. He didn't even wear a Hokage Haori similar to Minato's, purely to make sure that specific style remained exclusively your father's. What about the Hiraition? Narumi asked softly. He knew better. To him, there is only one yellow flash, Jiraiya explained with a fond, knowing smile. That is exactly why he never bothered to learn the technique himself. But maybe you will. Narumi just nodded silently, staring back out at the rippling water. You still style your hair the exact same way, Naruto said, his gaze fixed softly on the dark-haired woman beside him. He had decided to take things slow, wanting to spend as much time with her as possible. When morning broke, they had opted to simply walk the dirt road back to the village rather than rushing through the canopy. I have always loved it. Shizun blushed slightly, returning his smile. As do you. Naruto smiled, casually running a hand through his bangs. It is father's hairstyle. I don't think I will ever change it. Oh, Shizun murmured. Eager to lift the sudden melancholic atmosphere, she stepped closer and warmly looped her arms around his. Well, you grew taller too. Way taller. Naruto chuckled, his tone suddenly shifting into something far more teasing. I think we both expected that a long time ago, though I never knew you would develop such interesting thighs. Shizun's eyes widened drastically, her entire face burning a furious shade of red. What? Naruto simply shrugged, an unapologetic smirk playing on his lips. What? If I don't check you out, who else am I supposed to look at? Well, yeah. But just be appropriate, she stammered. Damn, you haven't changed a bit, he laughed warmly. Come on, it's just me. It's fine. Oink, oink. And what's with the pig? Naruto asked, glancing down at the small animal trotting happily along with them. What is his name, anyway? It is a she, Shizun corrected indignantly. Naruto blinked, squinting down at the pig walking beside their feet. Well, now that I think about it, there is nothing dangling down there. Naruto. Tsunade snored loudly, deeply asleep right in the middle of the Hokage's office. Wake up! The sudden, sharp command instantly snapped her eyes open. She gulped hard when she saw her little brother in all but blood standing before her, glaring absolute daggers. Scrambling to her feet immediately, she tried to force a confident smile to defuse the suffocating tension. Why, you surely grew taller. I missed you. She gulped again as his icy glare only narrowed further. However, her eyes widened in profound relief when she spotted Shizun standing just behind him, offering a warm, reassuring smile. Oh, Shizun, thank God. I am not done with you, Naruto barked, sweeping past her to take his seat behind the massive desk. Back then, I used to fix your disasters because you are my sister. But now I am the Hokage, and I will not tolerate this nonsense anymore. Naruto, I'm sure Tsunade-sama has learned from her mistake, Shizun interjected softly, raising her hands with a gentle, sheepish smile. He cheated, Tsunade argued indignantly. And he demanded me as a bride. You just said I am your sister. Would you really offer me up to that asshole? Then you come to me, Naruto roared back, his voice echoing off the walls. You don't just go around stealing his money and drinking it away. Goodness, Tsunade, you are even worse than Sensei. Tsunade frowned, her brief flash of defiance completely crumbling. Lowering her gaze, she offered a short, respectful bow. I apologize, Lord Fifth. Naruto immediately cringed, his hardened expression visibly faltering. Just call me Naruto. I hate hearing that coming from you. Tsunade let out a quiet, shaky sigh of relief, immensely glad that he didn't actually hate her. And don't sigh in front of me, he snapped. All right? You will stay in this village. You will be the director of the hospital, and you will actually do your job. But I... Silence. You have had more than enough of a break, Naruto declared, his tone leaving absolutely no room for argument. Besides, I do not want Shizun far from me anymore. Tsunade raised both eyebrows in sheer surprise. Turning her head, she immediately caught the dark-haired woman blushing furiously, completely refusing to meet her gaze. Well, if it is an official order from the Hokage, I suppose I can't say anything, Tsunade conceded, a knowing, amused smirk pulling at her lips. Seeing that the matter was finally settled, Naruto let out a long, heavy sigh of profound relief. Standing up from his desk, he closed the distance between them and pulled Tsunade into a gentle, entirely unexpected hug. I am just glad you are safe, Naruto murmured, the last of his fiery anger finally bleeding away as Tsunade warmly returned the embrace. Ha! I knew you still had a soft spot for me, she teased softly. Breaking the hug, Naruto offered a small, genuine nod. There are some people you really need to meet. Yugao. Instantly, a purple-haired ANBU operative materialized in the room, dropping into a crisp, kneeling position. Sir, bring Jiraiya-sensei and Narumi to my office. Yes, sir, Yugao acknowledged before vanishing in a silent blur. Jiraiya, he is here too, Tsunade asked, her eyes instantly lighting up at the thought of reuniting with her old teammate, and the sheer, glorious amount of sake they were inevitably going to drink together. I ordered him to stay in the village and train Narumi, Naruto explained calmly. Narumi-chan, how is she doing now? Shizun asked, absolutely beaming at the fond memory of the little blonde toddler. Naruto smiled wistfully, his gaze drifting up to rest on the proud portrait of his father hanging perfectly on the wall. She is exactly like him. You did what? Tsunade, have you completely lost your mind? Jiraiya snapped at his former teammate, who actually had the decency to look absolutely sheepish. Jiraiya, he cheated. Why would you even gamble with him in the first place? He is a daimyo. More money, more fun, I guess, she mumbled defensively. Just drop it, sensei. Naruto sighed, aggressively rubbing his temples to fend off an impending headache. She is a walking disaster, exactly like her fighting style. Look who's talking about disasters, Tsunade yelled, jabbing an accusing finger at the Hokage, who simply rolled his eyes in response. Narumi just stood by the door, watching the chaotic scene unfold with a perfectly dumbfounded expression, genuinely wondering if this was actually real. "Excuse me. What exactly is happening here?" Tsunade blinked, shifting her gaze to the young blonde girl for the very first time. Her eyes immediately widened in sheer, unadulterated shock. Holy shit, did Minato seal the Kyuubi into her? Or did he seal himself? Naruto barked out a loud laugh. "Told you. I am Senju Tsunade, kid, one of the legendary Sannin." Tsunade boasted, instantly regaining her proud, confident swagger. Narumi's eyes lit up with sudden awe. "Lady Tsunade, it is a profound honor. I have heard so much about you. You are incredibly well-mannered too, just like the fourth, and completely unlike the fifth," Tsunade declared, shooting a distinctly smug look over at Naruto. "Whatever," Naruto muttered flatly. Narumi chuckled softly before turning her attention to the dark-haired woman, who was smiling warmly at her while holding a pig. "And you are?" Before Shizun could even open her mouth to introduce herself, Tsunade happily cut in. "Your brother's lover." What?" Narumi shrieked, her usual calm demeanor completely shattering as her wide eyes whipped toward her brother, who instantly choked violently on his own breath. "Tsunade-sama, not like this," Shizun wailed, her entire face igniting into a brilliant, mortified shade of crimson. "That night. You have absolutely no idea how long I have wanted to do this," Naruto whispered, pulling her smoothly into another deep kiss. He leaned back into the heavy chair of his Hokage office, perfectly content with Shizun resting comfortably on his lap. Well, I am right here now. You can do whatever you want," Shizun whispered back against his lips, wrapping her arms securely around his neck as she eagerly deepened the kiss. "Honestly, I am almost glad Tsunade gambled with that daimyo," Naruto murmured, breaking away just enough to rest his forehead against hers. "Otherwise, I would have just stayed tired." "Tired?" Shizun echoed, pulling back slightly to look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, I am 21 years old, Shizun," he pointed out, a slow, roguish smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Shizun blinked in confusion for a second before the realization suddenly dawned on her. "Oh, that kind of tired," she gasped, letting out a cute, melodic giggle. Naruto groaned softly, his hands tightening securely on her waist. "Damn it. If you keep giggling at me like that, we are going to end up doing this right in front of my predecessors," he warned, his gaze flicking briefly to the solemn portraits of the past Hokage hanging on the wall. That would definitely be inappropriate," Shizun hummed playfully. However, her smile softened a fraction, a brief hint of vulnerability bleeding into her voice. "But about being tired, did you really never think about anyone else?" Naruto raised a single eyebrow, genuinely amused by the sudden flash of jealousy in her dark eyes. "Did you? I am a woman. We love blindly," Shizun replied softly, gently tracing his jawline with her thumb. "I don't know how it is for men." "Never. I never dared to even think about it," Naruto whispered, his teasing tone melting away into raw, heavy emotion. His intense blue eyes locked entirely onto hers. "Every single time my mind wandered, I just remembered how you were the only one there for me when my entire world shattered." "Naruto," Shizun breathed, her eyes widening as a sudden, overwhelming urge to cry gripped her chest. "My heart," he murmured, reaching up to gently brush a stray lock of dark hair behind her ear. "It has always been sealed by your presence. Shizun-san is wonderful. But why did you never tell me about her?" Narumi asked from the doorway of the basement, quietly watching her brother polish an old, dusty study desk. "The time never seemed right for it," Naruto replied simply, his hands moving in gentle, rhythmic circles over the worn wood. "Why are you polishing that by hand? You could create a brand new one with a literal flick of your finger," Narumi pointed out in mild amusement. Naruto didn't even turn around. It was Toussaint's desk. "Oh." Naruto continued polishing in silence for another moment before his hands stilled. "You want to ask me something else?" "Yes, Nisan. Why do you constantly compare me to father? Naruto blinked, finally looking over his shoulder with both eyebrows raised. Because you are his daughter. You should strive to be worthy of his legacy. It feels more like you want me to replace him, just so you can fill the void he left in your heart. What? That is absolute nonsense. Jiraiya-sensei told me about the two of you, how you were the greatest duo in the elemental nations. And it was true. He was the legendary Yellow Flash. Fighting by his side was the greatest honor any Konoha shinobi could ever ask for. Naruto argued passionately. Ni-san. Narumi hesitated for a fraction of a second, but forced the words out anyway. You were stronger than him. Naruto's grip on the wooden polishing block tightened so violently that it instantly splintered and snapped in his hand. I was not, he snarled fiercely. He was a man who built himself up from absolutely nothing, an honorable prodigy who climbed the ranks through sheer brilliance. He didn't have the wood style. He didn't have the first Hokage knocking on his door to personally train him. He was an unrivaled genius who exceeded every single Uzumaki in Fuinjutsu. Naruto finished, his chest heaving with heavy, ragged pants. Narumi just frowned, a profound sadness in her eyes, as she slowly pulled out a worn notebook bound in faded brown leather. Naruto's breath hitched, his eyes widening in shock. That is. Tusan's diary, Narumi murmured gently, carefully opening the fragile pages. I sit before the fire. Sleeping next to me is my son, my greatest comrade. A boy who is only 9 years old, yet someone I deeply, profoundly admire. It is such an unimaginable honor to be his father. Stop, Naruto whispered, his voice trembling. I know it is unbefitting of a Kage, but the moment I saw how the other Kage and their attendants were so utterly terrified of my son, I couldn't help but feel absolute swelling pride. Narumi. After I heard he had spared the third Raikage's life, I was stunned. Stunned that my own son, at just 10 years old, had actually defeated that legendary shinobi. I will never tell him this to his face, because he will never accept it, but he is already far stronger than I am. I said stop. Naruto choked out. His towering frame finally gave out, collapsing heavily to his knees as hot tears freely streamed down his face. Ni-san. Narumi breathed in pure shock. Seeing her normally indomitable older brother looking so completely broken and vulnerable, she immediately dropped to her knees in front of him, tightly gripping his shaking shoulders. I know every single word written in there. Naruto wept, his tear-filled gaze meeting his sister's identical blue eyes. Every letter. I memorized it all in my heart. I don't want you to replace father. I am just so afraid, Narumi. I am terrified that people will only ever look at you and see my sister, instead of his daughter. I fear him being forgotten in my shadow. That is why I despised my own power. I just wished I had been weaker than him. Naruto confessed, his voice breaking entirely as his sister pulled him into a desperate, fiercely tight hug. I will honor Tusan's name, Ni-san. Narumi vowed fiercely, burying her face into his shoulder. I promise. 2 years later, 23 years old Naruto. Throughout his years as Hokage, Naruto had come to the quiet realization that he loved this secluded room far more than his official office. He found infinitely more comfort sitting casually cross-legged on a floor cushion than being stiffly confined to that damn desk chair all day. Of course, to preserve his sanity, he always made sure to leave a shadow clone stationed at the main desk to handle the endless mountains of paperwork. Your reports are absolutely brilliant, Kurenai. Your superiors are constantly complimenting your work. Naruto praised the kneeling, red-eyed Kunoichi. He sat casually cross-legged on a plush cushion, meticulously trimming the delicate branches of a small bonsai tree. Keeping her expression perfectly stone-faced, Kurenai closed her eyes and offered a crisp, formal bow. I am doing my best, sir. I know you are, Naruto said softly. He set down his shears and pulled a sealed scroll from his robes, holding it out to her. I wrote this decree myself. Go and deliver it to Shikaku. Kurenai carefully accepted the scroll, her striking crimson eyes widening a fraction in surprise. Nara Shikaku? The Jonin commander. Yes, he will be the one giving you your flak jacket, Naruto added casually, his attention already shifting back to the precise care of his plant. Kurenai's strict professional facade finally broke, melting into a wide, genuinely thrilled smile. Thank you, Godame-sama. Knowing your nature, I imagine you will absolutely love being a Jonin instructor, Naruto noted smoothly. Nurturing the next generation is always a profound honor, she answered, her voice ringing with deep conviction. Naruto smiled warmly, thoroughly pleased by her immediate response. Wonderful. Spend this year gaining some hands-on experience as a Jonin, and next year, I will assign you your very own Genin team. Hi. This is the third time, Kakashi, Naruto stated flatly, his eyes locked onto the silver-haired Jonin kneeling lazily before him. Care to explain? They almost killed each other, Godame. They are absolutely not ready, Kakashi replied, his visible eye deadpan and his tone laced with absolute finality. I mean, look, even Guy is getting his own Genin team, Naruto exclaimed, throwing his hands up in sheer exasperation. Maybe you should learn a thing or two from him. Kakashi slumped his shoulders, letting out a long, muffled sigh of pure, unfiltered despair into his mask. Was his track record really that miserable? Was the Hokage actually ordering him to take teaching advice from Guy, of all people? I will try my best, Kakashi simply said. Naruto let out a long, heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. You are my dearest friend. You are a brilliant shinobi, and you are extremely intelligent. Because of that, I will respect your judgment on this. But, Kakashi, I swear, if I find out you are failing them on purpose, I will. Kakashi gulped audibly as his Hokage left the dark threat hanging, slowly and menacingly clenching his fist. TSK. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath as his shears snipped the completely wrong branch off his bonsai tree. Letting out a heavy sigh, he casually channeled a fraction of his chakra, seamlessly regrowing the severed wood in an instant. I used to be way better at this back in the day. Turning around, he suddenly realized Guy's Genin team was standing quietly before him. All three of the young shinobi were giving him utterly incredulous looks, while Guy simply stood there beaming as proudly as usual. This is the legendary boy wonder? Niji thought, a heavy wave of sheer, unfiltered disbelief washing over him as he stared at the casually seated redhead playing with a plant. Whoa, Guy's team, how are you doing, Genin? Naruto greeted brightly, his casual, entirely relaxed demeanor completely at odds with his terrifying reputation. Sir! The three newly minted shinobi replied in perfect, crisp unison. Naruto smiled gently at the young squad, while Guy grinned as vibrantly as ever beside them. What truly captured the Hokage's attention was Hisashi's boy, Niji, the rookie of the year, and widely rumored to be the greatest prodigy the Hyuga clan had produced in generations. Life is certainly full of surprises. To think Guy actually has a team of his own now, Naruto chuckled warmly. Leaning forward, his expression shifted into one of genuine, earnest respect as he addressed the three genin directly. You guys got an absolutely brilliant shinobi as your sensei. You should be extremely proud of that. The sudden, heartfelt praise from the Hokage instantly forced thick, comical waterfalls of tears to cascade down Guy's face. Go Dame, I shall never let you down. I swear it, Guy bellowed passionately, punching a triumphant fist high into the air. Naruto chuckled softly before his sharp blue eyes locked onto the Hyuga. You are Niji, the son of Hisashi, right? Niji's pale eyes widened slightly at the sudden, unexpected mention of his late father. He instantly stiffened, straightening his posture to absolute military perfection. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto gave a firm, deeply approving nod. Your father was a truly magnificent shinobi. We fought side by side on the battlefields during the war. Work hard, Niji, and make him proud. Completely disarmed by the legendary Hokage's genuine warmth and profound respect, Niji could only manage a dumb, awestruck nod. Thank you, sir. Very well then, Naruto smiled, his demeanor shifting smoothly back to business as he reached for a scroll. Your mission today will be. I heard you promoted Kurenai to Jonin, Shizune said softly. She sat comfortably beside her lover atop his own carved stone face on the Hokage monument, the two of them quietly watching the vibrant hues of the sunset paint the sprawling village below. That I did. She is a good kunoichi, Naruto replied simply, shifting slightly to wrap a warm, protective arm around Shizune's shoulders. Melting into the affectionate gesture, Shizune rested her head contentedly against his chest. Well, she is a dear friend of mine, so thank you for doing that. Enough about Kurenai. Come here, Naruto murmured, his voice dropping to a gentle, husky timbre. Cupping her cheek gently, he pulled her into a slow, incredibly warm kiss. MMH, I definitely prefer this over talking about Kurenai. Shizune hummed against his lips. A soft smile graced her features as she wrapped her arms securely around his neck, eagerly deepening the kiss as the last rays of the sun finally dipped below the horizon. Almost 20 of Konoha's elite jonin had crammed into the lively local tavern, their voices rising in unison to celebrate Kurenai's recent promotion. To Kurenai! They cheered loudly, the crisp clinking of their sake cups ringing through the air. Guys, this really wasn't necessary, Kurenai protested softly. A sheepish smile tugged at her lips, a rare, faint blush dusting her pale cheeks. Nonsense, Anko declared boisterously, slinging a heavy, affectionate arm around the newly minted jonin's shoulders. You absolutely deserve this. I just hope the Godame doesn't catch wind of this. He despises alcohol, and here we are in the middle of the afternoon, Ibiki muttered. An entirely unusual wave of nervousness flickered across the scarred interrogator's face as he quickly gulped down his sake. TSK, Ibiki, since when did you become such a coward? Anko laughed, waving her cup dismissively. The Godame being a total bore isn't going to stop us from celebrating. She threw her head back in a loud laugh, but blinked in sudden confusion when absolutely no one joined her. Instead, the lively atmosphere vanished in an instant. Every single jonin at the table had frozen stiff, staring at the space right behind her with expressions of sheer, unadulterated terror. Huh? What's wrong with you guys? She asked, her grin faltering. So, I am boring? Anko gulped audibly as a heavy, suffocating shadow suddenly loomed over her. Sweating profusely, she turned her head with agonizing slowness, only to find the very man she had just insulted staring down at her. His piercing blue eyes narrowed dangerously. H.E. Godame, what a coincidence. We were just talking about you. Anko stammered, offering a strained, terrified grin. I heard, Naruto replied flatly, his intense glare entirely unmoving. The oppressive, suffocating silence stretched for another agonizing second before his hardened expression suddenly melted into a bright, easy smile. Pour me a cup. I want to celebrate too. Whoa, now that is my Hokage. Anko cheered, her boundless energy instantly returning as she eagerly poured him a brimming cup of sake. Naruto grabbed the ceramic cup and took a confident gulp. Almost instantly, his eyes bugged out, and his face turned a sickening shade of green. He violently spat the liquid right back out, coughing and sputtering wildly. This is disgusting. Bring me TA, he roared indignantly. Why yes, SIR. The entire table of elite shinobi shouted back in absolute panic. It was a formal jonin meeting. Konoha's elite shinobi sat respectfully cross-legged across the spacious room, all giving their undivided attention to their Hokage, who was seated comfortably on his plush floor cushion. The Wind Daimyo has been redirecting the vast majority of his country's missions to us, Naruto stated, his expression twisting into a sharp scowl of pure disgust at the mere thought of Sunagakure. I can't exactly blame him. That shithole of a village could never produce consistently good shinobi anyway. Even their allegedly greatest Kazekage, the Sandame, managed to get himself kidnapped or something. Kidnapped? Kurenai murmured, her striking red eyes widening in genuine surprise. Yeah, he just suddenly vanished without a trace years ago, Naruto replied casually, waving a dismissive hand. He used to manipulate some kind of weird black sand. What was it called again? Iron sand. Godame, Kakashi supplied smoothly from his spot in the crowd. Ah yes, that's the one, Naruto nodded, leaning back slightly. And now, their strongest remaining shinobi is just that decrepit old hag, Chiyo. She is retired now. I imagine we didn't gather here just so you could hate on Sunagakure, Hokage-sama, Aoba pointed out dryly, a massive, comical sweat drop practically visible on his forehead. Naruto chuckled sheepishly, reaching up to rub the back of his neck in a rare, completely unabashed display of embarrassment. Yeah, sorry about that. I honestly don't know why you refused the seat so many times. This job is actually really nice, Naruto remarked, taking a calm sip of his hot tea while sitting across from his former sensei, who was already deep into a bottle of sake. Naruto eyed the small ceramic cup in the older man's hand with mild disgust. I tried that stuff last week. How do you even stomach it? It is completely disgusting. You get used to it. Jiraiya laughed cheerfully, happily pouring himself another brimming cup. His smile slowly faded, however, his tone growing a bit more reflective. But about the job, I don't know. When I compare myself to the men who have held the title of Hokage, I always felt like I never truly earned the right. What utter nonsense! Naruto scoffed immediately, setting his teacup down with a sharp clink. You are Jiraiya. You are one of the greatest shinobi this village has ever produced. You are literally a living legend. Jiraiya smiled warmly at the fierce, unhesitating compliment, though a hint of self-deprecation lingered in his dark eyes. Even legends have tears, Naruto, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, you. In my travels, I have actually met people who still firmly believe you are nothing more than a terrifying myth. Can you even imagine that? I can't exactly blame them, Naruto murmured, his gaze dropping back to the surface of his tea. Back then, I was nothing but a walking hurricane of destruction. God's punishment. That is exactly what the third Mizukage used to call you, Jiraiya recalled quietly, shaking his head. Yeah, I know, Naruto replied, a faint, almost humorless smile touching his lips. You have become so soft now, though, Jiraiya noted, his eyes warming with genuine paternal affection. I am just incredibly glad you were able to hold on to your sanity and humanity, especially given that you possessed the raw power to single-handedly conquer a continent by the time you were 10 years old. Naruto fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting thoughtfully to the steam rising from his cup. About Madara, he murmured softly, redirecting the conversation. Sensei used to love him a lot, despite everything that happened between them. And I can't lie, before he became, whatever he ultimately became, he was an exceptional shinobi. People from his era described him as deeply honorable. Can you even imagine that? I certainly don't know as much about the man as you do, Jiraiya muttered, leaning in slightly, his natural curiosity thoroughly piqued. Naruto leaned forward across the low table, his voice dropping into a quiet, conspiratorial whisper. He was actually the one who came up with the name Konoha. Jiraiya's jaw practically dropped, his eyes widening to the size of dinner plates in absolute shock. No shit. Yup, Naruto replied, popping the pea with a deeply amused, knowing smirk. All right, class. This is the Hokage monument right here, Irika announced, gesturing proudly out over the cliff face as his students gathered atop the Hokage tower. This is where the faces of our 5 great Hokage are carved. There are only 5. Who will become the 6th? Kiba asked, genuine curiosity breaking through his usual brashness. Irika smirked playfully, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Who knows? Maybe I will. A deep, warm laugh suddenly rumbled from directly behind Irika, instantly capturing the entire class's attention. What an ambitious thing to teach your students, Irika. Irika stiffened, turning around with a nervous, deeply embarrassed chuckle. Jigo Dame, how nice of you to join us. Ni-san. Naruto blinked in surprise at the familiar voice. Scanning the small crowd of academy students, he quickly spotted his little sister staring back at him with wide eyes. Whoa, this is Narumi's class? How are you doing, kids? Heh? Narumi's brother? I heard you were just a myth, Kiba blurted out, pointing an accusing finger at the village leader. Kiba, you disrespectful brat, Irika yelled, his head comically enlarging in sheer frustration. Naruto simply threw his head back and laughed loudly. It's fine, Irika. We can't expect kids to blindly believe everything they hear. Irika aggressively cleared his throat, adjusting his posture to demand absolute respect. Listen closely, class. This is the Godame Hokage, the legendary boy wonder, and arguably the greatest shinobi in the entire history of the elemental nations. A collective, awestruck gasp echoed through the academy students. Naruto blushed faintly, rubbing the back of his neck in mild embarrassment. Now, Irika, don't overdo it. Impossible. The greatest in history? One of the students whispered loudly. He looks so gentle. Yeah, I heard he just spends all his time growing cacti. Another chimed in. Naruto's gentle smile instantly vanished, replaced by a defensive, deeply serious frown. Do not underestimate the sheer difficulty of raising a cactus. It requires meticulous maintenance and incredibly precise care. Every single student's sweat dropped in perfect unison. Yup, no way this guy is a legend, they collectively thought. Narumi simply chuckled at her elder brother's antics. Are you really the strongest? The unexpected question immediately silenced the chatter. The usually brooding Uchiha Sasuke, who almost never spoke a word during field trips, stared intensely at the Hokage. It was no wonder all the other students turned to look at him with wide, shocked eyes. Naruto fell silent. He thought for a long moment, his intense blue gaze drifting out over the sprawling village and up to the towering Hokage monument, lingering specifically on the weathered, stoic stone face of the first Hokage. A slow, knowing smile finally curved his lips. Well, Naruto answered softly, his voice suddenly carrying an unspoken, heavy weight that sent a shiver down the students' spines. The only people who could ever keep up with me died decades ago. Flashback, 12 years old Naruto. The Ichibi, that pathetic village actually lost its bijou, Naruto exclaimed, his voice dripping with an equal mix of bewilderment and sheer amusement. How can you even lose something like that? It is literally the size of a mountain. Minato sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. He couldn't lie. Sunagakure had been getting on his nerves lately, too. Their Jinchuriki tried to tap into its power, but he lost control. And, well, it escaped. So, you are telling me to go all the way out there, into that disgusting, blazing desert, just to search for the Ichibi? Naruto deadpanned, crossing his arms defensively. And restrain it if you can? Minato added, offering his son a sheepish, apologetic smile. I absolutely will not help that village. I should have turned that entire sandbox into a jungle 2 years ago. Naruto argued fiercely. You are not turning anything into a jungle, and you will go out there and find the bijou, Minato ordered. His tone suddenly shifted, leaving no room for argument as it filled with absolute, commanding authority. Naruto scowled, glaring heatedly at the blonde man behind the desk. You are just using your dual authority as both my father and the Hokage. Well, that is exactly what being a father and the Hokage is for, Minato countered with a light, victorious chuckle. How could anyone be foolish enough to build an entire village in this cursed wasteland? Naruto muttered bitterly to himself. He stood waiting at the designated rendezvous point, the blazing desert sun beating down on him relentlessly. After a few more moments of agonizing heat, an elderly woman flanked by 2 Suna shinobi finally materialized from the shimmering dunes. Naruto blinked, staring openly at the wrinkled woman. Who are you, Granny? Did you escape from a nursing home or something? Why, you insolent brat. This is the Honorable Chiyo-sama, one of the Suna Jonin yelled. However, the intended threat fell completely flat, his voice trembling with thinly veiled terror. Chiyo narrowed her sharp, calculating eyes. You must be the boy wonder. I have heard quite a lot about you. Of course you have. I almost wiped this entire shithole off the map, Naruto replied, a deeply amused, arrogant smirk curving his lips. How is Raza doing, by the way? I actually thought he would come out to greet me himself. Chiyo's glare darkened further. She absolutely loathed this arrogant Konoha brat, and it burned her to the core knowing she was completely powerless to do anything about his blatant disrespect. Lord Fourth is currently busy. Let us just get on with our mission. Do you actually have any idea what you're doing, Granny? We have been wandering aimlessly out here for 2 hours, Naruto complained, his annoyance with this entire mission officially reaching a boiling point. Chiyo simply nodded, slowly opening her aged eyes. It is right there. Naruto's irritation vanished instantly. He certainly wasn't disappointed when he finally laid eyes on the colossal, sand-colored beast casually lumbering across the desert dunes in the distance. Hey, wait up! Naruto suddenly yelled at the towering monster. Without a second thought, he launched himself off the cliff directly toward it, completely ignoring the horrified, collective gasp of the accompanying Suna shinobi. Why, you reckless brat? What do you think you are doing? Chiyo screamed in sheer, unadulterated panic. Ichibi! Naruto roared across the windswept sands. The massive beast instantly froze in its tracks, slowly turning its terrifying, towering visage to peer down at the tiny human who dared to call its name. Who the hell are you, kid? And is that a Konoha headband? Shikaku's booming voice shook the very air. Shut up and let yourself get caught quietly, Naruto yelled back, eyeing the towering-tailed beast in pure annoyance. He blinked in genuine surprise, however, when the colossal monster suddenly threw its head back and started laughing. Gwahahaha, you are a funny brat. You really think you can catch me? The great Shikaku-sama. I'll kill you. A bit funky, aren't you? Naruto muttered, sweat dropping slightly. But his casual demeanor vanished the instant he saw the massive beast violently smack its own swollen belly. Wind style. Drilling air bullet. Shit, Naruto thought. His hands blurred into the snake seal. Instantly, thick pillars of timber erupted from the sand, bending and interlocking to create a massive, reinforced wooden dome just in time to block the devastating, spiraling sphere of highly compressed air. Wood! Shikaku bellowed in shock, the beast completely unfamiliar with the legendary element. Before it could even process the sight, the sands violently parted, and a colossal wooden dragon erupted from the earth. The serpentine construct lunged, viciously coiling its massive, biting body entirely around the tailed beast. Shikaku roared furiously, trying to summon the surrounding desert to its aid, only to freeze in sudden, absolute terror. The beast realized, with a jolt of panic, that its chakra was being rapidly and forcefully drained away. Couldn't mold a single jutsu. Time to end this, Naruto declared, stepping smoothly out from behind his protective dome. His hands flashed through a complex sequence of seals in a blur. Instantly, massive wooden pillars spiked out of the desert floor, snapping securely around Shikaku's limbs and neck, restraining the beast completely. Why, you brat? What are you doing? Shikaku shrieked in uncharacteristic, genuine horror. Couldn't be caught. Not again. Naruto vanished in a flicker of speed, instantly reappearing directly in front of the beast's massive stomach. Raising his palm, a glowing kanji materialized on his skin, and he slammed his hand firmly against the beast's sandy flesh. 10th Edict of Enlightenment. Shikaku thrashed wildly, desperately trying to resist the overwhelming suppression jutsu, but it was completely futile. The beast's crazed yellow eyes rolled back into its head, and with an earth-shattering boom, the massive one-tail collapsed heavily onto the desert dunes, falling fast asleep. Well, that was surprisingly easy, Naruto muttered to himself, brushing some sand off his clothes. But then again, this is just the Ichibi. The Kyuubi must be on an entirely different level. Turning around, he found Chiyo and her subordinates standing frozen on the distant cliff edge, their jaws practically hitting the sand as they gaped at him in pure, unfiltered shock. Naruto casually waved a dismissive hand at them. Yeah, I'm done here. You guys can take it from here. He captured Shikaku, and he didn't even break a sweat, Chiyo breathed, her voice trembling slightly. A cold, sickening knot tightened in her stomach at the mere thought of that terrifying child. Yondaime, perhaps we should reconsider. We cannot afford to ever anger Konoha again. Raza's face contorted into a dark, heavy scowl, a volatile mixture of sheer panic and bitter frustration bleeding into his usually stoic features. What are you saying, Chiyo? That we should just resign ourselves to licking Konoha's boots? He snarled, his hands clenching into white-knuckled fists. The weapon must be established. Otherwise, this entire village is doomed. Raza, open your eyes. Chiyo snapped back, her usual composure completely shattering. Such a weapon will never be enough against a monster like that. Then what do you propose we do? Raza roared, his desperate voice echoing harshly off the desolate desert winds. Chiyo slowly lowered her gaze to the sand, the suffocating weight of their grim reality suddenly settling heavily across her aged shoulders. I don't know. Ebizo, you really should have seen him, Chiyo murmured, settling heavily onto the floor cushion across from her younger brother. Ebizo slowly lowered his teacup, his aged, calculating eyes suddenly gleaming with intense curiosity. Was he truly just as the rumors say? During the war, I genuinely thought Konoha was just exaggerating his prowess to intimidate us. Chiyo admitted, her voice uncharacteristically frail. But then there was the incident 2 years ago, and then what I witnessed with my own eyes yesterday. She trailed off, her weathered hands trembling just a fraction as she stared down into her cup. I cannot believe such a terrifying human actually exists, she whispered, her troubled gaze locked onto the faint, unsettling ripples dancing across the surface of her tea. Flashback end back to present, 24 years old Naruto, 12 years old Narumi. I've been thinking, maybe I should pay a visit to Sunagakure, Naruto said casually to the previous Hokage, who promptly choked and nearly spat his hot tea across the table. What? Hiruzen coughed, his aged eyes wide with absolute shock. But you absolutely despise that village. Naruto frowned deeply, his melancholic gaze locked onto the faint ripples dancing in his teacup. I really have no genuine reason to harbor so much hatred toward them. Just because a village is weak is no reason to despise its people. That is incredibly surprising coming from you, Naruto, Hiruzen murmured, raising a curious, bushy eyebrow at his successor. Do you remember when I captured the Ichibi? Naruto asked softly. Vividly, of course, the elder statesman replied. I was on that mission with Chiyo, the puppeteer. I am well aware of who Chiyo is, Naruto, Hiruzen interrupted dryly, a massive, comical sweat drop practically materializing on his wrinkled forehead. Anyway, Naruto sighed heavily, running a tired hand through his red hair. I remember treating her like she was nothing but a complete nuisance. A legendary kunoichi of her caliber deserved far more respect than that. Why was I like that, Hiruzen-sama? Look at my father, my mother, and even Narumi. They are all so humble. Hiruzen's expression softened into one of profound, ancient understanding. He set his teacup down gently. Well, you were always unique, Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes, the dark weight of his own monstrous legend pressing heavily against his conscience. I was arrogant prick. That kid from Narumi's class is certainly intelligent. Cacti are incredibly fun to grow, Naruto declared happily, carefully pouring a measured trickle of water onto his prized plant. It was actually growing. Shizen leaned against the doorframe, watching the peaceful scene with deep amusement. It is fascinating how your preferences have changed over the years. Naruto paused, glancing over his shoulder. What do you mean? You have grown much softer, Naruto. Now you find genuine happiness in watering cacti? Shizen noted gently, slowly approaching the redhead, who was currently dressed in a set of messy gardening clothes. Really? Naruto whispered softly. He set down his small watering can and quietly examined his calloused hands. I used to be pretty scary back in the day, huh? Shizen frowned slightly, catching the faint hint of shame lingering in his voice. She reached out, gently resting her hand over his. Not to me. I always thought you were cool. I suppose my younger self just fell in love with that quiet, incredibly powerful boy. I see. Naruto murmured softly, a faint, thoughtful smile touching his lips. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai stood awkwardly, massive sweat drops practically visible on their foreheads as they looked around their Hokage's personal greenhouse. It was undeniably a magnificent, lush sanctuary. But why on earth had they been formally summoned here of all places? I am assigning you your genin teams today, Naruto declared cheerfully, completely unfazed by their confusion as he carefully watered a row of vibrant exotic plants. Here? Asuma asked, blinking through the thick smoke of his cigarette in utter bewilderment. Naruto paused, glancing over his shoulder with an inquisitive eyebrow raised. Yeah, why not? It is a very nice place. I have to admit, it really is, Kakashi mumbled lazily, his lone visible eye scanning the incredibly well-maintained foliage. It is just amazing how silly and gentle you have become, Naruto, Kurenai noted softly, watching the supposedly fearsome redhead meticulously tend to a delicate flower with genuine awe. Naruto's cheerful expression faltered into a slight, contemplative frown. Shizen recently said the exact same thing. Listen, you three aren't just my subordinates. You are my friends, too. Well, you are right about that, Asuma agreed, his posture relaxing slightly. Naruto set down his watering can, his back still turned to the group. What was I really like? Back in the day? Did I ever scare you? The three elite jonin instantly stiffened, their eyes widening in sheer surprise at the deeply vulnerable question. Kakashi was the first to finally break the heavy silence. Of course not, Kakashi stated firmly, his tone completely devoid of its usual lazy drawl. We looked up to you, just like the rest of the entire village did. Beside him, both Asuma and Kurenai offered immediate, fiercely supportive nods of absolute agreement. I see. Thank you for the answer. Now for the teams. Tsunade was incredibly relieved to finally finish her exhausting shift at the hospital. She had been eagerly looking forward to grabbing a few drinks and unwinding for the evening, but her plans were abruptly halted when an ANBU operative suddenly materialized before her. The Godame was summoning her directly to the top of the Hokage monument. Perplexed by the sudden and highly informal request, she complied anyway. Arriving atop Naruto's carved stone face, she found the young Hokage sitting quietly cross-legged, gazing out at the vibrant, fading hues of the sunset. You summoned me, Naruto? She asked, stepping up behind him. Yes, Tsunade? Naruto replied, his voice carrying a heavy, deeply vulnerable weight she had never heard from him before. I wanted to ask you something. Sure. She answered cautiously, her brow furrowing in genuine concern. Naruto fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Do you think Ka-san ever feared me? What? Tsunade yelled, her hazel eyes widening in absolute shock. Kushina. Of course not. She was incredibly proud of you. Always and forever. She used to boast to anyone who would listen that you were the greatest Uzumaki in the entire history of the clan. Naruto didn't look back at her. I was so arrogant back then, Tsunade. I was harsh, ruthless, and I used to say things that were just unhinged. Like threatening to turn the entirety of Sunagakure into a massive jungle and forcing their elite shinobi to act as gardeners? Tsunade recalled, a faint, surprisingly nostalgic smile touching her lips. Yes, Naruto admitted, his head bowing shamefully as he stared down at his lap. That day, I caught her staring at me. She just looked so worried. You are definitely overthinking it, Naruto, Tsunade said softly, her heart aching slightly for the usually unshakable leader. I am afraid, Tsunade, Naruto confessed, his voice cracking with a raw, broken vulnerability. I am terrified that my mother died fearing what I was becoming, or that she had even a single ounce of fear toward me in her heart. Her last words to me were that she was proud of me, but was that just to comfort me? Is that enough? He finally looked up, his bright blue eyes reflecting the last, fading light of the sun. I stopped finding any joy in battle a long time ago. That is the real reason I stopped taking on missions. But I could never bring myself to admit that out loud. I never knew that, Tsunade admitted, shocked by what she just heard. I just want to become a better person, Naruto continued, his voice dropping to a fragile, aching whisper. I want to be gentler. I am so terrified of looking at someone, only to find them staring back at me with nothing but fear in their eyes. He let out a trembling breath, the weight of a legendary, bloody reputation suddenly looking far too heavy for his shoulders. I don't want to be Boy Wonder anymore. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, Hiruzen roared, his single-thrown shuriken instantly multiplying into a deadly, raining swarm of hundreds. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror as two massive wooden coffins suddenly erupted from the tiled roof, easily blocking the onslaught of blades. But his shock intensified into pure, paralyzing dread the moment he recognized the overwhelming chakra signatures radiating from within them. Oh no, out of all the people he could have summoned, these two. So, what are you going to do now, Sarutobi-sensei? Or should I say, Sandaime Hokage-sama? Orochimaru mocked, his voice dripping with venomous malice. The heavy wooden lids slammed open and fell away, revealing two figures stepping out into the sunlight. A blonde-haired man wearing a sweeping white haori and a striking redhead clad in standard Jonin attire. It can't be. Those are... One of the observing ANBU operatives exclaimed from outside the barrier, his voice trembling violently behind his porcelain mask. Yondaime-sama and Naruto-sama. Another ANBU gasped, completely paralyzed by the impossible sight. The two men who single-handedly ended the Third Great Ninja War, the fourth Hokage and the Boy Wonder. Sandaime-sama? Is that you? Minato asked softly, his ethereal, cracking face blinking against the light. Whoa! Is that really you? You became a wrinkly old geezer, Sandaime, Naruto remarked, a phantom smirk playing on his lips despite the grim situation. To think I would have to face the legendary father and son duo in such a twisted, sickening manner. How truly unfortunate, Hiruzen muttered, a cold bead of sweat rolling down his aged cheek as he gripped his bow staff tightly. Prepare yourselves. Minato, Naruto. Edo Tensei? What a vile. It perfectly suits a disgusting snake like him. Naruto spat, shifting his piercing gaze to glare daggers at Orochimaru. Looks like we don't have a choice but to fight you, Sandaime-sama, Minato said as he eyed the old Hokage with sadness. Now, that is quite enough catching up. Let's begin, Orochimaru hissed in twisted delight, slamming his hands together. No matter what era it is, it seems there is always conflict, Minato murmured. His voice carried a heavy, sorrowful weight, the chilling, hollow resonance of the dead. As Orochimaru tightened his dark grip on the jutsu, the light of consciousness faded from Minato's eyes, leaving behind the cold, vacant stare of a mindless puppet. Naruto, however, began to violently tremble, his cracking, paper-like Edo Tensei form shaking with pure, unadulterated fury. You imbecile scumbag, you actually think you can control me? Naruto roared, with a terrifying, monstrous exertion of sheer willpower. The psychic hold of the Edo Tensei completely shattered around him. Moving in a blur of blinding speed, he viciously kicked Orochimaru across the roof. But before he could pursue the Sannin, his eyes widened in shock. His own father suddenly materialized directly in front of him, a violently swirling Rasengan thrust mercilessly toward his chest. Narrowly dodging the lethal sphere, Naruto was forced to fiercely kick his mind-controlled father away as well, sending Minato skidding across the cracked tiles. And Naruto, Hiruzen stammered, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. You actually broke free. Orochimaru scrambled to his feet, his serpentine eyes blown wide with genuine, paralyzing horror. How? How did you break out of my absolute control? Because I am me, Naruto stated simply, his voice dropping to a deadly, echoing cadence. He slowly raised his hands, his fingers locking tightly into the snake seal. It has been a long time. His expression suddenly twisted into a wild, borderline psychotic grin, his legendary, terrifying persona as the boy wonder roaring back to life. You have no idea how much I have dreamed of this day, Orochimaru. Shit. Orochimaru cursed mentally, his cold blood turning entirely to ice. With style. Deep forest emergence. Sorry, Toussaint, but you're out of here? Naruto muttered, placing his hand gently on his father's forehead. Minato was currently bound tight by thick, unyielding wooden branches. Sadly, it seems Orochimaru managed to escape. Don't forget to check on Narumi before you come back to us, Minato said with a warm, gentle smile, just before his glowing soul was finally released from its earthly vessel, crumbling into dust and ash. Sandaime-sama, thank goodness you are safe. One of the ANBU operatives gasped in relief, leaping down to the shattered roof. He instantly froze, however, when a pair of piercing blue eyes locked onto him. And Naruto-sama, you cannot imagine the absolute honor. At ease, kid, Naruto replied casually, waving off the reverence. Turning to the Sandaime, who was leaning heavily on his staff in sheer exhaustion, he raised an eyebrow. Seriously, old man, what are you doing still wearing that hat at your age? Why didn't you pass it on? To whom? Hiruzen asked, his expression entirely deadpan. Right? It was supposed to be me, Naruto muttered, a brief, bitter flash of sadness crossing his cracked, paper-like features. He quickly shook his head, his eyes narrowing sharply. Who is attacking the village? Sunagakure and Otogakure, Hiruzen answered grimly. Oto what? The fuck is that? Wait. Naruto paused, his eyes widening dangerously as the second name registered. Did you just say Suna? Hiruzen gulped audibly. He knew exactly what kind of terrifying storm was brewing behind that question. Yes. They have infiltrated the village. What? Those treacherous scumbags. I absolutely knew it. I should have turned their entire wasteland into a jungle and forced them to be my gardeners years ago. With a deafening boom, Naruto leaped away, leaving behind nothing but a cratered roof and a massive cloud of dust. Finally, I can actually kill those bastards. Alliance, my ass, he thought gleefully as he soared through the air. He is a bit unhinged, isn't he? The ANBU operative mumbled in shock, staring blankly at the empty space where the legendary hero had just stood. Hiruzen let out a tired, breathless chuckle. He has always been exactly like that. God only knows what kind of Hokage he would have become if he'd had the chance to grow up. Down in the streets below, absolute chaos reigned. This is our chance. Kill them all, Asuna commander roared. Nearly 200 Sunagakure shinobi had infiltrated the sector, completely ready to burn Konoha to the ground. They all froze in unison. However, when a figure suddenly crashed into the earth directly in front of them, shattering the stone pavement like fragile glass. What the? Is that? Red hair? Oh no, it can't be. Sunagakure, Naruto declared, slowly rising from the crater with a terrifying, unervingly wide grin plastered across his cracked face. You guys have absolutely no idea how much I used to dream about this very moment. Finally, I can kill sand ninjas without getting lectured. It's the boy wonder. One of the invaders shrieked in absolute terror, dropping his weapon. What is he doing here? He died years ago. Another screamed, scrambling backward frantically. It was far too late for retreat. The earth beneath their feet was already beginning to rumble violently, massive roots tearing through the pavement. I am going to make sure I bury every single one of you, Naruto roared, his hands blurring perfectly into the snake seal. You fucking uncultured scumbags. Naruto smiled widely, letting out a heavy, incredibly satisfied sigh of relief. Just 1 minute ago, he had been standing before 200 elite sand shinobi. Now, 200 mangled corpses littered the shattered streets. If I only had more time, I would have traveled straight to Suna to finish the job. Damn, he muttered in genuine annoyance. He blinked, however, pausing as a sudden, violently familiar wave of malicious chakra washed over him from a distance. The Ichibi, that funky tanuki is here, too. Oh, this was just getting better and better. Nearby in the forest, Narumi gulped hard as the deranged, sand-covered bastard barreled straight toward her. She was just about to grab Sakura and Sasuke and jump away, but suddenly, a blinding blur of red intercepted the attack, viciously kicking the Sunanin across the clearing. Her bright blue eyes widened as the dust settled, finally getting a good look at her savior. He looked exactly like the legends, exactly how Jiraiya-sensei had described him. Why you? You are Naruto, she breathed out. Naruto spun around, his cracked, paper-like face instantly lighting up with a beaming, overjoyed smile. My goodness, Narumi, is that really you? Why yes, she yelped as he vanished and reappeared directly in front of her, pulling her into a fiercely tight hug. Just look at you, you're so grown up. I heard it's been 12 years since I died. We're exactly the same age now. Yes, Nisan, Narumi sobbed, burying her face in his shoulder. Why you are the boy wonder? Sakura mumbled in absolute shock, pointing a violently shaking finger at the legendary redhead. Naruto released his sister and puffed out his chest proudly. Of course I am. Though, please, call me the Slayer of Sunagakure. I literally just earned the title a few minutes ago. You're actually real, Sasuke murmured, his Sharingan spinning in sheer disbelief. Naruto's eye twitched in profound annoyance. You Uchihas have always been jealous of me. Of course you'd run around telling people I was fake. Finally, someone else to kill, Gaara roared, violently interrupting the reunion. Naruto blinked, turning his attention to the half-transformed redhead covered in shifting sand. His eyes narrowed sharply as he took in the boy's features. A Suna ninja threatening a Konoha ninja. You useless motherfucker. Who are you? Gaara shrieked, clutching his head erratically. Why did Mother suddenly go completely silent the second you appeared? You're the Jinchuriki, and you look exactly like Raza, which means you must be his kid, Naruto deduced. A terrifyingly dark, eager grin slowly spread across his cracked face. Oh, this is just getting better and better. First, I get to slaughter Suna's invasion force, and now I get to beat Raza's son to a pulp. Where is Raza hiding, anyway? Moments later, Naruto casually stood before his sister, dusting off his hands. Behind him, all three of the formidable Suna siblings were completely unconscious, heavily bound and suspended in the air by massive, unyielding wooden branches. TSK, just like their father, fucking losers. Look at you. You look so much like Tu-san, Naruto said warmly, gripping his sister's shoulders with deep affection. And you are so tall, Ni-san. Are you absolutely sure you were only 12? Narumi asked, wiping her tears with a watery laugh. Naruto laughed brightly. I have always been tall. Slowly, however, his cheerful grin faltered into a soft, wistful smile. His Edo Tensei body began to glow with a blinding, ethereal light, his paper-like skin starting to flake away into the wind. Ni-san, what is happening? Narumi cried out in panic, reaching for him. It looks like my borrowed time is finally over, Naruto replied softly, stepping back as his soul began to release from the jutsu's hold. Narumi, make us proud. And if you see that disgusting snake, be sure to thank him on my behalf for letting me see you. His body began to crumble entirely into ash, his final, echoing words ringing out through the forest as his soul ascended. Oh, and never trust a Suna ninja. Naruto never minded the elderly advisors. They were old, stern, and undeniably annoying, but their intentions were pure, unlike Danzo's. Now, the three of them sat together in the Hokage's office, meticulously discussing the newly formed genin teams. These teams are well constructed. Having Kakashi keep an eye on both Sasuke and Narumi is a wise decision, Koharu noted, her aged eyes scanning the official assignment documents. Hamura nodded in solemn agreement. The Sharingan is the only thing capable of suppressing the Kyuubi's chakra if Minato's seal ever begins to fail. Naruto frowned slightly, leaning forward and resting his chin on his hands. There is a reason why my father used the 8-trigram seal and deliberately left us the key. He envisioned something further down the road. Both Koharu and Hamura blinked in genuine surprise. Are you suggesting Minato actually intended for Narumi to control the Kyuubi? Koharu asked. Yes, Naruto mumbled, heavily closing his eyes as a dark memory of a disastrous past experiment forced its way to the surface. But is that even possible? Ka-san. It was the dead of night. As moonlight swept across Konoha's streets and rooftops, a lone shadow moved too fast for the untrained eye to catch. Slipping into the Hokage building through an open window, she silently navigated the dark halls until she reached a secure room, her path blocked by a complex, glowing seal. Silly barrier, the shadow noted dismissively. Her hand blurred through a rapid series of one-handed signs. The seal beamed brightly for a fraction of a second before silently burning away into nothingness. Pushing the heavy door open, she found exactly what she had come to steal. The scroll of seals. The first Hokage's legendary scroll passed directly down to the fifth. One-handed seals? Now that is impressive. It has been years since I've seen anyone pull that off. The shadow whipped around, her eyes widening in shock to find the fifth Hokage leaning casually against the doorframe, watching her with deep interest. It's not that hard. Still impressive. What exactly are you doing with my scroll, Narumi? Narumi rubbed the back of her head sheepishly, dropping her stealthy facade. Yeah, it's Mizuki. He told me to bring it to him as a secret graduation exam. He is an obvious traitor, so I figured I would just go deal with him. Mizuki? That academy instructor? Naruto asked, highly amused. Seeing her nod, he let out a soft sigh. Just make sure you bring it back safely. It is very precious to me. I know. Hashirama-sama's sacred scroll. Just be safe, Naruto said gently, turning to walk back down the dimly lit hallway. I will be waiting in my office. Narumi was not the type to judge others. She would never dismiss or hate someone simply for being unintelligent. It wasn't as if they chose to be that way. But this guy, he genuinely irritated her. You are the demon fox that almost destroyed the village, Mizuki screamed at the top of his lungs. Narumi just rubbed her temples in profound annoyance. Just, what do you want with the scroll? Mizuki was visibly taken aback by her complete lack of shock or a mental breakdown. Recovering quickly, an arrogant grin spread across his face. You are a smart one. I'll admit, you were going to die anyway, so why not tell you? You are right. Tell me. I am going to deliver this scroll to Orochimaru-sama, who will grant me unimaginable power. Narumi blinked slowly. Orochimaru? You mean one of the legendary Sannin? I highly doubt he even knows a loser chunin like you exists. What did you just say, you little brat? Mizuki roared in blind fury, violently drawing a giant, windmill shuriken from his back. But before he could even launch his attack, a shadow clone of Narumi silently materialized directly behind him. With a swift, precise chop to the back of his neck, she knocked the traitor out cold. Damn, I expected this to be a lot more interesting, Narumi whispered, her eye twitching slightly in profound disappointment as she stared down at the unconscious Chunin. We will take it from here, Narumi. She blinked in surprise as 3 masked ANBU operatives silently materialized in the moonlit clearing before her. Umbu, why didn't you guys interfere from the beginning? Narumi asked, carefully handing the massive scroll of seals over to the nearest operative. Heaving Mizuki effortlessly over his shoulder, the ANBU replied, a distinct note of amusement bleeding through his porcelain mask. Godame's orders. He is watching. Narumi's head snapped up, and she frantically looked around the dark, empty woods, trying to sense a familiar chakra signature. What do you mean? Where is he? I can't sense him. Well, the Hokage has his secrets. Efficient girl, Kakashi mused as he stood behind his Hokage, watching the entire scene unfold within the glowing crystal orb. Naruto nodded, though a disappointed scoff quickly followed. I actually wanted to see her fight. Damned Mizuki. What a weak prick. How do you even use this thing? Kakashi asked with genuine interest, gesturing toward the sphere. I can watch absolutely everything inside Konoha's barrier. The orb is directly linked to it. Oh, wait. Everything? Kakashi asked, a distinctly lecherous grin spreading unseen beneath his dark mask. Naruto let out a long, agonizing sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. You are just a weird pervert, aren't you? Next day. I heard you assigned Kakashi to take care of Narumi, Shizen remarked as she leaned against the doorframe, watching her lover carefully examine the back of a man lying face down on the metal examination table. Yes, Kakashi is the one I trust the most. Well, after Jiraiya, of course, Naruto replied, his focus remaining on his patient. I doubt he will even have anything left to teach her. Jiraiya-sama took her training way too seriously. Not to mention, she is a genuine prodigy, Shizen pointed out. First in every single subject, she is the first one since Itachi to achieve such perfect marks. Naruto mumbled, his tone dropping with a heavy, lingering sadness at the sudden mention of the fallen Uchiha. Noticing the somber shift in the atmosphere, Shizen walked forward and pressed a soft, comforting kiss to his forehead. I need to go start my shift. Just try not to overwork yourself with the hospital. You are already the Hokage, you know? Naruto smiled warmly as he watched her leave the room. Staring blankly at the sterile wall for a long moment, a nostalgic thought drifted into his mind. I wonder if Kakashi is going to pull the bell test on them. Excuse me, Hokage-sama? The patient mumbled sheepishly, lying there in complete, awkward silence. Naruto blinked, snapping rapidly back to reality. Oh right, sorry about that. You look wonderful, my dear, Hiruzen said warmly, his aged eyes shifting between the registration photo in his hands and the young girl standing proudly before his desk. Narumi blushed slightly, rubbing the back of her neck in a sheepish gesture. Thank you, Sandaime-sama, but where is the Godame? Naruto, Hiruzen sighed fondly, carefully placing her shinobi profile down on the heavy wooden desk. He is currently working a shift at the hospital, so he asked me to take over his administrative duties for the afternoon. Was he always like that? I mean, voluntarily spending all his time at the hospital? Hiruzen noticeably sweat dropped. Of course not. He used to demand new missions every single day, firmly believing he needed to teach those uncultured brutes a lesson. He used to be quite the terrifying kid. Narumi's brow furrowed in genuine curiosity. What was it like, watching a boy do all of those incredible things? Hiruzen hummed thoughtfully, leaning back in the Hokage's chair. As the acting Hokage at the time, it was quite rare for me to leave the village. But when we did fight side by side, it was deeply nostalgic. It actually reminded me of my youth, fighting alongside Hashirama-sama. Wow! Narumi breathed, her eyes widening in sheer awe. Wow, indeed, Hiruzen agreed, a warm, rumbling chuckle escaping him. It was almost like love at first sight for the shinobi who served with him. He was such a charming kid, and always an absolute joy to have around. But why does he always look so ashamed whenever he speaks of his past? Hiruzen waved a dismissive hand. He is simply overreacting. He was completely fine, and the sheer amount of people he chose to spare is enormous. Let's just say his conscience is working a bit in overdrive these days. Naruto took a deep breath as he meditated atop an impossibly massive tree, one that dwarfed anything found in Konoha. He was deep within the Shikatsu forest. He never quite understood why he always felt such profound peace whenever he was here. Perhaps it was the sheer abundance of nature energy. How nice of you to visit me, Naruto-sama, Katsuyu greeted happily, one of her smaller clones resting peacefully on the branch before him. Naruto smiled softly. I imagine it gets lonely out here for you, Katsuyu. Katsuyu gave a small, bobbing nod. I still find joy in simply wandering around. But I still remember when you and Hashirama-sama used to come visit together. You were so incredibly young back then. Yeah, I remember feeling so annoyed that I was going to be a slug summoner instead of a toad one, Naruto admitted with a bright laugh. He paused, highly amused as he noticed Katsuyu's distinct expression of offense, which was quite a feat, considering she barely had a face to speak of. Humph, I never forced you to become one, Naruto-sama, Katsuyu scoffed indignantly. Naruto heavily sweat-dropped. Right, I always forget you are a woman. Speaking of women, how is Narumi-chan doing? I heard she officially became a toad summoner, Katsuyu asked. Naruto smiled warmly. She is doing splendidly, Katsuyu. She has been asking a lot of questions about the Hokage title, too. How wonderful, Katsuyu cheered. Well, she is Minato-sama's daughter and your little sister. I wouldn't expect anything less from her. Naruto hummed thoughtfully, his gaze drifting over the vast forest. We will see. Next day. Sasuke-kun is going to be on my team, you billboard brow. What did you just call me, Ino Pig? Narumi sat wedged between her two supposed friends, violently resisting the urge to smack the living daylights out of both of them. Her frantically twitching eye was a clear sign that she was rapidly reaching her absolute limit. Stupid fangirls. I am going to kill them. But before she could actually commit murder, her savior finally arrived. The classroom door slid open, instantly shutting everyone up as a scarred chunin with a ponytail walked in, holding a clipboard. Students, as of today, you are no longer just academy students, but fellow shinobi. Congratulations, Irika announced proudly, beaming at the class before focusing his attention down on his clipboard. You will be placed into standard genin squads consisting of 3 newly graduated genin and 1 jonin instructor. I wonder who will be on my team, Narumi thought, giving her full attention to her former sensei. Team 7, Namikaze Narumi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Ha! I knew it. True love always wins, Sakura declared cheerfully, throwing her fists victoriously in the air. Naruto laughed out loud as he watched the new graduates through his glowing crystal orb, surrounded by his assembled jonin. The girls are certainly excited, that's for sure, he chuckled. Kurenai eyed the orb with furrowed brows. I just hope she will be all right. I heard the Yamanaka girl is even worse, Asuma noted, heavily sweat-dropping at the chaotic scene unfolding before them. They will grow up. Missions teach manners. That is what my father always used to say, Naruto replied, continuing to watch the projection with deep amusement. Kakashi simply stared blankly at the orb, letting out a long, agonizing sigh. Go Dame. You really pulled me out of ANBU for this? So, this is where Sasuke lives, Kakashi said as he stared around the apartment. Naruto nodded as he looked around the clean space. Fugaku was a good father. He raised his sons well. Itachi was the same way, Kakashi agreed with a soft snort. Naruto nodded solemnly. You were his ANBU captain. Please take care of his little brother as well. I can't exactly say I took care of him. He was superior to me, Kakashi admitted freely. His Sharingan, too? Well, Sasuke is talented, but he is not an anomaly like Itachi. You will have fun teaching him. Who knows? Maybe you will find yourself a prize student. You know, just like you and Tusen back in the day, Naruto said as he turned and walked out of the apartment. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask as he stared down at his empty palm, vividly visualizing a swirling Rasengan and the beaming, proud face of Minato. As expected of you, Kakashi, maybe you will be the one to finally complete it. Minato-sensei, Kakashi whispered softly into the empty room. Narumi would normally be annoyed that she had been waiting for her sensei for 3 hours, and that all the other newly assigned genin had already left with theirs. However, she found peace in the book she was currently reading, The Diary of Konoha Shinobi. It was a collaborative journal written by the shinobi who had participated in the Third Great Ninja War, documenting the events and their brutal experiences for future generations. It was a genuinely amazing read. Funnily enough, her own brother was frequently mentioned within its pages. What a remarkable young lad, not just in sheer power, but in heart as well. When he decimated the entire Kiri battalion, he encountered one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, one of the few who had narrowly escaped Meito Dai a year prior. The swordsman fought bravely, solely to buy enough time for his young student to escape. Naruto deeply respected such bravery and offered to spare his life, but the man's pride would not allow it. He ultimately committed seppuku. Saddened by the tragic outcome, Naruto buried the man with his own hands and used the sword as a marker for the grave. It was truly heartwarming to realize that the future of Konoha rests in the safe, capable hands of such an amazing human being. Hyuga Hizashi. Wow. Narumi thought, gaping at the page. Was Hiruzen-sama right? Was her brother simply overreacting about his past? Or did he genuinely have moments where he lost his mind? Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted when she noticed an exceedingly familiar, delicate handwriting on the next page. This is Nisan's, she realized excitedly, eagerly leaning in to read. I will never deny how much I loathe the ways of these uncultured brutes, but I cannot help but be amazed by their Jinchuriki. I can hardly comprehend how they are able to control such inhuman power, which makes me wonder, could the Kyuubi be controlled like this as well? What? Narumi thought, shocked by the profound implications of his words. But she completely froze when a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed inside her mind. Naruto, he always did wonder about that. Wait, who are you? Narumi demanded mentally. Enumerate the creatures sealed inside your gut, and then you will find your answer, the Kyuubi mocked. Kyuubi, what do you want? Narumi demanded, quickly regaining her mental composure. I am merely bored, and those words caught my attention. My brother. What did he mean by those words? As I said, I am bored, so I suppose I will amuse you, the Kyuubi drawled, though his tone noticeably shifted into something much more serious. Back in the day, he became utterly fascinated by the concept of Jinchuriki after fighting multiple of them in the war. So, he decided to test that theory on Kushina. Keika-san? Yes. He believed it would better protect his mother and drastically improve the village's military forces. Placing her within a secure barrier under his and Minato's strict supervision, they intentionally loosened the seal. And well, I would have broken out entirely if he hadn't managed to restrain her. Why would he do such a thing? That is our mother. It is not like he forced her. Not to mention, she certainly didn't mind the prospect of a power boost. Why didn't it work? Because I absolutely refused to share my power with humans, especially that would release brat. He was constantly mocking me. Narumi resisted the urge to roll her eyes at the reason. I bet you hate Nisan. I do, but I respect his power. Only a few humans have ever come close to it. Like who? Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara. Even your father was impressive. I never thought I would see a non-Uzumaki with so much sheer talent in Fuinjutsu. I never knew you were so educated. You are actually quite intelligent? The Kyuubi finished for her, a distinct, arrogant smirk bleeding into his mental voice. Yes. Well, as I said, I am stuck in here, so do not panic if I occasionally start rambling. Narumi was about to reply, but the mental connection was abruptly severed. Damned fox. He didn't even let me finish. Unknown to her, it was actually a good thing the Kyuubi had abruptly cut the connection when he did, because the classroom door suddenly slid open, revealing a tall man with gravity-defying silver hair. "You guys are Team 7?" he asked lazily, receiving a collective nod from the waiting genin. He rubbed his masked chin thoughtfully for a moment. "My first impression is, you look like a nice bunch. Meet me on the roof." That night, after a simple dinner, Naruto, Narumi, and Jiraiya were relaxing over tea. Narumi proudly wore her gleaming new Heidi 8. "My student is officially a ninja. They grow up so fast." Jiraiya sniffled, dramatically wiping away a fake tear. Naruto chuckled at his former sensei's antics, while Narumi simply rolled her eyes. "I met my Jonin instructor today. He was incredibly late, but he is kind of cool," Narumi said. "Wait, you had never met Kakashi before?" Jiraiya asked in disbelief. "You know him, sensei. He prefers brooding in the shadows," Naruto said simply. "Wait, who is he, anyway?" Narumi asked, her brow furrowing. "He was our father's most prized student. We practically grew up together. He is like a brother to me," Naruto replied casually, completely ignoring Narumi's gaping stare. "What? Why didn't you ever tell me this? No wonder he kept staring at me today. I thought he was just a total weirdo." "I can vouch for him, he isn't a weirdo. Besides, your main sensei is Jiraiya. You should be more than used to weirdos by now," Naruto teased with a loud laugh. "Hey!" Jiraiya protested indignantly. "That doesn't matter right now. I wanted to speak with you about something much more important," Narumi said, her sudden seriousness instantly grabbing both adults' attention. I spoke with the Kyuubi today." Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, while Naruto's expression darkened into a deep frown. "That annoying fox? What did it say?" Narumi didn't know exactly why, but her brother's phrasing deeply annoyed her. She genuinely disliked the way he spoke about the beast. "He is not an it," she snapped. "Huh." Both Naruto and Jiraiya blinked, thoroughly bewildered by her sudden defense. "Well, it is essentially a massive construct of pure chakra. I highly doubt it actually has a gender, Narumi," Jiraiya tried to explain reasonably, only to be taken aback when his student shot him a heated glare. "He is a highly intelligent creature." "It is not. It is a mindless mass of destruction, just like its siblings, or whatever the hell those things are," Naruto argued back. He physically recoiled when he looked at his sister. Her normally bright blue eyes had narrowed into blue sharp, feral slits. "I think you should calm down, Naruto," Jiraiya advised cautiously, immediately noticing the dangerous shift in Narumi's gaze. "No wonder he refused to share his power with Kasan. You are just an arrogant man who treats him like dirt," Narumi exclaimed, drawing a sharp gasp from Naruto. "So it told you about that day. It is not what you think, Narumi. That day you experimented on our own mother." "It was not an experiment. She was a Jinchuriki. It was perfectly natural for her to try to safely tap into her biju's power. She didn't mind doing it at all," Naruto defended himself hotly. "Yeah, well, keep acting like an asshole and he will never allow such a thing to happen for me either." "What did you just call me?" Naruto roared, shooting to his feet so fast his chair clattered violently backward onto the floor. "You heard it. That is enough. Both of you," Jiraiya bellowed, rising to his full height. "Fighting like this right in front of me. Show some respect." Naruto immediately deflated, rubbing his face as he righted his chair and sat back down. "Sorry, sensei," he muttered before turning a gaze to his sister. "Just go to your room, Narumi." "With pleasure," Narumi huffed angrily. She spun on her heel and stormed off, leaving a deeply shaken Jiraiya and Naruto behind in the heavy silence. "These Jinchuriki, they are always like this. I swear they get unintentionally emotionally attached to their biju," Naruto mumbled in profound annoyance, harshly rubbing his temples to stave off a brewing headache. Jiraiya stared blankly at Narumi's empty seat before thoughtfully rubbing his chin. "Well, what is sealed inside her is specifically the yang half of the Kyuubi. Maybe that is why he is easier to reason with. I can't believe you just called it a he too, Naruto groaned. I admit she convinced me. It is disrespectful to treat such intelligent creature like this. Whatever. Annoying Jinchuriki, Naruto grumbled stubbornly. Narumi lay on her bed, but her consciousness was no longer in her room. Instead, she stood deep within her own mindscape, right in front of the massive looming cage. I don't mind the drama, but there was no need to defend me like that, the Kyuubi rumbled. As he stared down at the small girl standing before his cage, he couldn't lie to himself. He was deeply touched by her fierce defense. It was the very first time he had ever experienced such a thing from a human. Narumi frowned deeply. I just hate how he judges things so superficially. He has never even talked to you. Why does he think like that? You know, you are a nice girl. A bit naive perhaps, but smart too. Yeah. Thanks, I guess, Narumi muttered, sheepishly scratching her cheek. The Kyuubi was about to say something else, but his giant, slitted eyes suddenly narrowed. He is here. Huh. Narumi blinked in confusion as she was violently jolted out of her mindscape. She let out a sharp yelp when she opened her eyes to find her brother looming over her bed, staring down at her with wide, shocked eyes. I can't believe it. You actually talk with the Kyuubi, Naruto mumbled in sheer disbelief. He deliberately avoided using the word it. He really wasn't here to start another fight with his sister. How did you know? You were lying there completely motionless, staring blankly at the ceiling with your eyes wide open, Naruto explained softly. Oh, yes, we were chatting. Chatting? Yes. He appreciates that I defended him downstairs. Naruto's face instantly flushed with anger. He appreciates it. Oh, how perfectly nice. Do you need anything else, Kyuubi-sama? He snapped, mockingly addressing Narumi's stomach. Stop it. Did you just come up here to fight? Narumi howled, glaring heatedly at her older brother. Taking a deep, ragged breath to forcibly calm himself down, Naruto tried to explain. No, look, I don't mind you conversing with your bijou. You Jinchuriki are special, especially with your specific seal. Your chakra and the foxes have been slowly mixing together for years. Yeah, I know. The 8 trigrams seal. Exactly. As the years pass, you will eventually possess just as much chakra as I do, Naruto said. He let out a heavy, exhausted sigh and slumped down onto the edge of her bed. I am just highly sensitive when it comes to the Kyuubi. Killed our parents, Narumi. You know that. Narumi completely ignored his use of it, her expression softening into a sad frown. I know, but why can't you just consider that he didn't want to be locked in a cage again after nearly a century of being sealed away? I, Naruto stammered, entirely at a loss for words. Was the Kyuubi genuinely charming enough to captivate his little sister after just a single conversation? You know what, Narumi? Do whatever you want. Just tell the fox that I will be watching closely. With that final warning, he stood up and walked out, leaving Narumi completely alone in the quiet of her room. Next day. Narumi frowned deeply as she eyed her sensei. Taking a single step forward, she seemingly disappeared, reappearing instantly behind him with a fierce kick aimed directly at his head. So fast, Kakashi thought in genuine shock as he barely brought his arm up to block. He winced beneath his mask. She hit hard, too. Grabbing her by the ankle, he casually tossed her into the air, only to blink in surprise when he saw her rapidly flying through hand seals midair. Futon de Tapa, Narumi declared, sending a massive, roaring torrent of wind barreling toward her sensei and engulfing him completely. Landing gracefully on her feet, her eyes narrowed sharply when the wind dispersed, revealing nothing but a shredded log of wood in his place. Impressive, Narumi. She snapped her head up to see him casually standing on the thick canopy of a nearby tree. As expected from the Rookie of the Year, you are already at the Chunin level, but I have other students to play with right now. So bye. Narumi cursed under her breath as he vanished in a swirl of leaves. This test, it has to be a test of our teamwork. I need to go find Sakura and Sasuke so we can formulate a plan. Arg. Or maybe just Sasuke. I must say, you guys suck, Kakashi stated bluntly, his single visible eye glaring harshly at his new students. Narumi looked deeply ashamed, Sasuke was fiercely glaring at the ground, and Sakura was tightly bound to one of the wooden stumps. Sakura, you kept running around searching for Sasuke while completely ignoring Narumi. And Narumi, Sasuke, you two simply relied on your own individual skills and never once thought about the true purpose of this test. It was teamwork, Narumi said simply, earning a highly raised eyebrow from her sensei. A little too late for that, don't you think? Kakashi countered flatly. I know, sorry, she muttered, dropping her gaze. Sighing heavily, Kakashi slowly shook his head. You are all special kids, and it genuinely hurts me to have to send you back to the academy. We will try this one more time after lunch. But hear me now. Do not, under any circumstances, feed Sakura. Vanishing in a swirl of leaves, he left the three students to their own devices. Here, Sakura. Sakura blinked in surprise when she saw Narumi holding out her bento box, offering her food. But, Narumi, Sensei said. I can't sense him anywhere around here, and we are going to need you at full strength if we want to take those bells, Sasuke stated plainly, holding out his own lunch toward her. Sasuke-kun, Sakura muttered, blushing furiously at the mere thought of Sasuke feeding her. Narumi simply sweat-dropped at the ridiculous scene, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. However, the somewhat touching moment was violently disrupted when, in a massive puff of white smoke, Kakashi suddenly reappeared, glaring down at them with terrifying intensity. You brats! Sensei, Narumi yelped, shrinking back slightly, while Sasuke merely deepened his defensive glare. I specifically told you not to feed her, Kakashi roared, the sky practically darkening behind him. But we are a team, Narumi shouted back, quickly finding her courage. And a team's job is to always look after each other. Kakashi's deadly glare abruptly vanished, the heavy atmosphere instantly lifting as his single visible eye curved into a bright, cheerful smile. You pass. But why? Narumi asked, completely dumbfounded by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Because you guys were the only ones who didn't blindly follow my orders, Kakashi explained, his tone shifting into something much more profound. Remember this. In the ninja world, those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. Watching the heartwarming scene unfold through his glowing crystal orb, Naruto chuckled in fond amusement. That Kakashi. To think he would ever become such a softie. Right, Obito? Naruto murmured gently, his nostalgic gaze drifting to the framed photograph resting on his desk. A picture of himself standing alongside his father's genin team. It is a new era. Flashback. 15 years old Naruto. ANBU, no root members. Danzo-sama's ANBU. 11-year-old Shursui said. His voice a guarded murmur. He eyed the three masked figures, tense beneath his dark clothing. He is already poisoned. He won't get far. Do not interfere, you brats, the female operative sneered. The featureless porcelain of her mask reflected the dappled light piercing the forest canopy. I cannot allow you to kill a fellow comrade from Konoha. Shursui planted his feet and threw a protective arm out to his side, his chakra flaring. Itachi, stay back. 8-year-old Itachi frowned. Ignoring the command, he stepped forward, dry leaves crunching beneath his sandals as he stood shoulder to shoulder with his friend. I am Uchiha Itachi, and I will fight with Shursui. Itachi. Shursui exhaled, his eyes widening. Despite the sharp killing intent radiating from their enemies, a proud smile crossed his face. TCH, if you kids are in a hurry to die, so be it, the female operative hissed, her hand dropping to the hilt of her ninjato. Before she could close the distance, a new voice cut through the clearing. What is going on here? Shursui and Itachi froze, recognizing the tone. They pivoted to see a tall, red-haired shinobi stepping from the foliage. His initial frown and the heavy aura surrounding him vanished, replaced by a bright smile the moment he noticed the boys. Oh, Shursui and Itachi? You guys know each other? Naruto asked, his tone light. He ignored the three root operatives who had gone entirely rigid. Naruto-sama, Itachi murmured in surprise. Shursui bowed his head slightly. We do, Naruto-sama. I help take care of Itachi from time to time. I see. That's nice. Naruto-sama, what are you doing all the way out here? The female NBU asked, her previous arrogance faltering. Naruto shifted his gaze from the two young Uchiha to the masked assassins. I was just out here collecting some herbs. Imagine my surprise when I find 3 root operatives threatening 2 of Konoha's promising shinobi. It is not what it looks like. One of the male operatives started, taking a half-step backward. Leave. Naruto's voice dropped, carrying a heavy, sudden authority that chilled the clearing. Be but Danzo sa. I said leave. The 3 ANBU flinched. Stripped of any other choice, they flickered away, vanishing into the forest shadows. That Danzo, he's always ruining my mood, Naruto muttered with a sigh. The tension in the air dissipated as he turned his attention back to the boys, his warm demeanor returning. So, what were you guys doing out here anyway? We were running a combat simulation for a mission, Shursui explained, unclenching his fists as the adrenaline faded. Naruto tilted his head in amusement. A simulation? Yes. Have you never done one before? Naruto chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I always preferred the real thing. Later, the 2 young Uchiha and the red-haired Namikaze sat around a crackling campfire. The flames cast long, flickering shadows against the tree trunks, pushing back the evening chill. It has been a while since I sat around a fire like this, Naruto murmured. The dry wood popped quietly in the background as he stared into the embers, his gaze distant. Itachi swallowed a bite of roasted fish and spoke up, his voice barely above a whisper. It is a waste, though. I genuinely wish to see you fight Naruto-sama. Itachi, Shursui hissed, caught off guard by the lack of manners. Itachi blinked, a dusting of red on his cheeks, but his dark eyes remained steady. Naruto laughed, the sound echoing into the canopy. It's fine, Shursui. Itachi has every right to be curious. I imagine, like most of the new generation, you guys probably believe I am just overrated village propaganda. Nonsense. Just like every shinobi in the village, we truly believe in you, Shursui declared, leaning forward. Itachi offered a serious nod of agreement. Naruto smiled softly. He lifted his gaze from the fire to the starry night sky. I'm glad. Peace is really nice, isn't it? To simply get out of bed and walk freely around your own village. It's a beautiful feeling. What was the war like? Itachi asked quietly. His hands tightened their grip on the wooden skewer piercing his fish. Naruto was silent for a long moment. The night wind rustled through the canopy overhead. I cannot even begin to put it into words, but I can say that I truly hope this peace remains. He frowned as his gaze dropped back to the flames. But humans, they can never just sit around peacefully, can they? Do you want to know what Hashirama-sensei used to say? Shursui and Itachi froze, the air catching in their throats at the casual mention of the legendary god of shinobi. Wide-eyed, both boys gave a shaky nod. Naruto's eyes mirrored the firelight, reflecting the heavy burden of the past. There will always be conflict, no matter the era. The cavernous darkness of the sealed hideout was illuminated only by the faint, eerie glow of astral projections. The air hummed with dense, pulsating chakra as the spectral forms of the Akatsuki flickered into existence around the dormant husk of the ghetto statue. Intel has arrived. The boy Wonder is wandering around. Payne's voice echoed. His tone was entirely devoid of inflection, but the sheer weight of the announcement sent a visible ripple of movement through several of the surrounding holograms, disrupting the static hum of their connection. What? I heard he disappeared after the Kyuubi attack, Kakuzu questioned, a rare edge of genuine surprise bleeding into his gruff, gravelly voice. He defeated the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, Black Zetsu rasped. We knew he had recently become the 5th Hokage, but we did not expect him to be this active outside the boundaries of his village. Huh, boy Wonder, that thing is actually real. It's nothing but a damn folktale, Haydn scoffed dismissively, tossing his head back. Well, for once I agree with Haydn, You can't expect me to believe this nonsense. Deidara crossed his arms, his projection violently flickering as he raised his voice. Even if he really does exist, there is no way he is as powerful as the tales say. He scowled, having never bought into those exaggerated, fear-mongering stories from that old geezer, Anoki. Kisame gripped the heavy, bandaged hilt of Samahata, grinning widely enough to flash rows of jagged, shark-like teeth. Ho ho! Now this is interesting news. To think that monster is actually real and kicking around. Across the cavern, Itachi stood completely motionless. He said nothing, keeping his glowing Sharingan perfectly unreadable beneath the heavy shadow of his cloak, betraying no shift in his chakra or demeanor. Pain's Rinnegan swept over the assembled criminals, silencing the rising chatter with his oppressive presence. Having him around will cause unnecessary trouble. We will postpone our immediate plans for a while, he declared with absolute crushing finality. Without another word, Pain's hologram abruptly blinked out of existence, severing the connection with a sharp hiss of displaced chakra. One by one, the rest of the Akatsuki followed suit, plunging the cavern back into absolute, undisturbed darkness. Flashback ended. The rhythmic patter of light rain drummed against the bamboo awning of the quiet roadside tea-house. Steam curled lazily from the small porcelain cups resting on the worn wooden table, carrying the bitter scent of green tea into the damp air. To think we will visit Konoha soon. I heard it is a nice village, Kisame said. His tone carried its usual deceptive politeness as he took a slow, deliberate sip of his hot drink, the heavy, bandaged bulk of Samahata resting silently against the bench beside him. It is, Itachi replied plainly, his unreadable gaze fixed on the faint ripples within his own cup. You miss it. Beneath the high collar of his Akatsuki cloak, Itachi's jaw tightened. The sudden, invasive probe into his past irritated him, though his outward composure remained perfectly undisturbed. No. As expected, cold as ever, Kisame chuckled softly, a low, rumbling sound in his chest. He set his cup down with a dull clink. By the way, according to intel, the Jinchuriki is related to him. Itachi narrowed his dark eyes by a fraction at the vague mention of the man, though he carefully kept his vocal cadence monotone. His little sister. Kisame grinned broadly, parting his lips to flash rows of jagged, shark-like teeth. Ho! So he is real. Itachi offered a quiet, dismissive scoff. What do you think? I don't know. He always seemed like a terrifying boogeyman to me, Kisame mused, leaning his heavy forearms onto the table. A kid who could create jungles in an instant. They say he could shake the earth itself. Lord Third Mizukage called him God's punishment. Itachi raised a single eyebrow. The violent, apocalyptic moniker felt starkly disjointed from reality. His only memories of the man were of a remarkably gentle redhead moving quietly through the Konoha hospital, carefully healing wounded patients with a soft, reassuring smile. I never knew that. You must have met him at least once. Itachi gripped his teacup tightly, the ceramic warm against his pale skin. He had no idea why he was continuing to humor his partner's morbid curiosity, but maintaining this idle conversation was far better than discussing the grim reality of the targets they were sent to hunt and kill. Yes, but I never witnessed him fighting. By the time I graduated, he became less active. What a pity, Kisame sighed, though the predatory gleam never left his small, rounded eyes. But, since he is the Jinchuriki's elder brother, then we will surely meet him. Yes, Itachi murmured, his gaze drifting out toward the misty, tree-lined road leading directly into the land of fire. Still, I wonder how strong he really is, his sealed younger self from 10 years ago thought. Naruto stood atop the crown of his own carved visage on the Hokage monument. The late afternoon sun bathed Konoha in a warm, amber glow, casting long shadows over the sprawling village below. The persistent, high-altitude wind whipped his red hair around his face. His quiet isolation broke not with a sound, but with the subtle, familiar displacement of air behind him. I figured you would be up here, Naruto, Jiraiya said, stepping out of a silent shunshin to stand behind the redhead. What is it, sensei? Naruto asked, his voice calm, keeping his azure gaze fixed firmly on the horizon. Are you still worried about yesterday? We already anticipated this. It is what Minato wanted, anyway. Naruto shook his head, the movement slow and deliberate. No, quite the contrary. I am actually interested. What did you want to discuss? Have you heard of the Akatsuki? No. They are a group comprised entirely of S-rank missing nin, Jiraiya explained, his tone dropping into a grave, hardened register. Even Orochimaru was with them. Naruto finally turned his head. A deep frown settled on his features, the sudden mention of the snake Sannin darkening his expression. That is troubling. Did you say was? Yes, he recently left the organization. But we should remain cautious. S-rank criminals do not gather together to collect charity. Naruto scoffed softly, a dry, humorless sound. No, they certainly don't. S-rank. That title is handed out to just about anyone these days. We had better be careful regardless. I am going to leave the village for a while, maybe a month or two, to gather more information on their movements. Do you mind? No, I don't. Just make sure you meet with Narumi before you leave. I will. Jiraiya turned, his wooden get-up pivoting on the stone to walk away, but Naruto's voice stopped him in his tracks. Sensei, is there anything new regarding the prophecy? Jiraiya blinked, pausing mid-step, his eyes widening in genuine surprise. I thought you stopped believing in all of that after Minato died. My interest has returned, Naruto murmured, turning his attention back to the amber-lit village below. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. But I need to be absolutely sure first. Later that evening, Naruto stood in the quiet confines of his home, watching through the open window. Down below, Narumi sat in the dead center of the garden, entirely motionless in deep meditation. A light breeze rustled the tall grass around her, but her breathing remained remarkably shallow and perfectly rhythmic. He knew it without a doubt. Beneath that tranquil exterior, she was currently speaking with the Kyuubi. A quiet, fond smile touched his lips. He turned away from the glass, his gaze settling on the framed portrait of his father resting on the desk. You believed in her when she was barely a day old, Naruto whispered to the painted, smiling face of the yondaime. Parents are truly amazing. 3 weeks later, the stifling air of the Hokage's office was shattered by a loud, exasperated groan. Narumi had officially had enough. She was entirely sick of chasing down a violently aggressive, ribbon-wearing cat, of walking unruly, overgrown dogs, and of pulling stubborn weeds until her fingers blistered. Enough was enough. Hokage-sama, please, all I am asking for is some real ninja action, Narumi pleaded, slamming her hands flat against the polished oak of her older brother's desk. Standing a few paces back, Sasuke kept his face perfectly blank, his dark eyes fixed forward. I actually agree with her. Any more of this torture will destroy my sanity, he thought in profound, simmering annoyance. Naruto leaned back in his high-back chair, letting out a heavy, long-suffering sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Narumi, you guys are only genin. Kakashi, didn't you explain the mission system to your team? Leaning casually against the office wall, Kakashi chuckled nervously, reaching up to sheepishly scratch the back of his silver mane. I did, Godame, but you know how it is. The young ones are always so eager. Naruto dropped his hand and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 genin. I will admit, this team is exceptional, and you do have Kakashi as an instructor. He paused, weighing the administrative rules against their obvious potential. What do you think, Kakashi? Is a C rank appropriate? Kakashi blinked his visible eye. He slowly straightened up, critically eyeing his 3 tense students for a long moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Sending them out into the real field will certainly help build their experience. Very well, Naruto decided, sliding a fresh mission scroll to the center of his desk. Yes, Narumi cheered triumphantly, throwing her fists into the air. Naruto ignored her celebration, shifting his professional gaze to the masked Chunin waiting by the heavy office doors. Send Tazuna in. Yes, sir. Flashback. He knelt before the freshly turned earth, hot tears cutting unhindered paths down his cheeks. If Sensei saw me in such a pathetic condition, he would kill me, he thought, the bitter realization doing nothing to stem the tide of his grief. I'm sorry, Zabuza. It is all because of me. He stayed behind to defend me, he whispered. He clenched his teeth, his hands curling into tight, shaking fists against his thighs as survivor's guilt clawed heavily at his chest. He chose an honorable end. It is surprising that they bothered making a grave for him, the accompanying Kirinin noted quietly. The shinobi stepped forward, his sandals shifting the loose dirt, and gestured to the massive, chipped iron cleaver driven deep into the earth at the head of the mound. Take the executioner's blade. Honor him. Flashback end. Zabuza's eyes snapped open. He lay perfectly still for a fraction of a second, his sharpened instincts mapping the quiet clearing before he slowly sat up. His gaze drifted to the massive, iron bulk of the executioner's blade leaning heavily against a nearby tree trunk, its unchipped surface catching the pale moonlight. He let out a slow, cynical sigh. Too much for honoring, he thought bitterly. The noble promises of his youth felt utterly hollow now. He had become nothing more than a rogue mercenary, a blunt instrument bought and used by the highest bidder. Zabuza-san, they say our target is returning. The soft, melodic voice cut cleanly through his brooding. Zabuza turned his head to see a young boy stepping seamlessly from the dense underbrush, not a single leaf rustling in his wake. He looked at his quiet companion and student, the only steady presence in his fractured life. Reaching out, Zabuza wrapped his hand around the familiar hilt of his sword, effortlessly hoisting its crushing weight onto his shoulder. Then let's go, Haku. The steady crunch of dirt beneath their sandals provided a quiet rhythm to their march. The midday sun beat down on the dusty road leading toward the land of waves, the air thick with the pungent, sour scent of Tezuna's cheap sake. Kakashi-sensei, does Wave Country have shinobi? Sakura asked, her curiosity breaking the monotonous silence. Kakashi kept his visible eye fixed lazily on the path ahead, though his posture remained relaxed. No, shinobi exist only in the 5 great nations and a few minor lands. The leaders of those great nations are called Kage, the Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, Kazekage, and of course the Hokage. Who is the strongest? Lord Fifth, without a doubt, Kakashi replied instantly, leaving no room for debate. Godame-sama is really that amazing, Sakura chirped, her eyes widening. He is the wielder of the wood style and the legendary boy wonder. Narumi joined in, eagerly seizing the excuse to brag about her older brother. Boy wonder? The statue in the middle of the village, Tezuna murmured, taking a heavy gulp from his gourd. Yup, he is my big brother. Humph, the Hokage looked young. So accomplished and young. A nice thing indeed, the bridge builder muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. As the casual chatter continued, Kakashi, Sasuke, and even Narumi, who was busy beaming with pride, noticed a glaring inconsistency on the path ahead. 2 distinct puddles of water resting in the middle of the arid dirt track. It hasn't rained for a week. How? Narumi thought, her posture subtly tensing as her hand drifted closer to her weapon pouch. Her instincts proved correct. As they walked past the stagnant water, the surface suddenly erupted. 2 rogue shinobi burst from the puddles in an explosive spray of water and mud, their clawed gauntlets connected by a heavy, serrated chain. You're first, they roared in unison. Before anyone could blink, the chain whipped around Kakashi, snapping taut and violently shredding his body into a spray of mangled flesh and cloth. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura shrieked, paralyzed by the sudden, horrific violence. Narumi didn't waste a single second. She drew a kunai in a flash of dark steel. Channeling her chakra, a high-pitched, vibrating hum filled the air as dense wine chakra coated the blade in a razor-sharp, pale aura. She lunged forward, her enhanced blade severing the rogue ninja's extended wrist like a hot knife through butter. "And my hand!" the shinobi screamed frantically, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at his amputated limb hitting the dirt. His agonizing cries were instantly silenced by a brutal roundhouse kick from the blonde genin that snapped his head back and sent him crashing into the dust. "Brother!" the second assassin yelled, momentarily distracted by the spray of blood. It was the only opening Sasuke needed. Moving with calculated, clinical precision, the Uchiha closed the distance and delivered a devastating blow to the man's neck, sending him collapsing unconscious beside his partner. A sudden rustle of leaves drew their attention as Kakashi stepped casually from the nearby tree line, completely unharmed. Where his shredded body had been, only the splintered, ruined remains of a wooden log lay tangled in the chain. "Well, nice job, Sasuke. And Narumi, you surely have killer instincts. A nice execution," Kakashi complimented, his lone eye trailing down to the severed hand bleeding out into the dry soil. Narumi rubbed the back of her head, offering a nervous, remarkably ordinary chuckle. just got excited. Kakashi suppressed a shudder. This carefree attitude after cutting off an arm. She really is Sensei's daughter, he thought, a drop of sweat forming beneath his hitayate. Sakura, though immensely relieved to see her teacher alive, was too busy gaping at the blonde girl in profound shock. Amazing. If you were alive, why leave brats to handle it? Tazuna demanded, his drunken stupor entirely vaporized by the adrenaline of the ambush. Kakashi shifted his gaze to the bridge builder. The lazy, accommodating demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by the hardened, piercing glare of a veteran ANBU. We need to talk, Tazuna-san. The small wooden boat cut smoothly through the dark, mirror-like water. A thick, oppressive fog clung heavily to the surface, swallowing the distant shoreline and dampening the rhythmic, hollow splash of the boatman's single oar. The damp chill of the land of waves seeped into their clothes as they drifted deeper into the mist. Gato. So this is the real issue, Narumi muttered, breaking the tense silence. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, the cold moisture collecting on her skin. Still, you could have told Nissan the truth. I am sure he would have understood. Tazuna frowned, his heavy shoulders sagging under the weight of his guilt and exhaustion. He stared down at the damp floorboards beneath his sandals. I am sorry for causing trouble. Kakashi kept his visible eye fixed on the impenetrable gray wall of fog ahead. His posture relaxed but his senses quietly sweeping the area for any shifts in ambient chakra. The damage is already done, he stated evenly. Now, as Konoha Shinobi, it is our duty to see the mission through. That's right. We are not here for the money. We will save your country, Tazuna-san, Narumi declared passionately, her vibrant voice cutting sharply through the gloomy, muffled atmosphere. Hey! The boatman hissed frantically. His grip tightened on the wooden oar as he shot a terrified glare over his shoulder, his eyes wide with genuine dread. Lower your voice. If Gato's men hear us in this fog, we are all dead. Narumi blinked, the sheer panic in the man's expression instantly deflating her outburst. She chuckled nervously, reaching up to scratch her cheek in a sheepish gesture. Yeah. Sorry. Tsunade panted heavily, the harsh rasp of her breath filling the decimated training ground. The earth between them was violently churned, marred by massive, smoking craters from their brutal spar. She eyed the redhead before her. He was visibly fatigued, but far from her level of exhaustion. Wincing sharply, she gripped her bruised shoulder. Damn, Naruto, you hit hard. As always. Naruto chuckled, his sandals crunching softly over the broken earth as he closed the distance. He placed a steady hand over her shoulder, a soothing, emerald green chakra instantly flaring to life beneath his palm. I learned from the best. I will never get over Aji-sama and your cells. It is magnificent, she whispered in genuine awe. She watched the deep, purple bruises on his own arms knit together and fade without a single hand seal or conscious effort. It is, but you can easily match us with your Byakugan, Naruto offered, keeping his focus on mending her torn muscle tissue. Tsunade snorted softly, the tension bleeding out of her frame. Stop trying to make me feel good. Tell me, Tsunade, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? She asked, rolling her shoulder experimentally as she stood up straight, the agonizing ache entirely erased by his jutsu. Do you think Shizune expects me to propose to her? Tsunade frowned thoughtfully, her amber eyes searching his face. I must say every woman her age does, but she is waiting for you to take the first step. Naruto said nothing. He turned his gaze upward, staring into the vast expanse of the sky. He was so vastly different from the kid he had been 10 years ago. Was he really ready to fully commit to someone like this? His parents were married at 16. But that was only due to his mother getting pregnant by mistake. I will think about it, he finally murmured, a soft, genuine smile touching his lips. Tsunade smiled back, the fierce Sannin softening into a quiet, familial warmth. Flashback 11 years old Naruto. The campfire crackled sharply, sending a brief, fleeting shower of orange sparks spiraling up into the dense, darkened canopy. 12-year-old Shizune rested her chin heavily in her hands, her dark eyes fixed on the dancing flames with a bored stare. Why are we still going on border patrols? She asked, her voice carrying a quiet, adolescent whine. Naruto sat across from her, the flickering light casting long, dancing shadows across his features. With a flick of his wrist, he rotated the wooden skewers planted in the earth, ensuring the meat of their caught fish roasted evenly over the coals. "Well," he murmured, "it is not exactly like our neighbors are highly trustworthy people, especially those Suna bastards." Shizun released a heavy, long-suffering sigh. She picked up a stray twig and tossed it into the glowing embers, watching it instantly catch fire. Makes sense. Still, I had been planning to hang out with Kurenai and Anko this week. Naruto blinked. He paused his rotation of the skewers, lifting his azure gaze to look at her through the thin veil of wood smoke. "I thought you enjoyed hanging out with me?" Shizun's eyes widened. A sudden, vivid blush dusted her cheeks, completely shattering her bored, apathetic facade. She sat up straight, crossing her arms defensively over her chest. "Of course I do, but you know, it is a girl thing." Naruto offered a quiet, highly amused chuckle, returning his attention to their dinner. "Well, right now it is a shinobi thing. The girl things can come later." Shizun just huffed loudly. She turned her head away to glare pointedly into the dark tree line, though the lingering red on her face entirely betrayed her feigned irritation. She left the highly amused redhead to tend to the fire in the peaceful quiet of the forest. A few minutes passed, the silence broken only by the steady popping of dry wood and the distant hum of cicadas. Shizun finally peeked back over her shoulder, her stomach giving a traitorous, quiet rumble. "Aren't they ready yet?" Flashback end. "I should have known," Shizun muttered. She tipped her shallow ceramic saucer back, downing the warm sake in one bitter gulp. Sitting across the small tavern table from her childhood friends, Kurenai and Anko, she let the cup clatter softly against the wood. "I am nothing but a childhood crush to him. He didn't even notice that I let my hair grow out." Anko scoffed, leaning back in her chair and crossing her arms. "I remember you saying he loved your old haircut. Maybe that's why he didn't say anything." Kurenai shot her purple-haired friend a sharp glare. "It is not as if he will suddenly hate her because she changed her hair, Anko. What are we, kids?" "Geez, why are you attacking me?" Anko muttered, waving a dismissive hand and looking away toward the bustling bar. Shizun traced the rim of her empty cup, her voice dropping to a quiet, exhausted murmur. "I know he is the Hokage. I know he is incredibly busy. But I am 25 years old." "You are expecting a marriage proposal," Kurenai offered softly, her crimson eyes softening with quiet empathy. Shizun's brow furrowed, a rare flash of genuine frustration breaking through her usually placid demeanor. "Isn't it my right to expect one?" "Of course it is," Anko interjected loudly. She leaned across the table, slinging a heavy, fiercely supportive arm around her gentle friend's shoulders. "And Godame knows it very well. Just wait him out, Shizun." Kurenai nodded in agreement, her dark hair shifting around her shoulders. "Anko is right. Naruto loves you. Just be patient." Shizun said nothing. The ambient noise of the tavern, the loud clanking of ceramic mugs, the low, steady hum of off-duty shinobi unwinding, faded into a dull, distant roar. She just stared down at her distorted reflection in the residual drops of alcohol pooling at the bottom of her cup. "Loves me?" Shizun frowned deeply, her dark eyes fixed on the man sitting behind the massive oak desk. He was completely buried in towering stacks of mission reports. The steady scratch of his calligraphy brushed the only sound in the quiet room. Last year, he had officially appointed her as his first assistant and director of the Hokage Tower. Every active shinobi and administrative worker within the building fell directly under her jurisdiction. He had told her, with absolute sincerity, that he trusted no human alive more than her. Is that it? Just a trusted assistant? She thought bitterly. She ruthlessly suppressed the sting of frustration, slipping a cool, professional mask over her features. Her heels made barely a whisper against the polished floorboards as she crossed the office. Reaching his desk, she cleared her throat to snap his attention away from the ink. Naruto blinked, his brush pausing a hair's breadth above the parchment. He looked up, his azure eyes focusing on Shizun and the massive stack of new paperwork balanced in her arms. "Shizun? Is something wrong, dear?" "Go dame. Perhaps you should take a break." "I am fine," Naruto replied, offering a tired but warm smile. "Also, please don't call me that. It feels incredibly weird coming from you. We are currently in the Hokage's office, she stated flatly, dropping the heavy barrage of files onto the only clear space left on his desk with a solid, resonant thud. Oh, Naruto murmured, momentarily taken aback by her unusually sharp tone. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened. He pushed himself up from his seat in genuine amazement. Wait, is your hair longer? It was the absolute last straw. The carefully constructed professional mask violently shattered. You just noticed? She hissed, a dangerous, simmering anger flaring in her dark eyes. What? Naruto stammered, entirely unprepared for the sudden hostility radiating from her. It has been 2 months. Naruto shook his head defensively, holding his hands up in a placating gesture. No way, I definitely would have noticed. Just tell me the truth, Naruto. Stop making me live inside my own foolish dreams, Shizune demanded. Hot, angry tears blurred her vision as she stepped sharply around the desk, jabbing her index finger hard against his chest. Naruto stood completely perplexed, his instincts utterly useless against the volatile emotional spike in the room. Huh? Do you even love me? We are not children anymore. Be brave enough to admit it. Of course I love you. You are the love of my life, Naruto insisted frantically, his panic rising as he scrambled to salvage the situation. I really like the hair, by the way. You are absolutely intolerable, Shizune yelled. Without waiting for another word, she spun on her heel and dashed out of the office. The heavy oak doors slammed shut behind her, the violent impact rattling the frame and echoing loudly down the corridor. Naruto simply stood there in the sudden, deafening silence of the office, utterly astonished and out of his depth. He reached up, slowly scratching his cheek as he stared blankly at the closed doors. Is it her time of the month? He mumbled to the empty room. It was a mistake to come back, Shizune yelled, her voice cracking as it echoed off the wood-paneled walls of the Sanin's office. She paced frantically before her master and surrogate mother, who sat frozen behind her cluttered desk, utterly astonished by the sudden, volatile outburst. Tsunade pushed her chair back, the heavy wood scraping loudly against the floorboards, and stood up to approach the distraught Jounin. Just tell me what happened. He just noticed my hair. What? Tsunade snapped, her amber eyes widening in genuine disbelief. You are kidding. I am not. Shizune wept, aggressively wiping the hot tears from her cheeks with the sleeve of her dark kimono. I don't want to see him anymore. I don't even love him. Tsunade released a heavy, exhausted sigh, stepping forward to place a hand on her trembling student's shoulder. Just calm down, Shizune. I should tell her about his proposal, Tsunade thought, the memory of Naruto agonizing over the decision flashing through her mind. But it is not my place. What if that idiot actually decides not to go through with it? I would just be selling the poor girl empty dreams. Pulling up a sturdy wooden chair, Tsunade gently guided Shizune into it before dragging her own seat around to the front of the desk so they sat face to face. Shizune took a shuddering breath, staring down at her tightly clasped hands in her lap. Back then, I was completely starstruck by him. He felt like someone entirely unreachable to me. Yeah, I remember, Tsunade murmured softly, resting her elbows on her knees. He had half the girls in the village swooning over him. I wasn't the most beautiful or the coolest kunoichi around, but still, I was so unbelievably happy when he actually fell for me. Shizune's hands curled into tight, trembling fists against her skirt. But I cannot stay happy just clinging to something that happened 15 years ago. Why not confront him? Shizune's head snapped up, fixing her master with a fierce, tear-filled glare. You want me to ask him to marry me? I have my pride too, Tsunade-sama. I didn't say that. Tsunade defended herself immediately, holding her hands up in a placating gesture. Just, I don't know, Shizune. He loves you. Just wait around a little longer. He will come to his senses and come for you. I said it already, Shizune hissed, turning her face sharply away to hide a fresh wave of frustrated tears. I do not want to see his face. I am just turning into that goofy geezer, Naruto mumbled, burying his face in his palms as he sat across from Hiruzen. No, Even Hashirama-sensei would have noticed something like this. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his aged features obscured for a moment as he released a thick, fragrant puff of pipe smoke into the quiet room. Mito-sama was a truly gorgeous woman. He was completely starstruck by her. Yeah, I know, Naruto agreed softly, dropping his hands to his lap. But Shizune is not less woman than her. She is everything I ever dreamed of in a partner. Beautiful, supportive, calm, and incredibly relaxing to be around. Why not marry her then? Hiruzen asked simply, his dark eyes sharp and steady beneath his wrinkled brow. I was planning to, but now, Naruto groaned, running an exasperated hand through his red hair. I mean, 2 whole months. How could I possibly not notice her hair growing out? I must admit, this is quite disastrous, Naruto, Hiruzen noted, a dry, grandfatherly chuckle vibrating through his chest as he tapped the residual ash from his pipe. Naruto shot the older shinobi a flat, unamused glare. He held the stare for a long moment before the tension bled out of him in a heavy sigh. Pushing himself up from his seat, he stated firmly, "You are right, Hiruzen-sama. It is time to man up." Naruto released a tired, heavy sigh as he walked through the familiar quiet streets of Konoha. Reaching the Senju mansion, he stepped up to the heavy wooden door and rapped his knuckles gently against the frame. He didn't have to wait long. Less than 5 seconds later, the door snapped open, revealing a fiercely glaring Tsunade. "Here to fix your mistake?" she demanded, her amber eyes burning with protective fury. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, a nervous sweat prickling at his collar. "She told you already?" "Of course she did. She is an absolute mess," Tsunade scolded, her voice sharp enough to cut through kunai wire. "She hasn't left her room since she got back." A deep frown creased Naruto's features, showing genuine guilt. "Is it really that bad? Go and be a man," Tsunade ordered, jabbing a harsh finger toward his chest. "Your father married your mother at 16 to fix his mistake. You can at least face this head-on." Naruto sighed again, the sheer exhaustion evident in the slope of his broad shoulders. "Can I come in and fix the problem, then?" Tsunade's glare held for a fraction of a second longer before she finally nodded. She stepped aside, allowing the red-haired Hokage to cross the door. As she pulled the heavy door shut behind him, the latch clicking solidly into place, she spoke. "I will be in my study." "Yeah," Naruto murmured, his gaze already shifting down the quiet hallway leading to Shizune's room. "Leave her to me, Tsunade." Naruto walked silently down the dim hallway. Reaching her door, he knocked softly once before gently pushing it open. The room was dark, and Shizune lay curled on her side, facing the far wall. The quiet, muffled sound of her sniffling hit him like a physical blow, instantly shattering his composure. "I don't want dinner, Tsunade-sama," she murmured, her voice thick with tears. "Leave me alone. It's me, Shizune." A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the bedroom. Then, she turned around sharply, her dark eyes red-rimmed and suddenly blazing with defensive anger. "What are you doing here?" Naruto frowned, stepping fully inside and quietly clicking the door shut behind him to seal them in. "Keep your voice down," he urged, keeping his own tone steady. "We are adults. There is no need for Tsunade to hear our problems." "Oh, you care so much about secrecy now. How manly," Shizune mocked in a harsh whisper, throwing her arms up in sheer exasperation. Naruto let out a rough groan. Completely ignoring her clear lack of approval, he sat down heavily on the edge of the mattress. He kept his back to her, staring at the opposing wall as he spoke. "Since when are you so dramatic?" Shizune narrowed her eyes, the sheets rustling aggressively as she sat up. "That is what you dreamed of, isn't it, Shizune? The quiet, obedient housewife who will never say no to you. Well, guess what, Naruto? I am not like that." Naruto was immensely glad she was maintaining the harsh whisper rather than outright yelling. He turned his head slightly to look over his shoulder. "I never thought of you that way. I have always respected your perspective. Have I ever forced anything upon you?" Shizune's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before her glare hardened entirely. "No, but your actions say otherwise." "Like what? Like sleeping with me?" she hissed. Her voice trembled, a volatile mix of deep embarrassment and raw anger coloring her tone. I was always against doing such a thing before marriage. But I trusted you. Naruto turned around fully, fixing her with a genuinely incredulous look. Oh, come on. That was a mutual mistake. We were just caught up in the heat of the moment. Just leave my room, she demanded, looking away. Let's go have dinner, he offered instead. A small, tentative smile touched his lips as he reached out, his fingers wrapping firmly around her hand. Are you mocking me? She whispered fiercely. She pulled back, trying to break his hold, but his grip remained an immovable, steady anchor. Just shut up and let's have dinner, Naruto demanded, his voice dropping to a low, completely earnest register. Allow me to fix my mistakes. Shizune ceased her futile struggle against his unyielding grip. She stared down at his fingers wrapped securely around her own, her dark eyes still shining with unshed tears. Releasing a shaky, defeated breath, she finally relented. All right. She looked back up at him, her gaze hardening with a lingering, protective spark of pride. Just so you won't blame me for whatever happens in the future. Brown rice, your favorite, Naruto said cheerfully, taking a seat beside her at the low dining table of his home. The rich, earthy steam of the freshly cooked dish filled the quiet kitchen. Shizune looked genuinely impressed, her dark eyes darting from the steaming bowl to him. You cooked this? Sure did. Naruto grinned, resting his elbows on the table. If I don't cook for my girl, who else am I going to cook for? A faint blush dusted Shizune's cheeks, though she fought to maintain her stern, defensive expression. She picked up her chopsticks and took a small, hesitant bite. Instantly, her eyes widened. This is delicious. I learned the recipe years ago, Naruto admitted, a softer, fond smile replacing his grin. I knew a moment like this would happen eventually. She paused, her chopsticks hovering over the bowl. Are you not going to eat? Naruto just smiled at her and pushed himself up from the table. Wait right here. I need to get something. Shizune nodded slowly, watching his retreating back as he bounded up the wooden stairs. She shifted nervously on her cushion, the heavy silence of the house making her suddenly acutely aware of her own heartbeat. She managed a few more gentle bites of the rice before the steady, familiar thud of his footsteps signaled his return. Setting her chopsticks down neatly across the rim of her bowl, she watched him approach. Then, without a word, he dropped to one knee beside her cushion. Shizune released a sharp gasp. She instinctively tried to stand, but Naruto reached out, his hands gently catching her shoulders to keep her anchored in place. Let me do the talking, Naruto murmured softly. He reached into his pocket and produced a simple, beautifully crafted silver ring. The metal caught the light of the kitchen. Ka-san left this behind for exactly this moment. And Naruto, Shizune stammered, her hands flying to cover her mouth. I do not want you to do this just because you feel forced into it. Naruto let out a rich, genuine laugh, the sound entirely devoid of his earlier hesitation. You silly woman, you are the love of my life. You are everything I have ever dreamed of in a partner. You are the only woman I truly see and appreciate. Naruto, Shizune whispered. Her dark eyes swam with a fresh, overwhelming tide of tears, blurring the sight of the Hokage kneeling before her. Shizune, I am so sorry, he continued, his azure eyes locking onto hers with absolute, unwavering certainty. I am sorry I didn't do this years ago, but I finally found the courage. He held the ring out, his steady hands a stark contrast to the chaotic beating of his heart. Shizune, marry me. The last of her defensive pride crumbled. The tears spilled freely down her cheeks. Yes, Shizune cried out. She threw her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder as she tackled him into a desperate, crushing embrace. Naruto caught her instantly, wrapping his arms tightly around her waist and burying his face in her dark hair. Well, that was easier than I expected, he murmured against her skin. He pulled back just enough to look at her, a teasing, affectionate grin breaking across his face. And seriously, your hair is really nice. Shizune let out a wet, teary laugh, the sound vibrating through the quiet kitchen. She leaned forward, resting her forehead heavily against his. Jay, just forget about the hair. Damn it. I love you. I love you too. This is my girl, Anko declared, slamming her ceramic teacup down onto the wooden table with a loud, resounding clatter. First she nailed the boy wonder, and now the fifth Hokage. Kurenai let out a quiet, long-suffering sigh, resting her chin in her hand. They are the exact same person, Anko. Yeah, whatever. The special Jounin cheered unabashedly before aggressively biting a sweet dumpling off her dango skewer. Shizune simply beamed. The quiet, radiant happiness completely erased the bitter, exhausted tension of the past few weeks. She lifted her cup, taking a gentle, soothing sip of the warm green tea as she entirely regained her usual, composed self. You were right, I just had to wait. Kurenai offered a warm, affectionate smile, her crimson eyes softening as she looked at her lifelong friend. I told you, didn't I? He loves you. He even gave you Kushina-sama's ring. Shizune nodded. A genuine smile touched her lips as she subconsciously brushed her thumb over the cool silver band resting on her finger. She shifted her gaze toward the open window of the tea shop, her dark eyes settling on the towering Hokage monument in the distance, lingering specifically on the stone face of her fiancé. I cannot wait for Narumi to come back from her mission so I can tell her,